I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. And I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look out the time, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up. We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely fight as one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up. We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. And let go. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. High and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Right-laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future. Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher, and only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me once again for the last day of the ranking week is none other than Sagi. We're going to be bringing you the action for today's Week 1, Day 4.
And talking about Week 1, Day 4, we kind of have to revisit back yesterday, right? Because yesterday was a bit of a clean slate. Everyone had like their 2-0s or had like their 0s. So, interestingly enough, that was yesterday. But to be honest as well, we had like 3 teams that's already been relegated out of the contentions for Group S. So those 3 teams will be none other than CMF, A-Star, and also RA Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been a tough journey for a lot of these teams, right? Like, compared to the spring season all the way to now fall season, there's been a big upgrade within certain regions, especially looking over at like the KJL as well, with teams like SCARZ, Crazy Raccoons, really stepping up this time around. Obviously, RA Esports have had some exceptional performances, but we obviously going to look at that prize pool where those teams for Group S are looking a little bit more closer to that top 3 prizes, right? Like, we have 10,000 USD for our champions, 8,500 for the second place, 7,000 for third place, and then 6,500 for fourth, and then 6,000 if you get between 5th and 7th. So even if you leave this competition with no way of getting any higher, you get 6,000 K.
Exactly right. And talking about all these participating teams hunting for the 10,000 or minimum 6,000 will be Gen.G Esports, Crazy Raccoon, Nongshim RedForce, RA Esports, SCARZ, A-Star, and also CMF Esports. So all these 7 teams will be battling out these 3 to 4 weeks for that 10,000 US championship points. And today, these are our matches.
Yeah, matches. We are going to be starting with the concession. Obviously, the lead of the KJL as well. It's going to be Crazy Raccoons going up against SCARZ. This is one that I really hyped up before we ended the broadcast yesterday, because this is where that fight for the 3rd place within that Group S is really going to start to come through, right? And then following that up, we have Gen.G against Nongshim, seeing who can come out on top of that ranking week. Both teams only dropping a single round thus far. Then we have RA Esports playing against Crazy Raccoons. RA did drop 2-0 against SCARZ. Can they take their revenge back on the KJL region, right? And then for final day, we have the SCARZ going up against Nongshim RedForce. Again, just another banger to round out the day.
Bangers after bangers, but the highlight of today definitely will fall onto Gen.G versus Nongshim RedForce. They are currently tied both in terms of 4-0 in the rankings and also 8-1 in terms of the match scores here. And there you have it. That is the entire group stage ranking week. Gen.G and Nongshim currently tied for first. SCARZ and Crazy Raccoon, they are playing at our opening match today. So whoever wins that series will force the other to drop to that Group A that we're saying. So this battle of Group S will be interesting between SCARZ and Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, super duper interesting. Obviously, both Gen.G and Nongshim do have two matches today. Gen.G's other match will be offline against CMF, so they still obviously will be seeing who comes out on top of the Nongshim matches, but then later on, we'll find out who takes the victory from CMF. But CMF, surprisingly, yesterday, with their offline broadcast match, took a 1-game from SCARZ, who took a clean game from RA Esports just before that match happened. So really, it's showing there that in these offline matches, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. And also, as we progress through the ranking week, CMF Esports do seem to have a bit of an improvement, thus allowing them to actually pick up those wins. But let's put our focus on our opening team today. SCARZ versus...
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here is the first team on the gorge today, and it's none other than Crazy Raccoons, and their team members are Kai into the Clash lane, Kong into the jungle, Cliche in the mid lane, and Nanahana into the farm lane, and then Nya as their support. This has been a team that definitely has more of a focus at the top side of the map, right, Sagi? Kai, Kong seem to be a dominant force.
They do seem to be a dominant force, especially with the addition of Kong towards the jungle. So far, he has shown us a lot of these signature picks and also interesting picks towards the jungle. But on their opposite end, it will be also another KJL team known as SCARZ.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, it will be SCARZ, the real ones, represented by Aruru in towards the Clash lane, Mufeng and Feng in the jungle, Hao in the mid lane, ASD and OG covering up the farm and Romero.
Yeah, this is a team that yesterday really surprised us after their Day 2 performance against Gen.G, but honestly, when they go up against one of the titans of the KME, right, Gen.G, you've really got to kind of bring out the biggest punches, and maybe it was just Day 1 jitters like we saw from Gen.G when obviously they lost one round against A-Star Esports as well. So now, both of these teams should be in prime form within the ranking week. Both teams have had plenty of time to warm up, plenty of matches to play, and plenty of intel on what these teams are going to actually draft, how they're going to play, what's their play style.
Intel is Wintel, right? We've been talking about this. You need to know the draft, you need to know the pick and bans. Then you move into the game, spot out the jungler start, spot out where the roamer is, yada yada, and that is how you formulate a decent early game for all these players here. But it is very interesting because this is the battle of third. If you win, you save a lot of hassle and stress for yourself to the coming weeks of the survival week.
Oh, absolutely. So much stress, right? Like, if one of these teams win this one, they can be like, we've made playoffs, guys. We've just got to make sure we try and get as high into that higher bracket in the survival week, right? That's all the Group S is all about. Like, you've made playoffs. Don't worry about it, bud. Pat yourself on the back. But the loser of this series, Sagi, is on the opposite side of the spectrum, right? Like, they are going to go through so much stress. They've got to be the top dog within Group A. That's a lot of best of fives, a lot of matches next week for whichever team doesn't actually make it out of this match as the victor.
Well said, right? Because why bother put yourself in that situation? So all you can do now is to put yourself into a better state of mind in this series. Allow yourself to win that series. Elevate yourself from that stress. If not, like you mentioned, BO5s, only one making it out of Group A and also towards the lower brackets only. Man, just think about it. I think that's additional stress for both of these two teams.
It is as well, right? So, like, you don't know which of those top Group S teams that you're going to be facing in the lower bracket, right? I mean, something could go completely wrong for Nongshim and Gen.G, depending on who wins on this match here, and they could fall to the lower brackets. And that's a team you know will ride the lower brackets all the way to the finals because they have it in them. When their backs against the walls, that's when they play the best, especially when we saw from KWC with Gen.G. They were pretty much last chance qualifiers. They literally threw everything but at the kitchen sink and still obviously didn't come out on top. But they are there, they have the tenacity, and they show that they are able to kind of fight from the lowest of lows to get back to the highs.
And that's the beauty of Global Ban Pick, right? It allows you to not just play an aggressive draft, play more of these unusual picks in towards the pool, but it also forces you to evolve your hero pool, evolve your pick and ban strategies to allow you to grow from a not so strong team into a formidable team in the HOK Esports ecosystem.
Exactly, like it's something we was talking about with Hauler yesterday on the broadcast. Is obviously when we had that longer pause between these games here, but we was talking about like what do the teams really need to do. It's like, yes, you have obviously Intel is Wintel. They also have the fact that, right, what can the players really have here? What do they need to get to the levels of, say, for example, a team like Nova Esports, right? And to start it all off, the bread and butter really is now in 2025 Honor of Kings Esports, within the global scene at least, is making sure your hero pool is vast, making sure that your coach knows a lot about your enemy team, knowing the potential win conditions, the counters of what your opponent's drafting as well.
Oh yeah, that is like exactly the case, right? Because the player's hero pool, their hero mastery. Like in this day and age, if you are unable to play the Mai Shiranui, the Arlie, or the Fati, for example, it just makes you fall into this disadvantage that you always have to ban out these picks. BO3 is still fine, but when you progress towards that BO5, BO7, that is going to come back biting onto you, because going on to the Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, or even Game 6, that's when you don't have enough bans. You have to start picking up these heroes.
And the opposite for that argument is exactly the same as well, right? Like, we see players like Gushing that like to be the carry. You can't always be the carry. You sometimes have to fit into that support role. You have to be the family bench at the park for your team in some of these drafts. And some of these players cannot do that. So really, it's about influencing that side of it, saying, hey, pick the carries, but also you need to pick on how to support that draft. And speaking of that, we're getting into the BP of game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Pei and the Jing being taken off for Mfang on the side of SCARZ, but then over to the opposite side, the Mai Shiranui and the Byron means that the Dharma, the Ali are potential come-throughs here in game number 1.
And I like the fact that Crazy Raccoons, they purposely open up the Arlie for the taking, because they know for a fact that, okay, we've seen these Arlie in the KME before. We know for a fact that if we lock in Dharma and also call on an assassin like the Fae, like the Jing for per se, we can honestly mark this Arlie down pretty carefully. So SCARZ, they know, they read it, they're like, okay, we go for a safer pick. Lock in the low, lock in the Zhang Fei.
Okay, so obviously they go for the Lung over the side of SCARZ here. So obviously, as we've always pointed out, Lung, a little bit more of a mid-range farm laner. What do Crazy Raccoons do? They don't put their finger on the pulse. They don't go, right, okay, lock in the Ali, because they need a little bit more of a long range, right? They need the Flowborn Marksman here. It's going to be able to poke out and outreach that Lung. But you look at Crazy Raccoons again, they love to pick up this Hu1. I mean, I don't think there's a team within the KME and KMW that don't love this pick.
Yeah, so far this pick has been a worldwide phenomenon. It is one of the best meta picks so far. Flexible towards the mid lane, flexible towards the roamer role. And for Crazy Raccoons, they are a team that have played this Hu1 in towards the jungle here. So SCARZ, they read the flag as well. They pick up the Musashi, so it's a bit of a counter towards the Yuhuan, especially when it comes to the healing department.
Yeah, exactly. But it's only one hero that you can aim onto, right? So if you're looking to get that Herald State onto one of these heroes that need the healing, you've then got to choose wisely. And there's a lot already there to kind of like maneuver around. You've got the likes of the Dharma. Once you've landed that truth, once you've landed that duel to the death, you're then wide open to that truth mantra, right? Like if you're too deep, how are you going to get out? That's going to be the means here for the side of M-Funk on the Musashi. We saw him play yesterday, played phenomenally against RA Esports, but who else did they pick against that draft as well? The Zhongfei. So Ochik, to me, yesterday, was one of my star players. He knows how to get that intel, and obviously, as we say, hashtag Wintel is the intel, the Wintel, but Ochik really played very well to set his team up and find that intel for SCARZ.
And coming into this topic as well, right, when Ochik is playing solo on towards Zhongfei, you're also indirectly denying one of Nia's signature pick, right? He has so much success on the picks like Lian Po, on the Zhongfei. So coming to game number 1, you can see both of these two roamers from the KGL region, they love the tank roamers. They are not a big fan of these utility roamers like the Diadea, like the Yuhuan per se. So you can see Crazy Raccoons, they drafted a Yuhuan towards the mid lane, and to cover up the tanking role, Ogren has been locked in for Kong as well.
I mean, did we honestly expect anything different here from Nia, right? Like, we're still waiting for those Enchanter kind of support heroes to come through, right? We've only ever seen him on the Zhongfei, on the Lian Po. So, when we get into that survival week, no matter what happens here, can Crazy Raccoons actually draft something that's a little bit more different than a tank, right? I mean, you can go for a full best of 5, maybe a 3-0 if Crazy Raccoons are lucky. The only other real tank you've got there is something like the Lu Bang, so we need to start to see maybe Hue-1 being flexed onto Nia, maybe go for something like Sakira, Dolia. We need to start to see this kind of flesh out the side of Crazy Raccoons, because I feel like that's already a kind of like a telling sign, right, to the enemy teams that, he's always picking tanks. Why is this?
Yeah, why is this? Is he hiding strategies, or is he just not so comfortable with all these utility or enchanter roamers like you mentioned, right? But that is for another day, especially when we go into the BO5 and BO7s. Like we just talked about just now, right? If your hero pool is not so big or deep per se, you will fall into a situation where when the game goes into a game 4, game 6 scenario, you're starting to run low on these heroes. But Crazy Raccoons and SCARZ will be our first match of today.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing wrong with these comps, right? Like, obviously, the Ogren and the Lian Po definitely have that synergy within those team fights, right? You're going with a Try Smash, you obviously get the knock-up, therefore, Ogren is have to conduct the Conductor Souls too early within a team fight, and then they also have the Q1 to give over the extra bit of sustain, not only to the Ogren, but to kind of just flesh out the rest of their team fight. So, between SCARZ and Crazy Raccoons, this is game number 1, getting onto the Gorge right now, guys, and we are looking at the official gaming phone, which is none other than the Realme 15 Pro. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
You know, every time you ask me the question, Sanji, what are you gonna do if you are the player and you get $6,000 US? Maybe get a Realme 15 Pro. Doesn't that make much more sense?
It does make a lot of sense, especially depending on what these players play at home, right? I mean, I'm assuring that 15 Pro Realme is going to be much better than what they've got. But let's get back and look at what's happening onto the Gorge here, right? Obviously, we've seen a lot of contention in the enemy jungle. Oh, okay, Nanahana forcing 2 flashes, but he's not going to be able... Oh! I eat my words! They get the knock-on effect from that skill of the Nua.
Oh, the creation second part damage actually landed on Nanohana there, so... Big punishment here over to the farm lane of the side of Crazy Raccoons here. SCARZ drawing first blood just right 1 minute into the game.
I mean, that's one way to counter the long range of the Flowborn Marksman, right? Is you bring that Nua down to the bot side of the map, you've got that long range that Lung is lacking.
Exactly the case here, and we see much of a rotation here that is covering towards this farm lane that Nanohana is currently residing. So far, this Lung on ASD has been proving dominant with the help of Hao towards this early 2v1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, it also helps the fact that once he gets to level 4, right, like, he's a little bit more self-sufficient in terms of, like, if he does get ganked, he can just use his ultimate to just get out of that jail, get out of jail free card, right? So, right now, you can see that that's the means and the MO here for SCARZ, but a little bit of a team fight, a little bit of a tip attack going on to the top side, mid side of the map here, going around those walls. M-Funk tries to get a good souls out early. It's going to be that Imperiled State that gets the takedown here for M-Funk. Cliche able to get out just in the nick of time there, but Nia, Kai, they're just trying to push away SCARZ until any more blood is shed.
And this is why the counter coming in for all ground will be the Musashi, right? Due to the fact that this Imperil is not just reduced by percentage, it just straight off removes the healing for that 5 seconds. And Kong was like, guys, I can't hold for 5 seconds. I'm just dried out here.
Yeah. Kong was kind of like a spaceman that stuck his helmet off in space. He's like, he's just breathing. He's trying to breathe. He's trying to gasp for air, and he just can't have it. And that's the good thing about the Imperil state, right? It just kind of just takes that lifeline straight away from you.
Exactly, and coming into this early game, SCARZ is doing an exceptional good job getting that first blood, getting that subsequent kill on towards Kong here. We didn't really talk about jungle matchup, but when we talk about Crazy Raccoons and also SCARZ, I feel like the focus will be how both of these two teams actually play around both of these two junglers here, as we get a replay of what actually happened towards the bottom side here. ASD, I assume, got Flaming Palm twice in the laning phase, and how? Throwing that spell one, landing at the sidestepped Nano Hana's position. Wow.
Yeah, man, it was kind of like a Bomberman bomb, right? Like, that just like landed, it just did the explosion, and it went in those 4 directions. It got a little bit of poker towards the end there as well. But no, honestly, you can kind of see the pressure. Like, it played very well there by the side of SCARZ, but right now, Funk has actually used the duel to the death pretty early there, but then Raw but it's going to push them back into that mid lane right now. Don't really want to be pushing them towards How. We want to be creating that space and distance for How.
Yeah, Ultimate's traded for both teams here, but I assume Enfong will have his due to the death coming back right up just before this Tyrant. But Ochake, however, on this Zhangfei, might not have the same case due to the fact that you need that rage bar for that unbridled outburst.
Did you see Ochik and Nia there just hiding in the same bush, just like tit for tat and just but like in close range? It's kind of like, bro, get out of my hiding place. I'm hiding here. Go, go, go.
Yeah, get out of my bush. This is my bush. It's my duty here. But this jungle pickup does seem to fall in favor of Crazy Raccoons as they secured this Tyrant with no contention coming in from SCARZ.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue here. I mean, Crazy Raccoons needs it, right? They don't have the gold advantage, which is only around about 700 gold difference here for the side of SCARZ. But now that they have that early game neutral objective, it's going to alleviate a little bit of that gold lead.
And this is the consequence, right? Burning that Zhangfei ultimate towards the mid lane just forces you to give away this river control. Losing that key ultimate here means that SCARZ, hey, they respect the fact that I can't fight this, so I'm just going to pull out and wait for my next objective point.
Yeah, wait for that next objective point. Obviously, just securing these little, like, small objectives here for M1. We need that Azure Golem. It can't be contested. Musashi and the Orgrin both heavily rely on that buff alone. So I feel like, really, if it gets to the point where one of these T1s drop in either the mid or the side lanes and makes it a little bit easier of a setup here for one of these teams, the congestion of that Azure Golem could be the potential spell of the end for one of these jungle heroes.
Yep, I'm still waiting for that one big team fight around these jungle buffs here. Sure, we keep talking about, oh, Tyrant, towers, but objectives also come into form of these jungle buffs. And once you deny jungle buffs, that's a lot of gold and stats being removed from heroes on the opposite end.
Not only that, the timer as well, right? Like, you get privy on that mini-map that their timer is for their next buff, so it gives you intel. You kind of know when the enemy team's going to be rotating, but we still constantly keep seeing this kind of 3v3 into the mid lane. They're really trying to get, like, priority here, trying to make sure that one of these teams can get that T1 early.
Yeah, priority allows you to move across the map early, hence we see Crazy Raccoon and SCARZ keep battling out for this control, right? They need to be fast and available to cross around the gorge, do the attack, do the defense on this entirely not so big of a map.
Yeah, I mean, a very wise first itemization here by How into the mid lane, right? The Venomous Staff, there's so much healing onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. It's going to make those team fights as they progress, or even these early to mid team fights, a little bit easier for SCARZ, and it's already showing off.
Yeah, it's showing off. You can't just rely on M-Phone to keep running enemies down with that due to the death. So having like secondary healing reduction in the form of this Venomous Staff does allow How to provide much of this healing reduction, especially on the likes of Cliché and also Kai or even Kong.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here that once again, they're just setting up the priority into the mid lane. I mean, even Kai rotated down right. So I feel like there's a calm before the storm happening here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But right now, we are seeing a little bit of a stir-up as Aruru uses that teleport down to the bot side of the map. Their T1 onto the side of Crazy Raccoon's not looking in the healthiest right now. They've done a lot of chip damage over these last 6 minutes.
Very patient coming in from both teams here. They're not going for these big engages. They're waiting for that objective point where fights make more sense. But we see in Truth Mantra being committed, Aruru has to use the ultimate to bail out.
Yeah, again, like you saying there, like there's not a lot of fights, but now they have the minion wave trying to push it through here. There's only 2 of them, but this could be the takedown. The Tremor Smash could be the zone potential here, but the Annihilation is not going to be enough to clean up. The teleport does come through to save the T1 for now, but the Connect Souls. The Death Precipice gets the lockdown onto How. Into the backline, gets the knockdown onto M-Fong. That is a double kill right now for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They go from 0 to 2.
0 to 2 is just a short span of this team fight. To add insult to injury, they get that mid-tier 1 as well. This opens up the map, and when the map is open, your jungle is going to be under fire as well. Good stuff coming in from the Raccoons.
It's a free buffet here for Crazy Raccoons. I was literally saying it moments ago, right? As soon as one of that T1s falls, especially into the mid lane to the side lanes, they're going to make an easier access into the enemy jungle. And you can really see why they were prioritizing and putting a lot of pressure into that mid lane. They were waiting for that prime moment.
They were indeed waiting for the prime moment there. I think SCARZ had a bit of a late rotation to defend this mid-tier 1, hence allowing Crazy Raccoon to really get that win. Let's see the replay real quick. We see Annihilation goes through, Aruru goes in, but he does not have the ultimate here, so that's one trap remove. How gets annihilated immediately, did not flash away from the follow-up. At this point, M-Fong is the sole man in towards the backline, getting executed by that Seer State from the Ogryn.
Yeah, I mean, Ochik tried to use the prison sprite there towards the end and trying to kind of like imprison the Ogryn. But Ogryn was like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. And obviously, M-Fong, he was always like the duel to the death, committed him way too far away from his team, and that's why he got the takedown. I mean, yes, SCARZ has a little bit of a Brucey bonus. They got the T1 down to the bot side of the map, but now that pressure has now been alleviated here, right? Crazy Raccoons have the minion wave pressing through to the T2, potentially 2 turrets in one go.
Blue team.
I think Crowley's Crazy Raccoons has much more of control here, but look towards the top side, that's a lot of minions being sacrificed towards this tower here. When we talk about minions, one wave is about like 220 gold, so 220 gold is more than 1 kill at 150 gold here. So losing out one wave, not the wisest of the resource allocation that we're seeing from CR.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a good point to make there. That obviously minion wave is worth more than a kill. So a lot of these teams like to go for the kills, like to kind of like show both those kills onto the board and onto the gorge. But it's not going to be paying up for them. And Ochik here keeps getting checked out by Nia. Nia just knows where this tank's going to be situated. It's as if he is a support player himself.
Exactly, right? And when we talk about these two team lineups, right, we will put our focus initially on the jungle heroes like Kong on the Ogryn, M-Fong on the Musashi. But when it goes towards the late game, that's where Kai, Nanohana, Aruru, and ASD, these solo laners start to shine, especially when all these items start to rack up. Tanks are not as pure compared to SCARZ and also Crazy Raccoons, but we see a forward engage being pulled off.
Ooh, yes, a bit of a fight on 2 fronts there. We see that Liempo and the Zhongfei are both kind of in the back lines there. The Unbridled Burst is able to actually keep them away from the engage that Nia was trying to set up right. Like, that would have been a beautiful Tremor Smash if Ochik 2 weren't there.
Exactly, and we look at this control over the Shadow Tyrant, it seems that Crazy Raccoons has much more of an approach as Kai, putting so much pressure on toward the backline of SCARZ. Right now we see a potential engage being followed up by Kai. He does not find how, but Ochik does get taken down, but he lives away.
Yep, Prison Sprite actually worked very well there for them, right? It slowed them down, it immobilized them just enough for the side of SCARZ to actually make a planned escape. But at the same time, it's the push away from How, just creating those like mini moments of breathing space for the side of SCARZ, as they could potentially just get this minion wave mitigated here, so they're not going to lose their high ground turrets. There's still a horse in the race here for SCARZ, as they're only behind by maybe like 1.k gold. But now, Kai could be getting caught out here. The Imperial State is still up against some survives, but not surviving his M-Fong there into the back line. He has no aid in. Aruru was looking a little bit worse for wear, but this is all down, and the beauty of that Q1 pick.
One punch towards the wall sends M-Fong towards the graves, and right now we are seeing a dominant Crazy Raccoon in towards the mid game here. Kill count is considerably low, but the jungle, like you mentioned, a wide open buffet for Crazy Raccoons to dig into that dustbin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were only about, what, 1-point-something K ahead, like, literally just moments ago, but that team fight just allowed them to kind of accumulate around about a 2.8k gold, which is now definitely a surmisable amount, a much more surmisable amount of gold here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But right now, SCARZ, they still have their high ground turrets, right? Teams definitely like to come back from these kind of territories, like to come back from the backs against the wall moments, so I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Yeah, we can't really count them out. It's still, like you mentioned, a decent goal lead for Crazy Raccoon to have, but it's not a situation where SCARZ cannot make a comeback. We have to see how SCARZ actually tackle this Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Vanguard push, because this wave is gonna be a very, very big wave pressure that SCARZ has to handle in this coming 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, hands down, for something that's a for certain that Crazy Raccoon has done better than SCARZ in this game, number one, is the fact that those objectives and securing of those neutral objectives, right? Like, SCARZ is still sitting on nil clock, whereas Crazy Raccoon's, they're on, like, 4 neutral objectives at the moment of time, but now we are getting a bit of fight in the back line. That's a Ruru being committed with the Fang. They get a takedown onto the side of Nanohana. That's a lot of damage from the side of Crazy Raccoon's being taken off. We do see that ASD does get stunned there. Has to use Infinite Vastness. They are chunking away at the help of Fang. He has to be careful, but there is no long range, no way into that backline. But you know what? Cliche gets taken down.
Good stuff here coming in for SCARZ as they found Nanohana immediately at the start of the fight here. Like you mentioned, removing that long range, removing that constant DPS. After this point, scaling towards the late game, Kong is just a tank, a battle tank that does not have enough mobility to catch the likes of ASD and Hao here. So not having a marksman in this late game is so detrimental in Crazy Raccoon's team fights.
Oh, absolutely. Because, I mean, when they drop Nanohana, like, the only extra bit of damage that they have really coming out of the side of Crazy Raccoons is going to be Kong, right? Like, yes, Orgrin is a tank, but he can do a lot of damage, thanks to, obviously, just that multiple faceted basic attack where he zaps everybody. But then the Conductor of Souls, when you summon, like, the souls of your enemy team to batter themselves, punch themselves in the face, per se, but it's just where that damage is going to come from. So if they take out Nanohana like they did and try and get on top of Kong here, that's going to be a little bit of an easier fight for SCARZ to actually try and dictate and go in their favor.
And thanks to the fight as well, they completely neutralized that Shadow Vanguard pusher. So good stuff coming in from SCARZ. And right now, we have to see whether SCARZ can take control or try to contest for this Shadow Tyrant. But it doesn't seem to be the case as they do not have vision at all.
No vision, no check-in. I mean, that would be pretty much a death row sentence there for the side of SCARZ if that was the case, when that was what they were going to take there going into that one. But they are going to lose that high ground turret to the bot side of the map. That's pretty crucial, right? Kong tries to go in, do a little bit of poke damage onto the squishy heroes onto the side of SCARZ. But Aruru, we have Ochik here. He does have the Unbridled Outburst.
And talking about Unbridled Outburst here, we have to see whether Ochik can find the key backlines like Nanohana and Cliche, because if this continues, Nanohana's Global Marksman and Cliche's Yuan can just slowly chip away these turrets from far. So that's not a good news if you're SCARZ. You need to pull the trigger and find that angle.
Yeah, you need to kind of commit into the team fight, but make sure it's the right way. I mean, look at those Flaming Palms connected on Cliche, right? Like, he's going to be able to heal that up very soon if he needs be, but that's a lot of damage coming from ASD at this point of the game. They are at 15 minutes, so this is where Long starts to activate.
Yeah, Long does start to activate, but there's still so much tank coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Long relies on the rotational basis of the Flaming Palm, so having Long to take down both the Orgrin and also the Lian Po, that is a bit difficult coming in for this single damage heavy marksman.
Yeah, but look at that, though. I mean, the last item that Nanohana just bought there, Ominous Premonition, so they know that Fang and Aruru are diving in too deep, so if they can start getting those basic attacks on, get that slow movement speed, that's going to really stop and plunder Fang and Aruru's escape plan.
Yep, removing the escape plan is key, but when you're tanky as a marksman, you stall so much more time for your team to actually come to your assistance and aid, right? So coming in for SCARZ game plan to assassinate this marksman, it will be even tougher as we progress to the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem here for SCARZ as well, though, right? The fact is that they've lost that T3 down to the bot side of the map. We just saw there. The minion wave actually managed to connect onto the crystal, which is not a good sign, right? It's a good sign for Crazy Raccoons, because if they take a good team fight, they can just make sure and know that they're going to usher through a minion wave to that bot side. That pressure is created, and it's in the back of SCARZ's mind.
But look at Fang, he's looking for this Grand Slam off a flank here. Still not spotted. The map is very dark here. Nanohana and PJ might be caught out.
Wow, Aurora and Ochik into the back line there. The dude's been Bridal Airbus, catches up to 2, and the Annihilation is going to come through, but the damage is too much here for Crazy Raccoons. They are getting a takedown onto Ochik. That is one big slab of front line being taken off there for the side of SCARZ, and it trades with Crazy Raccoon support as well. So 1 for 1 there, but you can see it at SCARZ's base, it's looking worse for wear.
Yeah, word for word, and SCARZ, even though it's a 1-for-1 exchange, but your high grounds, those are not gonna be responding towards your base here, as we see a bare base, a barren base on the side of SCARZ here. The Crazy Raccoons, they trade, but they trade well.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing scarier than having dragons at your base would be a bear, right? Like, if a bear was slapping my crystal, I would just let him have it. But now, Crazy Raccoons, they're definitely playing at the advantage, right? They only have those T1s drop down into their side lanes. We've seen teams yesterday play at the crystals, get a team wipe, but the way that they don't have this minion wave advantage into even these lanes, it means that at most they might be able to take the T1 into the mid if they are able to come back here, SCARZ.
That's correct, and this replay, we have to prize Nanohana as well, because their positioning was so crucial in allowing him to stay alive in those team fights. If not, that could have been huge for SCARZ to find that comeback moment here. But since it's a 1-for-1 exchange, it falls in favor of Crazy Raccoons as they have the Shadow Vanguard that allows them to push down all these outer turrets and also high grounds.
Yeah, I mean, nice attempt there from Hao, right? He tries to get the intelligence from the emergence and then tries to get the snipe on to neutral objective with the annihilation, and it just wasn't enough, right? Like, you've got to make these kind of like desperate Hail Mary attempts while she can, right? Because their crystal is looking like it could be taken down here. The Lepus only catches onto Nanohana into the back line there, but it's going to be the damage. Even a Batter's being used here as a little bit of a counter defense, but it looks very low. ASD has to get back to base with a nick of time. There is so much damage going on here as the crystal. Enfang has to retreat. The annihilation gets the obviously takedown there. It's going to be a Ruru, and they are keeping their base alive for now, but Enfang does fall. This could be Crazy Raccoon with the final minions.
It could be the case here, but it's a 3v3 situation that we see on the front line here, but the Nexus explodes. The minions are going in. The game one goes towards the Raccoons as they take a convincing 1-0 in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, very good first game, man. Obviously, they were always front and center. We saw the performance from Kong on the Augurin. We had a great plays here from Nia onto the Liempo. So, obviously, yes, we do joke and coin about Nia being only a tank support player, but he plays it proficiently.
Yeah, the tank merchant is here and he delivers. But yeah, this is global ban pick. So coming into game number 1, he has already expended the Liempo. But if he can clean that game like you mentioned in game number 2, then he wouldn't have that problem here. So coming into the end game, I feel like Crazy Raccoon did a fantastic job. Props to Cliche as well, dodging that final due to the death with her ultimate, which is the Unending Sorrow, and utilizing the full magical damage build on Yuhuan to really remove Enfang, the key player of SCARZ, from the map of Hero's Gorge.
Yep, Enfang really did struggle in that game number 1, right? Like, he would always commit a little bit too deep, and that's the beauty of when, like, you have no means of getting out, right? Like, you can get in, but you don't have any means of getting out. You don't have the likes of the Dolia that we've been seeing being paired with a Masashi, right? Like, having that double dual death that you can really overextend into the back line if you're really playing at an advantage. But when you're locked down, when you see itemization like the Ominous Premonition being built there, it just makes it very hard for the side of SCARZ to actually come out on top of that one.
Yeah, even in that late game, that last fight, Nanohana got annihilated by the Nua ultimate, but in the 4v3 fashion, Crazy Raccoon still managed to find that key comeback in terms of that team fight, and then when the minions arrived right in front of Crystal, it was too little too late as it was just an open base for Crazy Raccoons to dig into.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were saying, right? Like, even if they do take out Nanohana, they've still got to contest with Kong and his damage, and it's really showing here that Kong getting that 4-1 scoreline there, being the front assault that he is, but it's not only the damage you have to contest with, it's the sustainability, it's the healing from Q1, and you can kind of see here from Cliche, he's gone for a much more sort of like a magic build here. Obviously the staves, he has the Void Staff as well for the anti-tank properties to obviously try and take out the likes of Ochik, which did happen very many times.
And look at the damage coming in for Crazy Raccoon, right? You were talking about, oh, Cliche, full magical build. He does insanely well. 111k damage on towards his Yuhuan, but look at Kong. He's doing everything on the side of Crazy Raccoon. You want tank? He's there. You want damage? He's also maxed out. This man is just doing everything.
Yeah, he basically can do everything, right? Like, especially on a pick like the Augurin. And when it's like, with Orgren, the way you stop in is obviously contesting his early game in terms of obviously getting that farm up and making sure he's not having a doozy of just making sure that his jungle's like just free for him, because that's exactly what kind of happened here for SCARZ. There was just so much kind of focus into the mid lane. There was just no kind of like, oh, we need to make sure that we're actually stopping Kong on this Orgren from farming up. And you can see here with the gold lead that SCARZ at one point in the game actually did have the gold lead, and we are speaking about Kong a little bit much here, but he is deserving of the MVP of this game number 1.
Aside from that one death towards the early game that Envo actually caught on this Orgren, he did not drop a single death after that incident here. 4-1-1 in terms of scoreline, damage taken at an insane 29% paired up with a 32% damage ratio here. He's taking every bit of gold to convert in those key stats for his team's victory.
Very well played here by Kong, right? I mean, he's definitely one of the better players within the KME. It proven in terms of how many kind of MVPs he's racked up at this point. I feel like he's at 6 MVPs right now, and he's still got another game to go. But that first blood was so poetic, man. Like, you are literally running away thinking, I just survived. It's all good. I'm going to go back to base. And then it just procs that extra extended bit of damage from the newest skill and just gets the takedown. But it's been a very hard game for Crazy Raccoons to dictate here. Like, we're really hoping for a bit of a better performance here on Mpong with this Musashi.
That's indeed the case, especially coming from SCARZ. Although they did win out these early game brawls, when it comes down to these key objectives, it always favored the Raccoons instead. And coming into this late game, it was too far a little too late, as the Musashi effect, once he goes in, he doesn't guarantee an escape path at all. Knowing for the fact that Kai, Cliche, was always looking at this Musashi jungle assassin.
Yeah, exactly. It was always kind of baited out by Cliche as well, right? Like, he's always trying to dive in either onto Cliche, Kong. Obviously, those are two big healing factors onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. So, the Imperiled State, if you're going to go and do onto, like, the likes of a Liempo, it's pretty useless. But we're going to go for a short break, guys, before Game 2 gets underway. So, don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw Crazy Raccoons flip the garbage bin and they sent a warning letter towards the side of SCARZ in that 1-0 fashion here. But it was a very close 50-50 early game here, just that the Raccoons was just much sneakier and better in that mid to late game stage.
I mean, Raccoons are known for diving into dumpsters and getting what they need, right? And that's exactly what they did under the Gorge. They knew where to get the resources from. They weren't contested, which meant that they were in their prime moment. So, like you were saying there, Sagi, they flipped the script of game number 1, but I don't think we can count out SCARZ too early.
Of course, SCARZ was that key factor coming into the KME Spring. You can never count out the top 4 of KME Spring here, so we have to see how they actually generate this loss into intel again and to really dive deep into the Raccoon strat and maybe from there, fix up their pick and ban that we have on our screen to show them what it's like to be this top 4 of a force.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at obviously both of these drafts, I mean, there was some quite expensive picks being taken off the board here, right? Obviously, like the Zhongfei, which they want to ban out hit now for the side of SCARZ, as well as the Lung. So there's a potential, obviously, the early pickup here for SCARZ because they are going to be on the blue side right now. Pei and the Jing are both being taken off, but could we see the start of Kong looking to go for something like the Fade that we saw in day number 1 and day number 2?
He loves the Fade. He always goes for that Fade here, but it seems to me there's a lot of early counters up and available for SCARZ here. SCARZ has that Maestro Nui that they just locked in. They also have the potential Dharma here. So not the best early environment that we can see per se, but I think that is Nia's first appearance on that idea that they just locked in.
Wow, that's not a tank. Hey, what's he doing? What's he doing, Sagi? That isn't a tank. Is this been like a swap of player, maybe a change of heart overnight? But to be honest, the idea is really good at obviously countering the Maestro Nui as well, right? Getting that lockdown, getting that kind of using the Destiny counter just to kind of like force away a team fight, but also putting the fate of put the fight into the fate of your hands.
Yeah, the Bittersweet Farewell does allow a lot of these single CC or single target, fast-moving mobility targets here coming in from SCARZ to be locked down. But when you have triple tier 0 picks like the Maestro Nui, Arlie, and Dharma, I gotta say, how is Crazy Raccoons gonna be playing in this game number 3's draft? Because that is a scary first 3 pick coming in from SCARZ.
Very scary, right? I mean, depending on what gets banned in this next phase from SCARZ, Team SCARZ here, I mean, they potentially still go for the likes of the Lady Chen, right? Obviously, the Destructive Deluge, the synergy we've been seeing between Fade and Cliché, Kong and Cliché, sorry. Those 2 picks has been pretty decent. And right now, what they're lacking in terms of obviously like control here is a bit of an AoE control for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Eerie control, and since they have already picked up the idea, so there's no Zhuangzi per se that they are allowed to pick up in the subsequent ones. We have seen before in the KPL region that Zhuangzi is played towards the mid lane, but it's a bit of a non-conventional pick per se here. I don't think Crazy Raccoons will pick that up, but like you say, the Lady Zen Fade combo is a featured combo, a featured strategy coming in from Crazy Raccoons. They are one of the few teams that always love to pick that up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the ban out the D-Ranger here, obviously, which is decent against the Ali as well, obviously, in terms of tankiness, the late game, in terms of tankiness, essential here for the D-Ranger, but also kind of just making sure that he's able to stay alive in that 1v1, right? But they still have the likes of maybe even the Chano here for Crazy Raccoons if they really wanted to, obviously, sort of build up that late game assurance that they need within this draft. But there's a lot of, like you said, high frame heroes onto the side of SCARZ.
Yeah.
You've got the Mai, you got Ali, there's a lot to catch out.
That's a lot of like backline excess here coming in from SCARZ. If you pick like the Chano, yeah, it's a lane counter towards the Arlie. But after the lane, what happens, right? Because my oh my, they double down with the Moses. So if you play like an immobile marksman, you're just getting a lot of these threats that's being sent over by SCARZ. You have the Maestro Nui, you have the Dharma, and the Moses. So everyone's be like, okay, pick that. You got no mobility? I'm diving right in.
Yeah, the Motsu here is going to be good, right? Especially trying to catch Fade onto the walls. Like, we've seen Ochik play this one yesterday. He played his Zhongfei earlier today. Yes, he did lose, but it was definitely one of the better performances for SCARZ in that game number 1. But they're going to lock in the Igudo here. They're not going to go for the Motsu just yet. They want to get both the Igudo and the Motsu here.
Feels like a very aggressive setup here coming in from SCARZ here, but the last minute swap does feature the monkey in towards the jungle. Instead, they do need one of these more beefy front lines coming in from SCARZ. So SCARZ in game number 2, I feel like their draft is much more complete.
Oh, okay, yes, obviously they do go for the Monkey into the back line there, which is going to be great backline access, but also tankiness as well. I do love Monkey when he comes out onto the Gorge, but it looks like we may be getting the Consort U here, going up against the Arlie, obviously long range, the protective winds as well, so obviously just gets the stop the ganking or the enlightened mantras from the Dharma as well. Could be a good pick.
Could be a good pick, and especially they know for a fact that, oh, Blam is on broadcast? Okay, let me whip out that Consort U. I gotta whip that Consort U for my boy Blam. So, locking in will be the Consort U coming in from Nanohana. We've seen him perform this pick once in day number 1. He did exceptionally well, so can he recreate that success here? Because that's a lot of backline accesses here. So he has to time that protecting wins with the perfect pixel, perfect moment.
Exactly, that blessing of the Dyrad, right? That's going to be crucial here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. But if you look over to the side of SCARZ, in terms of obviously sustainability, they don't really have much healing. So they're really going to have to commit to these team fights and make sure that positioning is on point.
Yes, sir. If they do not blow you up in that one team fight, that idea effect will come in and will haunt them back. Those destined encounters, those healings from the Heartling, it will allow SCARZ to heal up to the full if they really do fail in those team fights.
Exactly. So they've got a bit of a lifeline there for the side of Crazy Raccoons, but whereas SCARZ, however, they are looking at kind of like, right, okay, let's see what we can do. It's really kind of like, for me, all curtailing on the Motsu. Like, the setup here and the pressure for Ochik is going to be huge, right? Those cannon blasts are going to make sure they're catching out the right person. They've got to then be followed up by something like the Dream Roam from Monkey, even the potential dive for the Mai. So there is a good case of setup here for SCARZ, whereas Crazy Raccoons, they have a little bit more room for error, right? They have wiggle room, they have sustainability, but they also have the catch of the shirt.
Exactly, right? But we come down to this point whereby your marksman and also mage coming in for Crazy Raccoons does not have the best of the best mobility, so Aruru, Hao will be exceptionally important in doing these team fights. But that is the team lineup for both of these two teams as we hop into game number 2 between SCARZ and Crazy Raccoon. The battle for top 3 for Group S. This is it.
Yeah, like Saki just said, this could be potentially the last game between these two teams, both from the KJL region as well. And it's looking scary, right? Like, Crazy Raccoon up by 1 point. It's looking scary for their next victim. Obviously, RA Esports have already lost to SCARZ, so it's already looking like a good setup here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They're probably right in the high right now in this game number 2.
And talking about game number 2, right, we are noticing M4 actually did a roll swap and he's picking up the early. So we've seen this before with Gen.G last season when there's like a much more mechanically demanding marksman like the early, they will default it back to rock. So it's a bit of a repeat of what we've seen so far from Gen.G, but this time on SCARZ instead.
Yeah, SCARZ is like, you know what? We saw that in the spring. We really liked it. But I mean, even in the spring season 2025, right? Like, SCARZ was one of those teams that were known for flexing around those players. You're like, yes, you knew which 5 players were going to play in, but we did we know what role they were going to play in? No.
No. That's what makes it so interesting coming in from both of these two teams. So ASD, multi-role, playing that jungle on this Monkey here. So it can be a double-edged sword, right? You're flexible, but do you remember your role? Do you remember how to play a role? That is the key question here coming in for both of these two players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Monkey's going to be looking for, obviously, those rotations in terms of the jungle. That's going to be the big kind of adjustment here for ASD. ASD, obviously, was coined as the new mid lane, but as he was previously the farm, he's gone to the mid lane, but there is showing that he can actually play in the jungle, maybe potentially here. But I feel like there's not much room for error for on a pick like Monkey, right? You're just stacking your passive with your first skill, so you're getting chunkier, you're doing a bit more damage, and you're just making sure you're landing those dream roams.
Yeah, the Chunky Boy will be that frontline target here coming in from SCARZ. He definitely needs to be that engaging factor and also moving factor here, but the Silk Imprint does not land though. Aruru seems to be able to run away just without any worry. You have to burn the flash.
Yeah, people always mistake Shirt as like kind of it's like a control mage and that's it, but she can do some heck of damage, man.
But look at the follow-up here coming in from Pao. He might be looking for some business with Cliche.
He's looking for Cliche. Oh, he forces the flash, but I mean, it's going to keep Cliche alive. It's going to stop that attack of the first blood as well. So I feel like that flash there is probably well used.
Yeah, it is volume. If she were not to flash there, maybe she would just fall down without even expending it.
Yeah.
So, good read here coming in from both teams to really respect the damage here. As we see a bit of an exchange here towards the mid lane as both junglers look to collect that mid lane farm to further extend that level.
I didn't know Idea could do parkour, but I mean, that's thanks to Kong. He's like, hey, Fade, I'm going to teach you how to do parkour, Idea, and now Idea gets to mount those walls with Fade, which is a good way of getting out of these like little fights, right? Like, it's hard to zone something when you can use the terrain to get out.
Yeah, it's a fit too Holly as so to speak, right? So DJ here gets a pull to how though.
Oh, nice little combo there. It looks like it's going to be the takedown. First blood does go onto How. So Kong with the Jade strike. The Jade Crystal smashing in that mid lane. It's going to be a bit of an upset here for the side of SCARZ once again.
And if SCARZ don't find those crucial engages and this game progresses even further for the likes of Crazy Raccoon, this Culture U will eventually outscale Emperor, but look at this engage coming in!
Just a committed, yeah, onto Fade here. Kong maybe a little bit worse for wear. He's on the wall at this moment in time, but that's not going to stop him. Getting the kill onto Ochik once more. The aggression here from Crazy Raccoons. I feel like we're watching a different team here, Saki.
Exactly, much more aggressive play here coming in from Crazy Raccoons. They are so daring in all these exchanges, and that is what makes them so good here. Cliche once again. Back-to-back Silk imprints to make Crazy Raccoons ahead in these team fights.
Tyrant has been defeated.
And then once that crystal lands, right, like there's no smite contesting that. That's the other thing here with the Fade pick that's pretty great. Is the fact that, yeah, if you suck at landing smite, just use your ultimate.
Yeah, just use your ultimate, secure that Heart and Steel Jaded, and you will self get your free delivery for that objective.
Yeah, neutral objective going over to Crazy Raccoons. I mean, last game, they pretty much stacked objective after objective after objective, right? Like, they were pretty much hugging the Tyrant, and rightfully so, right? Like, they were behind in terms of the gold. It meant that they were able to get it in game number 1, but that's not the same scenario here. They're ahead with the gold, and now they have that Tyrant for an extra 50 seconds. That's going to be that increased damage and movement speed here for Crazy Raccoons. They're already playing very aggressive.
And the room misses the true mantra here, but Kong here might be caught out by the early.
Oof, yeah, no, Aruru's just there. Could be kind of like keeping him alive, trying to keep him in check, but Kai is able to kind of bounce out that one. How? This is a 4-man dive here. A bit of a commitment here to the top side of the map. We do get the stun onto Kong. He does trade the wall, but it's going to be a takedown onto How. However, you're not even getting that double kill coming through. The side of Crazy Raccoons as they get another one. That's a triple. Can he go for the quad? He's trying to go for it. He gets it.
2 for 4, 2 versus 4 for the side of Crazy Raccoons, and they get 4 clean kills without dropping a single member here. The Kai and Kong top jungle synergy is just on top. Let's check out a replay as we see an engage come through by How here, but no immediate follow-up here. Aruru does not have the ultimate here. Kong finds the perfect assassination, deletes Emperor from the map here, and as of this point, Aruru, you have no ultimate, you have no more flash, and you are just a piece of meat waiting to be sliced by Kong's Fade.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of the Fade pick for Kong here as well, right? Like, people think, yeah, he's just an assassin, he needs to be close. But once he's mounted on that wall, he has projectiles, bro. Like, that's basically it. Once you're in his sights, that's it. The lockdown is here. But a quadra kill here for Crazy Raccoons when SCARZ has not a single kill on the board is a little bit of an unfortunate situation for SCARZ to be in right now.
This is very unfortunate, especially that was a 2v4 engager coming in from the side of SCARZ. They had the man advantage, but in terms of the execution, it was just not there. That's why Crazy Raccoons outplayed them and got that 4-4-0 exchange.
Yeah, I mean, they're not looking at showing signs of blowing down as well, right? Like, the fact that they got the T2s into the T1s into both of these side lanes, looking to go and put some pressure into this top side of the map now as well. Kong already doing so much damage. There goes that T2. So Flash Lane, we're going to see Aruru have a lot of pressure being put onto him right now. He's not going to have that safe space. He's going to need to look for those single target pickups.
Kong is so ahead of the curve right now. 4,000 gold lead, but only at 7 minutes. That is just crazy work that's done by Crazy Raccoon jungle. But look at this engage on towards the monkey.
Yeah, Monkey might be going down here. It's going to be the bit of farewell that is connected. He's also got that DOT over time, but the shield is going to come through. It's actually going to be the shutdown of Kong for the side of SCARZ. But is that shutdown a little bit too late as they take that T1 into the mid lane?
But still, a kill is a kill. Shutting down the most fed member coming from Crazy Raccoons, that is a bit of a consolation prize to really slow down that snowball that Crazy Raccoons is actually forming. Props to Aruru and Ochik for immediately CC locking this pesky of a Fade flying around the map.
Yeah, they need to, right? Like, if they're going to obviously win this game number 2, they need to make sure that they lock down Kong on this phase, because he's already kind of running the country mile up against the ASD, right? In terms of experience, in terms of gold, and he, like I said earlier, he's not looking at showing signs of stopping, right? Like, yes, he's got 1 death, but that seems to be his MO, right? Like, Kong likes to die once, and then once the error's been made, he's back on ball.
But look at how here, he might find a perfect angle here on Kong. If Kong does fall here, that may spell doom here, but the Kachusen does not find the Crimson Golem as it is smited away by the Assassin Jungle.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. Sure, he's bringing in one on the side of SCARZ there. It's gonna be the Mai Shiranui as well. How not having the greatest time on this Mai, right? Let me sure. When you've got a control mage, when you can be basically dictating where Mai goes, that's the whole kind of like, the deal's up. The deal's up. The thing about Mai, the beauty about Mai is the fact that she's so kind of like high rate, so you don't know where she's coming from. But if you can dictate where she goes,
it's game over. And Cliche so far in towards this mid lane 1v1 matchup, he's just doing exceptionally well against How. Finding these Silken Prints, finding these crucial engages, Cliche on top in this matchup.
Destroyed a tower.
He is on top indeed, right? I mean, I don't think there's like a single kind of like weak link here within Crazy Raccoon's draft right now. Like, he's kind of keeping in the enemy team by pulling them in with Maine. And then you've also got Nanahana. Yes, he hasn't been impactful within the team fights, but he's winning his lane, right? We are going to get, obviously, that Cannon Blast is going to land onto Naya. He's just going to get the takedown there as well. But ASD, he's on the forefront, maybe looking for some more here by the side of SCARZ.
But that is a very good kill pickup here coming in from the side of SCARZ. At the very least, towards this 10-minute objective, they are relinquished of this constant pressure here. Yes, they have no more tier 2s, but at the very least, if Nya falls at this destined timer, they can play more aggressive and look to invade these jungle camps.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the potential to come back here, right, SCARZ? Like, they just need to make sure they're kind of testing the enemy jungle here, which they're doing right now. They get the Crimson Golem going over to Mfang, going into the right place as well, right? It's not like they just give it over to, like, Ochek or Aruru. I mean, it's going over to the Ali, which is going to be good going into this team fight. The Dream of Goal has been committed here. The Pink Thunder Box as well. Oh, a lot here to try and get the takedown of Kai. But speaking of that, Cliche does go down, but it's going to be Aruru. A trade 1-for-1 right now for the side of SCARZ and Crazy Raccoon.
That's a single-handed solo kill here coming in from How towards the other mid lane of Cliche here. Yeah, does get hit by the Cannon Blast here, but in terms of the health block here, it does seem to me that Crazy Raccoons, that idea is making God's work.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely be in the front line. If they didn't have the Diadea drafted into this one, again, sustain would be an issue, right? Like, they would just be kind of like, right, the same kind of thing that's going on here. They commit, obviously, into the Tyrant Fall, but it's going to be that Jade Crystal that gets the smite onto that Shadow Tyrant. But same time, all that's going on, Mfang trying to get some little bits of wins onto the board. He gets a takedown of Kai. He gets the T1 into the mid lane.
Still a decent 1v1 trade here coming in from the side of Mfang here. His physical personal prowess here is saving SCARZ from the depths of despair here in this deciding game. Crazy Raccoons, they did secure that Shadow Tyrant here. We need to see how they formulate this push, because Mfang so far in towards his mid game, he's very slippery on the tower.
Yeah, I feel like we're not going to see Crazy Raccoons actually go for an engage at all until obviously we see Kai come back around. They may go and test this because obviously they do have the ultimate from Kong here, but that could be, it's got 2 times to be told. Yeah, it's going to be the Crystal. It's going to get all the way. Oh, we're going to kill onto Aruru as well. It's the back line. He tries to go in, tries to commit the kill onto Cliche, but then gets taken down with Kai. He is now the Superman that they need into this back line. And obviously he gets committed and then gets wiped out. And still, furthermore, How tries to go in and get some more, but he gets taken down for being greedy, and that's not enough for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They have the meanings into the mid lane. They're looking to push through. They're looking to claim some more here from the Gorge.
Finds Mfang once again. He finds the steal. He finds the assassination on the key members coming in for the side of SCARZ. That seals the deal here coming into this recovery play for the side of SZ.
Yeah, we need SCARZ here to use this Shadow Overlord. Basically, it needs to be used properly, right? They need to make sure they're using it in the right lane, make sure they use it to focus either a team fight, put pressure into a different lane. But obviously, where they do place the Vanguard down, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to take some turrets. So really, choice is on the board here for SCARZ.
The choice is on the board here as we need to see how they formulate against this push here. But I think that Shadow Vanguard fell into favor of SCARZ here, even though we saw the Jaded effect just now. So is that the recent change of this Fade being able to be stolen away coming in from the smite?
Potentially, right? I mean, he was locked in with the Jade, so I honestly thought that it was going to be going over to the side of Crazy Raccoons, but no, it's actually going to be that kind of like second wind, a bit of a Hail Mary play. Whatever it was that got that smite was definitely a bit of a miracle here for the side of SCARZ, and definitely what they need. Empon gets a takedown there. A 1v1 to go gets high on the Maine. Gets taken down. Destiny counter being committed here as well. ASD taking a little bit too much damage for my liking there, but Dream roams out alive.
Empon once again finding those 1v1 single-handedly, forcing these plays, allowing SCARZ to breathe more in these games here. If these solo kills would not happen, SCARZ could be in a much more difficult and different situation compared to just now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're definitely getting the small wins where they need to, right? They need to make sure they're getting these small, like, pickups here, getting those T1s where necessary and where they can. Like, right now, Ruru getting that bot side of the map. Even though SCARZ has been pushed to their higher ground turrets, they're looking to make sure that their head's staying in the game.
That's exactly the case, and right now we have yet to see Nano Hana be this late game menace here. He's having a clean year of 2-0-2, but the spotlight is so maximized on our player here known as Kong here. So coming to this late game, Kong's positioning will be even more focused by the side of SCARZ. So Nano Hana for Crazy Raccoons have to step up to pick up some of the slack that his jungler isn't able to fully cover up.
Yeah, that's the question in everyone's mind, right? Can Nanohana do this, right? Can he become the carry? But now that may be the question being answered right now, but the board has been committed. Not the force, but the box! And it's not going to be enough there to get the shutdown. Shirk gets the kill onto Ochik right now, and they're looking for more. ASD's going to get taken down. They have no front line. And there is your answer, Sagi. Nanohana getting the pickup onto ASD.
But still a very crucial engager coming from Aruru, just that the follow-up just wasn't there. Where was Hao's my surely follow-up here? That could have been huge if SCARZ found that crucial follow-up here. But right now we see Emperor finding the angle. They're almost getting assassinated by the likes of Kong.
Almost goes assassinated. I mean, he tries to overcommit and tries to get the takedown of that Sage's Sanctuary, right? Because Kong, he's now getting caught off, like you were saying, Zagi. He's being focused a lot more as we're kind of transitioning into this late game of this game number 2 between Crazy Raccoon and SCARZ. But they are not going to stop up here. They're going to go for the Tyrant, go for a little bit more damage, and basically try and go for the final strike.
The final strike does seem to be here right now as Crazy Raccoons are sitting healthily with a 5,000 gold lead on towards their opponents from as well the JP region.
They got to do something right. Obviously, this is either Crazy Raccoons goes in and wins this one and gets into that 3rd spot into Group S, or SCARZ is like, we're not done yet. This is not all she wrote, but we'll find out soon.
We'll definitely find out soon as we see Kong here looking for an angle to thanks to that backline here. SCARZ forcing out that rotation here. They have to revisit that bottom lane here. So members of bottom lane has been invested here. This Shadow Vanguard will be committed from the side of Crazy Raccoons as they have sufficient damage coming in from Kong and also a full slotted Nano Hana Consort U.
I mean, the rotations could still come through, right? But there is a lot of damage here to be contested, and speed and distance is obviously a key factor here for SCARZ. They had to kind of give over the pressure down to the bot side of the map to make sure that they weren't going to lose another T3, sorry. But now this is going to be Crazy Raccoons with not only 25 seconds left on the Shadow Tyrant, they have the Overlord.
Yeah, they have the Overlord, they have one side of the top tier 2 as well. So that's one high ground down here. So coming into this bottom lane push, as we see, Shadow Vanguard has been spawned. SCARZ have to push out this vision and find that key engage that we have yet to see from Aruru or even the likes of Hao.
Yeah, they haven't quite managed to get that key knock up. I mean, they're looking at, like, Cliche, right? But Cliche has the Splendor. Nanohana doesn't have to actually commit quite too close into the team fight right now because they have the Stun Chaser, so they have that extended range if needs be. But also, the Oak Fort is going to be the key setup here in terms of getting that chip damage from the early doors. But ASD is probably going to be the stopping force here for the side of SCARZ.
Well, we see a bit of an engager coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons. As they have already taken down Hao for the team fight here. Aruru finds onto 2, gets Cliche. So that's one member down, but on towards the backline though. Empon has already been taken down by Crazy Raccoons jungler here. That is 4 members, make that 5 almost for the side of ASD as he manages to limp away. But currently the crystal is exposed. Vanguards are in the base. Game 2 goes over to Crazy Raccoons as they secure a 2-0 victory over SCARZ.
Crazy Raccoons with that 2-0 score, and they find themselves going higher into that Group S and take down their own brothers at the KJL League as well. So honestly, Crazy Raccoons, we're really hoping for a little bit more there from SCARZ as well, but they are going to be the victors, and they are going to be the third place going into Group S, right? Like, they've now basically confirmed themselves for playoffs.
This is only under the fact if SCARZ really loses to Nongshim RedForce, right? There's still a potential chance, not a high chance, but if, let's say, SCARZ does seem to get a win over Nongshim RedForce, then maybe things will start getting complicated here. But we do congratulate SCARZ as they now have, not SCARZ, we do congratulate Crazy Raccoons for winning out that series, because that was a convincing 2-0 coming in for the Raccoons themselves.
There was a lot of action, Sagi, a lot of flagging of the head, right? I mean, I can see why you were confused. It's easily done here. There's Raccoons, there's SCARZ. Raccoons cause SCARZ because they're very aggressive animals. It's easy to, it's like 1 + 1 = 3, right? It's very hard to overcome, but we're going to look into the post games in a minute, but that is obviously Crazy Raccoons. If they do go forward after obviously our next match of the day, which is obviously going to be Gen.G going up against Nongshim, going up against RA Esports, who SCARZ already beaten, that could definitely secure themselves that place in the Group S, right? But let's look at Breakdown here.
The breakdown does seem to be very in favor of the side of Crazy Raccoons. We have Kong 12-1-4 on towards his signature fate. Cliche had a fantastic game so far. All these early game kills that fell in favor of Kong before that 4v2 team fight at the Clash lane was set up by Cliche's Silk Imprint on targets, especially like House Maestro Nui here, as you can see, in the damage department as well. For Crazy Raccoons, Nanohana had an amazing game on his Concert U as well. So consistent in the damage department, positioning was key, allowing Kong to also be his primary carry. Even though if he were to fall, Nanohana was still there with the DPS.
He was still there with the DPS, right? Like, Nanohana, yes, obviously it took him a little while to get his presence onto the Gorge in that game number 2, because honestly, at a certain point, I was just like, where's this console you at? But they were just doing what they needed to do, right? Just win their lane, and then that meant that they could obviously then make and participate into these team fights, and that's when that crucial difference came out with that gold and the damage here. But gold graph-wise, it's definitely heavily in favor here of Crazy Raccoons. And speaking heavily favors, there's that one death MO. I did say it, right? Like Kong, he needs that one little slap to the back of the head to be like, right, okay, I'm in the game. Let's go. I'm up. I'm awake. I'm here for the 12-1 for KDA, bro. That's amazing on this fade.
And it's a bit of a repeat from his game number 1 performance, right? He was taking a lot of gold. He was taking a lot of damage. He's also dishing out a lot of damage. This is Kong. He does it all, and this is, I think, his, what, 6th or 7th MVP in a row? Yes. And that's crazy.
It's very crazy. I think he's going for top spot, man. I mean, even if he doesn't get FMP of this one, he's like, you know what? I want the most MVPs. Like, just give me all. Make me go into playoffs. I've secured playoffs potentially here for me and my team. And let's keep going. Let's keep diving. But to be honest, it was a good performance here from Crazy Raccoons, right? They were able to get on top, especially into the early game. I mean, 6-0 at one point with the scoreline was absolutely nuts. And obviously, the triple kill, the quadra kill we're about to see here on the highlights was just chef's kiss here for the Crazy Raccoon.
That was just shattering for the side of Crazy Raccoons, because they just shattered SCARZ hope so hard in that 4v2 attempt, making sure that this 1v1 from Enfeng, multiple MV1s from Enfeng, was just not enough, and this was a crucial engage here. How was nowhere to be seen for the follow-up to really decimate Kong onto his fate here, losing out that key opportunity that Ochik and Aruru found for their team.
Yeah, I mean, there was potential for Enfeng, right? Like, he really kind of tried to show that he could play Ali as their farm lane, but it was just a little bit too hard, especially when you go against an actual jungle main player in a jungle role in a sort of competitive environment. And we've already seen time and time again, Kong can perform on this fade. So it's kind of just like, you get it. The flexibility was probably a potential throw off, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Can we say that it's like we put Kin against a professional roller per se? Does that commute into this situation? But nah, jokes aside, that's all for the KJL region rematch. We will catch you in a short bit for the Grand Slam after this break.
You've walked surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be soldier animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kinda mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we're going to get into match number 2 very soon. We've just concluded the KJL bash-up, which was between Crazy Raccoons and SCARZ. And it was actually Crazy Raccoons that came on top of that 2-0. I think going into that one, Sagi was really hoping for a full best-of-3 between those two teams, right? Especially with what was at stake.
But Kong came into the equation and he deleted the hopes and dreams coming in from SCARZ to make it to that group as. But it's still not over coming in from the side of SCARZ if R8 in the latest series can take out Crazy Raccoons, they might force a potential tiebreaker or allow SCARZ to potentially break through the roof, but that is for later, right? Right now we're talking about the upcoming most heated matchup of the ranking league. It gotta be Gen.G Esports versus Nongshim RedForce.
Yep, the rematch of the grand finals of the spring season 2025, right? Like, this was the two teams that were at top. They were creme de la creme of the KME spring season 2025. And now this is the first time they've met for the ranking week. And it's honestly going to be the decider for that top space, right? Like, if Nongshim lose this one and then lose against SCARZ afterwards, that could really upset the table as well, right?
That could indeed really upset the table, because right now, if you're on Nongshim and Gen.G, you are kind of locked for that Group S spot like we so to mention, but it comes down to whether you want to allow yourself to fall towards that number 3 spot. And this game between them, it's about one or two things. One, that perfect win streak going into that playoffs, that confidence. Number 2, the grudge match, Gen.G's revenge against the best of KME. Can they do it with the real roster? That is the thing that they want to prove with the addition of Monto towards the farm lane.
Yeah, it's the fight of the re-roster and the existing roster that seems to be like older than time, right? Like, this is a Nongshim RedForce that's been the greatest red for quite some time, and for reasons why, because they definitely give over the results that the team wants. They were obviously top 4 within Season 3 Invitational. They were the champions of the KME Spring 2025. Yes, they had a bit of a blunder at KWC, but this is where the other regions start to fall into place. This is where groupings are effective heavily and stuff like that. All these kind of different variables that are worth thinking about, because this is where Nongshim are right now. They're at potential at the precipice of the ranking week within KME Fall season.
And that is the introduction of both teams, right? But let's hop over to the first intro for our first KME team for this second series.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is going to be Gen.G, the game changers. But can they change the game by winning this as a 2-0 victory to Gen.G? And that is Wawa, Rock into the jungle, Inua into the mid lane, Monto into the farm lane, the fresh face, and then Clue into the support role here. This is going to be a team that's looking to change the game and flip the script.
They want to flip the script, like just like how we coined them as the game changers, because you want to be the game changers, but the first thing you gotta change is the first and second storyline here coming in from Nongshim and also Gen.G. But on the flip side will be their rivals, Nongshim and RedForce.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, the KME champions of the spring season here. Representing the faction, you have Kyung9, Haku in towards the jungle, Illusion, their playmaker, Siri and Faye that compromises off farm lane and the roller roll.
Yeah, a very established team roster here for Nongshim, the greatest red, right? But I mean, there's been quite a few like drafts that we actually haven't seen them kind of implement. Like, we always know that Kyung9, even in that introduction, he loves the sunset, but we haven't seen it yet. Faye has been coined as Faker because of his big secure pick, and obviously the Gen.G for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Still yet to be seen. So I feel like if they're really going to try and push through this one to get to that top spot of Group S just because of Pride itself, we are going to be looking at trying to get some of those picks onto the board. But here's the head-to-head into the jungle.
1,066. What? That's 1,663 total kills against 134 kills. Is that a potential typo that we have? But it's okay. Let's call compared to average damage dealt here. It goes a bit towards Rock for most of the stats actually, if we were to see. So we can see that in terms of the resource department, it is more heavily favored for Rock in Gen.G, and Haku is this facilitator that allows his team to play in a more comfortable start.
I mean, we look at that, obviously, yeah, it is an error, because if you imagine 1,663 kills, but then only getting around about 10k extra damage onto those kills, and you're like, what, by at least the denomination of an extra 0? That's bad for you. You're basically just like last hitting by like 1 HP, you know? You're like literally just chipping away. But no, it looks like it's probably going to be like 166 kills, if anything. We'll round down, we'll be nice. But yeah, we'll be nice. The BP of game number 1 between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G here. Already looking at those big picks onto Wawa. They don't want to see Wawa's main come through, because yesterday when it was Hall on the broadcast, we were super duper impressed with Rock and Wawa's synergy on this Mayin.
I gotta say, ever since that KWC 2025 performance on that Mayin from the likes of Wawa, he has super evolved himself into this super clashing coming in from KME. I'm so excited and stoked, as this is potentially, after Kings World Cup, the first time we'll see Wawa and Kyung9 go head to head.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely it is potentially it is the first time, right? Definitely since the KME Springs, since these two Clash Lane Titans have come up. But Nongshim, using their Nongshim knowledge, know that they're going to ban out the Hu1, because Gen.G love to pick this up in the first draft. So does every other team within the KME and KMW.
And also banning out the Hu1 does signify that you want to remove the counter coming in for the Mai Shiranui pick here. So blended stuff here coming in from Nongshim's coaching staff, but Gen.G notices the fact that, hey, you want to be this backline access heavy kind of team comp, I'm going to pick up low, I'm going to be allowing myself that infinite access to run away from these situations.
Yeah, it's a good little safety net here for the side of Gen.G, right? Obviously, Monto, we've not seen, obviously, the clearest performance on the likes of an Ali, which has obviously been banned out here, but we like to see these marksman players like to go for the lung if Ali's been taken off the table, especially when you're on the red reactive side. We've seen this quite frequently within KME, where they like to go and be like, right, we don't know what the enemy team's going to go for here. They've got the Mai, let's lock in our bot side of the map and make sure Monto has a good pick here. But the Zhangfei here for Clue was one of his big, massive picks from since the inception of Clue onto Honor of Kings Esports.
Exactly the case here, and so far, Clue with this Zhangfei, he has shown us from time to time why is he so prized on towards his pick here. But to double down on that, engaged department will be this Guan Yu being locked in for the side of Wawa as well. You ban out the Mayin, you don't allow him to go for that Dharma laning phase. Fine, so be it. He goes on this Guan Yu to set up those success plays for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, we're going to see what's going to come out on top here between either the Guan Yu or Kyung9's Byron, right? Like, we're going to be seeing some big setups. Obviously, the Flash Storm Strike going to come through for the side of Nongshim, but the Luna being locked in here for Haku. Again, another kind of like high frame, high damage pick. Can Gen.G contest it? Absolutely. All they need to do is put pressure into the enemy jungle, make sure they're keeping away that Azure Golem, make sure they're not losing their own Azure Golem, and then they could be onto a bit of a winner, a bit of a dampener here for the side of Nongshim.
Exactly the case, and right now we see more of these roamers from the side of Gen.G's draft has been banned away, so they want to target Faye as much as possible here. So is there a potential that we might see a Faker pick here being locked in for the side of Nongshim? It might just be the case here if we were to say something on the mobility side to dodge out the likes of Guan Yu and Zhangfei's engage.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely need some kind of sustain, right? And obviously, we got the Dolies on the board still. We have the Sakia, so Fake here can come through as well. But obviously, Hu1, big 2 picks here for both Clue and Faye already within the KME. So we are really looking at that down to the bot side of the map. And I honestly thought I was going to be able to say it, but the Gen.G here could be the pickup for the side of Gen.G. Obviously, because they're going up against the likes of the Zhangfei. We need that ultimate, but they're looking to maybe switch it here with the Marco Polo, get that true damage onto the board.
I like this Marco Polo Diadea pickup here. It makes it extra slippery from the hands of the Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. It gives this kite ability from Nongshim and this super strong side lane that's being formed by the Marco Polo and also the Luna here. Yes, in terms of a 5v5 situation, it may favor Gen.G, but if Nongshim just out-rotates them and plays the macro game like what Nongshim does, then that might be a serious issue coming in from the side of Gen.G.
We're getting Assassin going up against Assassin here for the first brawl between Nongshim, RedForce, and Gen.G, right? That's Luna going up against Jing, and that's a lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage as well, right? Like, if you got the Mirror Domain on top of, obviously, Xiao's ultimate, that's so much damage coming through. Not only physical, but magical damage.
Yeah, the Starfall just comes in. If the Luna goes in for that engage here, I gotta say, Fire Palm, Starfall, and also the Jing's Mirror Domain, you gotta kind of just tread the needle properly, because one small misstep, you might just blow yourself back to the fountain.
Exactly right. Like, I mean, to be honest, it's all kind of coattailing onto Clue being the main kind of anchor of the team, right? Like, he's the only real tank onto the side of Gen.G. So if the side of Nongshim are able to kind of wipe off or keep away or zone out Zhang Fei in these team fights, it's going to be very hard for the side of Gen.G to try and kind of dictate the pace of these team fights.
Yes, sir. And one thing to point out as well, if we're going to talk about the late game potential coming in from the side of Nongshim, it is not to say the best, because most of their heroes does peak in that mid game, like the Luna, like the Maestro Nui, and the Byron here. When we come to Gen.G side, however, man, they have a scary late game composition.
Oh, very scary. But I mean, Nongshim have obviously shown that they want to be the fastest finish up of the KME, right? They're already holding the record for both the KME and KMW, which is around about that 9 minutes and 14 seconds, I believe it is. We shaved off quite a few seconds from the KMW, so I feel like because of this early to mid draft that they've got right here, we're looking at that maybe potential same kind of thing.
Now we talk about these timers, right? I do remember Nongshim has one of the longest games, which is about like what? 25 minutes, 10 seconds already here, but we see a bit of an engage here onto his Inuwa, already forcing that recall.
Yeah, forcing the recall is really good here. Obviously, Inuwa onto the Xiao. I feel like it's not been one of the picks we've really seen him go on to. Yes, he has a great kind of like Maestro Nui play, but this is now Nongshim. This is now Illusion. The shot caller, as you said, Sagi, is on the board on this Maestro Nui. He's got to be careful.
And he's always prized for this Maestro Nui pick, right? Every time it goes to a BO7, it goes to an Ultimate Battle, it is his go-to comfort pick here. Coming to game number 1, allowing this tempo and a comfort pick, it may build a bit of confidence here coming into this full game for the side of Nongshim here. But Hakudo finds that engage, baits out that Mirror Domain. Beautifully done.
Ooh, very well done there by baiting out the Mirror Domain, right? Like, that's going to kind of like curtail any kind of like gank or team fight for a few moments whilst that's on cooldown. But at the same time, we're already seeing that Nongshim, yes, they're only ahead by a few hundred gold, but they are definitely already surmising that early game lead for themselves.
Yes, sir. But coming to this laning phase, I do think that Nongshim does seem to have much of a better laning phase thanks to their draft. We have to see whether Monto on this lone can realistically push out this Marco Polo's weak early phase.
I mean, he's having a little bit of an early upset, right? Like, he's already below with the XP, right? He's sitting on level 3. We've already got Siri on Marco Polo, level 4. But, I mean, First Blood is going to get taken on to Faye here.
Good stuff coming from Gen.G as they punish Faye for walking wanderlessly towards the river here. So, he gets punished and he gets sent back to base here. I do think that kill went over the hands of Inuwa or Rocket, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Inuit was able to pick that one up, which is obviously good. Obviously going over to the Xiao in terms of obviously getting some kind of resources, getting the itemization onto the board there, because the more itemization you have onto this little lady, the more her fan is going to do a lot of damage, and that knockup could be crucial here. Right, the wins being patterned in right after it, but there's no follow-up.
But Inuwa putting so much pressure towards Siri in towards the bottom lane, catching Faye off guard, damaging Siri towards his farm lane, already making a step here towards this early game as this late game mage.
Yeah, they're going to be watching out for Inuwa within this one, maybe looking for the pick off into the early team fights, but to be honest, they're going to have to build some kind of like magic resistance as well, right? Because I mean, Byron, yes, he can dive in, but if you have no magical resistance and you're getting pounded by that Starfall, it's going to be harsh for you to get out alive.
And you talk about magic resistance, I just kind of want to correlate to one thing. Nongshim does not have a true front line like the Zhang Fei or the Lian Po here, so that may be a alarming case towards the late game.
Yeah, the late game could be a little bit of an alarming call here for the side of Nongshim, right? I mean, Gen.G definitely looks like a little bit more of a favorable late game at this point, but we're still far away from that, right? We're about to get into the neutral objective territory here, around about that 4-minute mark as those tyrants come up. Yes, first blood's already happened over to the side of Gen.G, but really, first team fight could be prior here.
First team fight could be prior here, as we might see both jungle chip up here, though he goes in onto Haku.
He does. He's trying to get that damage up onto him, but is a turret going around the actual circle itself? It's going to be illusion, and now Kyung9 is here to help.
And Rock here does not have the smite, does not have the mirror domain here. It might have to potentially give away the control over this tyrant here, but 10 members from both teams are locked and loaded for this potential tyrant contention.
They're waiting, right? Obviously, there's a calm before the storm happening right now between these two teams. Nongshim's still having that goal lead at the moment. They got to keep going, keep pushing, and maybe just create the pressure. Maybe just leave the tyrant for now.
Yeah, maybe leave the tyrant for now, as Crew might be looking for an angle here. Haku does steal away that wild boar camp here, so a little bit of a lead here does fall in favor of Nongshim as they hold that 500 gold lead here, but still a very small and manageable gold lead for the side of Gen.G. So we have to see where is that first big team fight.
It's like you were saying earlier, Sagi, right? Like that, like 500 gold lead, that's what 2 minion waves, right? That's a minion wave into the mid lane, that's a minion wave into the bot side of the map, which if the side of Nongshim was really going to try and focus this tyrant, then they could easily pick up that 500 gold. But right now, it looks like Gen.G are going to settle their highs onto this tyrant, and Nongshim's just like, you know what? Let him have it. Let them have it.
Yeah, let him have it. Just allow Haku, our mid-game carry, get as much gold as he needs as possible here. But look at Rock and Inuit here. They might be looking for potential engage on Kyung9.
Kyung9 is able to dash out of there with that flash, but he obviously they expand so many ultimates and not get that kill. This is crucial here for Gen.G. This is going to make another team fight a very long means to an end here, because obviously Clue, Zhongfei, has quite a big cooldown on that Unbridled Outburst. Oh, we're looking at a big contestation here for the Azure Golem as well, right? And potential getting stolen here. Haku actually does get the Azure Golem, but it is going to be Rock into the pit there. And now Kyung9 is on top, gets the takedown on the Rock. And now we're going to see that Kwawa is trying to answer that call. With even the Bastards coming through here from Monjo, can he get a pick onto the back line? He has to flash over the wall to stay alive.
Wow, what a contention here coming in for the side of Nongshim as they come in clean, taking down not just one member, but the key jungle member here right now. The jungle is open up for grabs for the side of Haku.
Yeah, Haku did a really good job there. They just kind of basically saying, like, look, yes, you got the tyrant, but we're going to make sure we're going to get these little kind of objectives, especially, I mean, it's not little in terms of either the Jing or the Luna right now. And the Azure Golem is pretty much the meaning of either a really good fight or a really bad team fight.
Exactly. When you talk about Azure Golem, losing it, yes, it's bad, but losing out, what? Cooldown reduction, mana regen, and what? 200 gold points EXP? Ooh, that's just gonna be painful if you're a jungle assassin user.
Yeah, it's just a case of a, hey, look what you could have won. Look what you could have won if you just smited me a little bit more better. But no, Haku was just on top there. Siri's actually been given over the Crimson Golem as well, right? So that's going to give a little bit more damage down to that bot side of the map. And you can already see Siri has been left alone like baby in the corner, which is not what you wanted to do, right? Like, we saw him on the Arlie yesterday. Their enemy team, RA Esports, left him alone in the corner, and then Siri pounced back with force towards that mid game.
And that's what so well Siri does, right? He knows when to farm and when to play around his power spike, and that is what you need from a farm lane player. It's not just to focus, to follow your team in all these team fights engages, but to know when is the best time to fight and when is the best time to farm.
A lot of stuns are coming through here for the side of Gen.G as well, right? I mean, we've got the Frigid Charge being built here onto Wawa. We have Blue taking the common skill stun as well. So they're really looking for the lockdown on either Haku, Kyung9, or even Illusion. More specifically, obviously, Haku and Illusion, they're going to be able to a little bit takedown because Kyung9 on this iron, very sustainable, great fighter into these team fights. But they're definitely thinking of ways that they can actually turn these team fights into their favor.
Ooh, and look at Cluedo already getting chunked extremely hard by the Chu Sense here. Have to force out that recall here. So that is one beefy tanky boy from the map of Gen.G. Currently, although the kill score is 1-1, goal lead falls in favor of Nongshim. RedForce by about 1.8k healthy.
Yeah, 1.8k healthy. We're just seeing the chip away at this T2 here. We saw the Wawa was trying to actually get on top of Siri, maybe trying to force the cleanse early. But Siri's like, nah, bro, I've got Diadea here with me. Phase along my right and die. We've got the buddy system active.
Yeah, we got a buddy system active, Heartlink in, Heartlink out, and I'm going for the Bing Bong out, you know? Hearing him just emote for the Bing Bong, you know? It flicks a switch in my head. But look at Wawa.
Wawa, yep, he's using the Razor Cavalry. He's using the push here. He's trying to get the locking onto Kyung9 into that crystal, into that base at T1, sorry. Illusion tries to come for the flank here, but Gen.G, they call his bluff. Their bingo number is up, and that is going to be a 2-kill going over to Gen.G, but they do sacrifice their T2 down to the bottom side of the map.
Fantastic punishment here coming on the side of Gen.G Esports, capitalizing that 4v2 situation here. They are not done yet. They might want to look for Haku here, but they do steal away the Azure Golem here. Nongshim RedForce, can you defend this mid lane push that is about to happen for the side of Gen.G?
I mean, Nongshim made a bit of a good use there, but that's going to be the biggest fight for the side of Gen.G. Bridal Abyss has been used as well as the Fever Barrage into the back line. It's going to be enough to take down Rock, take down Blue as well. Can they keep the T1 alive into the mid lane? No, they don't, but it was a good means of an end there, right? Obviously, they were able to get a 2-1 trade. It looked very scary for Nongshim to begin with within that team fight.
But still, it's such a crucial gameplay here coming in from Siri. Finding the jungle, finding the roamer here at the 10-minute mark. That is such a well played, a very well gambled coming in for the side of Nongshim's RedForce Marco Polo.
I mean, Nongshim are just looking very quite like tactical, right? Like we saw, yes, they got 2 kills at top side of the map for Gen.G, but they lose the T2, they lose their Azure Golem, so Nongshim are like, yes, okay, you're winning the team fights, but we're winning these small objectives.
We're winning the small objectives as we see Haku go in.
Oh, they do get the steal of the Shadow Tyrant. This could be scary for Nongshim RedForce. For Kyung9 into the back line. They get the takedown to Rock. Monto Clue going down now. That's a 3-0 trade for Gen.G. Gen.G are looking really good here. They could even potentially go for this T3 into the bottom side of the map.
Or potentially the game here, right, Black? Because that is a 5v2 situation that we're looking at. Can Wawa and Inua find that perfect defense? Because it is not looking good. But the backline minion has been annihilated here. I do think Gen.G gets to breathe for one more day.
Yeah, they've curtailed the end of the match for now, but this is a big stepping stone here for Nongshim. Gen.G really were looking like those team fights were going to go in their favor, but Nongshim, after that steal of that Shadow Tyrant, they had to punish Gen.G, or else Gen.G would be riding that high.
Gen.G would be riding that high here, but thankfully, Siri once again with that Fever Barrage, catching multiple members from side Gen.G, annihilating Monto, annihilating Rock, setting up the success story for Nongshim in that push.
Oh, absolutely. He's not only got cleanse now, he's also got the Frigid Charge as well, right? So next time he commits that Fever Barrage, he's going to be a little bit more painful. He's going to be able to get the lockdown, maybe with the Xiao Xiao, maybe even the Jing, a Rock here. So there's a lot of potential that Siri has already been showing within this game number 1, but it's just going to kind of like, his impact getting even more and more crazy.
Yeah, the impact is just starting to be applied for the side of Siri here. This Marco Polo and Diadea is scaling towards fruition. And right now, we see a 1-3-1 2-match split up here coming in from Nongshim.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, they're going to be careful here. Nongshim just pushing that T2 at the top side of the map, just putting the pressure there into the side lanes. They've already got that pressure that's been ultimately created thanks to that fantastic team fight moments ago between these two teams. But this is Nongshim looking to get that calm before the storm moment.
Yes, sir. And right now, 3 waves. All tier 2s have already faltered to the hands of Nongshim RedForce here at Gen.G. They need to figure out a tactic, a way to defend that Shadow Vanguard that is just so happily marching towards their crystal.
Yeah, marching towards a crystal, it's also going to be a point of the contention there. They're not going to want to take a team fight down to that point, right? Because obviously the damage reduction is going to be crucial at this point in the game thanks to that Shadow Vanguard. But for the side of Gen.G, they're able to keep those minions from taking those T3s.
Still, this situation, even though Gen.G stole that Shadow Tyrant, we still gotta prize Syrian Illusion for finding that backline access, for finding that CC chain, which resulted into this 5,000 gold lead for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Right now, you're in the driver's seat and they can shot call their way to that macro victory that they prize themselves with.
Yeah, 4k gold lead at this point is pretty scary, but I mean, look at Siri, man. He's 4-1-2. He's looking like he's the happiest he's ever been. He's like got his Daybreaker, got his Frigid Charge. He's going to be really hard to contest right now. Like, he's going for that second defense item, as you can see here. The magic defense is going to come from the Tenacity Boots as well, so he's got that kind of covered right now. So yes, Marco Polo, in terms of obviously late game, can kind of fall off. He's kind of prime around about this point in the game, but Nongshim know that. Nongshim have been playing to timers in this entire game number 1.
Yep, their timers are on point. They play in the mid game towards Haku's power point, and in the late game they play towards Siri. How well he finds these angles, how well he singles out all these beefy tanks. So when you are Gen.G, it's so hard to find targets like Wawa on these back lines.
Yeah, they do get the catch onto the Broad Lebos onto one there. Haku actually does take a lot of damage into this early part of the team fight. So does Clue, but he can actually curtail that damage being that beast that he is with now. But they're just trying to fight. They're trying to find that prime knockoff. As you can see here, Kyung9 waiting in the wing.
Kyung9 waiting in the wing here upon that minion. Is marching towards bottom side here. Rock might want to look for a steal here as they engage potentially on Kyung9, but Tyrant has already gone through.
Oh, the Tyrant goes through, and that's when Nongshim strikes right. They have the extra damage. Down goes Wawa on the Guan Yu. They do take Illusion, however, but that's going to be the Fever Barrage. Committed onto Monto. Monto goes down, but Rock, where is he? He's a clone, but he's fighting 2-1 on the Diadea, on the Marco Polo for now. Faye and Siri get the lockdown.
1 for 3 exchange, but Illusion finds that key engage, forcing out Monto's Infinite Vastness here, and Siri Faye. This duo locking Monto, locking Rock, and right now they'll lock on for that crystal for this game number 1 victory. Nongshim takes game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of lock-in taking in place here for Nongshim in that game number 1. They take the 1-0 victory here from Gen.G, but they didn't take it lightly, right? Gen.G definitely has the momentum going. They have the potential in this game number 2.
But still, even when we talk about skirmishes, yes, kills-wise in the early game, it falls towards Gen.G. They found some of these kills towards the side lane here, but when we look deeper into the rotations, towers, resources, buffs, go all into the pockets of Nongshim RedForce. That's what makes them such a strong team to play against.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Nongshim showing their experience, right? Nongshim was just like, right, okay, we've lost the Tyrant, that's fine, don't worry about it. But if you checked your map, we've taken your T2, we've taken your Azure Golem, and that's actually going to be a lot more worse for wear for the side of Gen.G, especially when you've got like a hero like the Jing into the jungle, right? And then it just kind of just creates that pressure, and Nongshim's known for that, right? Yes, their early games, they aren't the most kind of like showman-like, right? Like they're not looking for kills. They're not looking for big brawls. They're just looking to make sure that you aren't looking in one space and then they slap you with the other hand and then they're at your crystal.
I think we just played their composition to a full, right? Because back in the bigger bands, we were talking about, okay, this Luna, this Marco Polo, and Diadea, we will see a lot of these side lane pressures here, which is what they did well. Even though they were losing out that 4v2 engage towards the top side, we were seeing Siri actively looking for these minion waves, these turrets down to the bottom lane here. Always putting map pressure, even though his team was like, what, maybe dropping some kills onto his side lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have to give props over to Clue, though, right? Like, I feel like he played this Zhongfei very, very well. Like, he was able to get those catches of the Umbrella Lair burst very early. Yes, there was some that were forced out, however, but if we're going to look over to the victor here, Nongshim RedForce, a Siri, a 515. Someone call that number because clearly it's a hotline that you need to learn how to farm lane like Siri.
But we talk about Clue, right? Yes, his Unbridled Outburst wasn't the best, but he was trying his best because targets were not easy. Everyone on the side of Nongshim, they had a crazy mobility spell. If not Kyung9, sure, hit me, baby. I have my Pure Sky, I have my Force Field Suppression, I have Sustain from my spell 1. He's like this beefy boy that even if you engage on him with all your spells, you're gonna be seeing Illusion, Siri, and Haku fight back onto you even harder, which explains. Look at Siri's damage, 87,000 damage.
Yeah, that's set up for the Fever. I don't think he missed a single Fever Barrage. Like yes, it took him like maybe like what 10 minutes to use his first one, but when it landed, it was just so phenomenal. But yeah, to the point of Kyung9, he was just listening to "Baby Hit Me One More Time" in his earphones, right? Like he was just taking the damage, he was just sustaining it all into the back line, making sure he got the pickoffs. But there it is. Has to be Siri with this MVP. Last time he got MVP was yesterday against RA onto the Ali, but now he's pointing the gun at me. I'm held hostage, and I feel like this is a scary guy if he was a bank robber.
Well, is he a bank robber or is he a hot robber? I don't know, but that's Siri for you. 5-1 and 5 in terms of the KDA. 37% damage in that department. Man, he played extremely well. But this is the thing we talk about, right? Okay, you're Gen.G. You're finding all these kills towards the top side. You find Illusion, you find Kyung9. But look at towards the bottom side here. You have a big jungle camp, all 3 camps available. You have the bottom wave, bottom turret, but you allow it towards enemy team. And this is the big one that we talk about Siri, finding that engage towards the backline here. He farmed so well that he got that 10-minute bridge charge, which allowed him for that success.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you were saying, to the top side of the map, like how their presence and how much resources for the side of Gen.G was actually being used to exhaust and get those 2 kills. If they took Haku off the table, I would probably have a stronger case of saying, yeah, no, that's fine, awesome. But the bot side of the map, however, that's a problem you need to sort out. And that's really the reason here that we can kind of see that the almost game-ending victory here was because of that bot side and that T3 being taken down very early by Siri.
And this goes to show why Inwa's roaming was so good in towards the early game. It restricted Siri's farm pattern in that first 4 levels here. But that is game number 1. Game number 2 will come just shortly right after this break, where we see whether Gen.G can bounce back against Nongshim RedForce.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. Follow my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming tight of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Man, Blam, what a series coming in for the side of Nongshim just now. A very convincing game number 1 that really brought the greatest red towards the gorge against the game changers, which is our Gen.G Esports here. But I gotta say, Gen.G towards the early game, I think Enua from before the break that we talk about, he did a lot of amazing things, right? He didn't really die in these team fights. He was doing a lot of DPS. He was finding these correct angles to assist his team. So coming to game number 2, maybe limiting series approach towards these resources might be something Gen.G needs to do even better in allowing them to build that lead for Rock and Monto.
Correct. They need to make sure that they're getting, obviously, Rock on the board as well, especially when he's on a carry hero like the Jing. And then Monto, yes, he was their late game assurance. But to be honest, Gen.G had that, like we said in the draft, that early to mid game draft that they needed to kind of finish early. And it was around about, what, 12, 13 minutes, which is kind of teetering on the edge of the late game, depending on how your opponents played in that first game. And Gen.G was always behind in terms of gold, so late game was always going to arrive a little bit later for Monto and for Rock. But getting into the BP of game number 2, they don't want to give Faye over the Motsu once again. So maybe potentially we're looking at kind of like an Orgrim potential pickup here for the side of Gen.G, or they might just try and lock in that Q1 as their first pick on blue side.
There is the Yuhuan, there is still the Pei, there's still all these potential picks here that can be pocketed for the side of Gen.G. We just see what kind of priority that they actually put themselves into, because if we talk about late game, so far Inua's Nua has been performing exceptionally well towards the past few days of our KME ranking week. But if we talk about Clash Lane, Wawa has been phenomenal with that Mayin. So we have to see what kind of focus here is Gen.G's coach trying to figure out for their team.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we needed that Maestro knife for you, Inua. Like, oh, sorry, they banned it, they played it. You're not going to get it this series, unfortunately, dude. Like, we'll have to find another carry for you. Maybe try and pick something up like the Yixing, right? Like, Yixing is definitely one of his picks that where he's kind of like shown that progression. But with the Huan not being banned out here, I feel like Gen.G's got to pick this one up right. They've got to. Oh, no, they're going to go for the Pei.
Oh, they go for the Pei here. So Nongshim setting up themselves a very neat early angle. You see the first 2 bans being Maestro Nui, being Dharma. Those are heavy early counters in towards this meta here. So potentially Nongshim might take the early and the fatigue here for the first 2 pick here. But it won't be the case here. It will be the Yuhuan being hovered for Faye or Illusion. This flex pick that we say, she has had a big performance so far in across all the leagues in HOK Esports.
Yeah, I mean, looking right here, they are picking and hovering over the Chano and maybe locking in Inua's pick here onto the Nua, like you were saying previously, Sagi. But if they don't go for this, you can probably be assured that Wawa's Byron's probably going to get banned out as well, right, in the second ban phase.
Exactly right. So coming into this draft, right? Okay. So what are the counters for Pei? There's still the Musashi. There's still the Ukyotachibana that we've seen so far. Is Nongshim gonna put focus on that because they're allowed to do so? This Yuhuan serves so well as a flex pick, but another counter that is up and available will be the Ogrun. This pick is gonna match the tempo of that Pei.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here, right? Gen.G, they were looking at locking in the Nua, but there's like, wait, could Illusion go for the Orgrin here, which is one of his prime picks? And it is. So the lock-in 1 counter, which is obviously the Liam Po, and now they could probably shift their focus, if it doesn't get banned out here, the Lady Chen into the mid lane, right?
Well, Lady Zen is one of the potential counters here, but Nongshim, they know how well Inua plays that Nua here. So, Inua, Nua, the double was, Wawa? Ah, yeah, that's removed.
You try to go with something there. It tried to work. I get it. It's good. It was good. I caught it. But there we go. We potentially got the Nua being taken off the board here for Inua. They don't want that late game, a long range menace on that board, right? I mean, definitely when you go up against something like a Hu1 as well, which is more likely going to be flexed into Faye onto the bot side of the map there. They already have that sustain. We've already seen this combo at play already, right? We saw it in the last match where Crazy Raccoons played it, and it plays very well. There's so much sustain, so much damage, but really, for the side of Gen.G, they need to make sure that they're focusing Syria a little bit more.
Yeah, so far, aside from that channel pick that serves as a counter towards the lane, we still need to figure out something for Gen.G to get this pesky early away from their side, because so far, the early seem to be having a field day against that draft.
Yep. Oh, absolute field day. Massive. Like, even with Chano as well, right? Like, Chano, yes, has to get online in the late game, and maybe he can kind of come into fruition there in that point of the game, but when you kind of leave them alone, when you don't have that playstyle, when Nongshim's always got you looking elsewhere, it's kind of hard to make that happen. And there it is. There's the Lady Chen counter there. The ban is come through for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So looking at a different mid lane here. It's going to be the side of Gen.G, and the Yixing is not going to be it.
I feel like for Nongshim, this is such a comfort draft for them. Seeing the upgrade Yixing and also series early. Oh, this will be pretty interesting here. I like the Marine pickup here coming in from Wawa. This is one of those high burst clash leaders that can realistically lock the early in place.
Yeah, can lock the early in place, can obviously bring and pull them in, but now we're potentially getting that Suya pick up here as well. So that could be looking to try and like advance the early game, the late game potential of the pay here by giving him over that level cap break, right?
Yes, so usually when we talk about pay, it's always about early to mid game, and he starts to fall off if he doesn't have a smooth early game or it reaches like what, ultra late game. So having a Zuya, it gives you that leeway of leveling over level 25, get more attack speed, get more HP. But if let's say the pay doesn't perform and the game is in a 50-50 state, you can still give that late game potential towards the channel, which is on the hands of Monto.
Yeah, the Chano still can obviously have that late game potential there, but we're going to be having Kyung9 on the party as well. Like you were saying, Sagi, it's looking like a comfort draft, and with that party pickup, it's going to be even more of a comfort draft here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You've got access into the back line, you have sustain, you have zoning, you have Siri on the early. He can be your carry if you need him to be, but there's so much damage potential, right? You've got obviously Ali, Yixing with his scalable passive with his abilities, and you've also got Augur and kind of like the seeker of damage and kind of the concealer of damage at the same time.
Exactly the case, and why is this Yuhuan so prized currently in the current meta? One thing's for sure, fast wave clear, ability to flex in draft and force these Yuhuan carry compositions is what makes it so darn strong. And right now, we see Nongshim RedForce riding the fact that this Yuhuan allowed so many bans on Fade, not 2 bans on Rogue, 4 bans on Rogue to force that Yuhuan towards
enemy
that
minions will arrive in 5
exactly.
seconds.
It's a bit of a targeted ban on the Fade, but he's still going to come out shining, right? Yes, he was the victim of first blood in game number 1, but I feel like he's going to come back with a bit of a pow as we get into game number 2 between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G. This could be the last match between these two, solidifying their top spot.
One of them will make it to the first place spot. The second one, not so great, might just end up second place here, but it's still a win here. But Rocket might be caught out here as Haku goes for that aggressive invade. Does not find that wild board, but still has the smite. Wants to contest for this Crimson Golem here. Potentially Rock have to give this up.
Yeah, a lot committed over here to the Crimson Golem, right? But I mean, if you're going to kind of like contest and not have the shade of the Lian Foe at level 1, that's probably the best bet. But Siri here has to be careful. These might get picked up. He uses the Paracel off the wall, but then the flash comes through from Monto as well as the Soaring Signal, but isn't enough damage at this moment in time. Wawa has traversed the map as well to give aid over to his team. But honestly, Gen.G looked a little bit more worse for wear there, to be honest. I mean, we said that Monto's low, Rock's low, and just Nongshim was able to get it there punished.
I think there's some damage with calculation here coming in from Monto. He thought Siri were to fall after that last auto attack. If he were to get that first blood, that could have been huge for Gen.G because Wawa's positioning was so darn well on that rotation. It forced everyone away from that position. But Faye blasting in, finding Monto. Goodbye, new player coming in from Gen.G.
He tried to be the victim of the victor of First Blood, but then became the victim here as well. That rotation from Faye, you saw the minion wave was already at the T1. That was basically green light go for Siri to just push past that T1.
I like Faye's decision making. That was so crucial in finding that mark here. And yes, Siri is also going for that Smart Sports Dagger build. So what does this build offer here? So once you finish that tri-core item, be it Spark Sports, Doomsday, and Daybreaker, you're allowed to go for more life steal, more defensive items here. That's why he's going for that build.
Exactly, just get the early game aggression and then kind of just picking it out with a little bit of defense towards the end there, a bit of lifesteal. It's going to make sure that Siri's going to be able to stay alive. But speaking of staying alive, how Wawa get out of this one? It's going to be the damage over time from the Taken Liberties.
Behold the future. Taken Liberties and that one caster minion sending that auto attack towards Wawa face here. Wawa, a bit of an overestimation on his ability to tank, did not burn the flash.
Yeah, I mean, Mayan at this level, it's yes, she's got the HP regen, which sometimes is a favorable thing within these 1v1s in the early part of the flash lane phase. But at that moment in time, when you're on a 2v1 potential there, it's very hard for you to come out on top there. Wawa tried his best, overextended, but they're going to look at this replay just to see how exactly they got him in.
So Kyung9 hits level 4 first, immediately Illusion flashes forward and takes Liberty, but look at the caster minion. That one auto attack just solo flying towards Wild's face.
The minion was just like, I'm going to show you how to last hit Kyung9.
Yeah, Kyung9, here's a bit of a last hit situation for Kyung9, but Kyung9 gets taken down towards the Clash lane. Not sure what happened, might need a replay of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw the replay of the first flash lane, but we didn't see how Kyung9 died, so we'll probably get that intel for you very soon. And potentially, maybe it was the turret, maybe the takedown, I'm not too sure. But we'll see here that Nongshim RedForce are still ahead in terms of the gold, around about that 1k gold lead for now, which around about that 4-minute mark is going to be more of a pressure here for Gen.G to try and take this fight at the Tyrant.
And this is because of the fact that the early game that they did, and we see Kyung9 being caught out here. Baki with no spell 1, no flash, gets caught out extremely easily here. So good job for Rock and Wawa for spotting that out.
So you're telling me that Kyung9 stayed in lane after Wawa died? Wawa got back into lane with the help of Rock as well to get the 2v1? I mean, I feel like that was maybe a little bit of an overplay there by Kyung9.
I mean, it's a 2v1, 1v2 special, right? So he brought Illusion, so it's okay. I can bring Rock to do the same as well. So favor for favor, kill for kill, blow for blow.
Yeah, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. As we can see that Haku is looking to scratch the back of this Tyrant and try and get the kill here. And the prime damage increase and movement speed that he gives over. And there it is. They get it. They have the gold lead. They have the Tyrant right now.
They have the Tyrant, they take away most of these scans, but Rock though, going for that rotation towards the Clash lane here, takes away that wild board, takes away that tower here, but Rock going extremely low, Wawa gets locked in.
Has slain an enemy.
Wawa gets locked in there, it's gonna be the takedown of Wawa, they don't get the crystal, they get nothing, they get nil.
Wow, Wawa once again, a repeat of what happened here, Illusion with that rotation, catching out Wawa once again. Feels like a danger vu per se.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rotations from Illusion to the top side of the map, right? But I mean, if it works, why not keep doing it, right? But you can kind of see here that Suya has built the anti-heal item for the mages, right? The venomous stab coming through here, they kind of need it, especially with Haku and Faye on both of these heroes as they are. But that T1 takedown into the mid lane, that's frightful for the side of Gen.G.
And just from that one kill towards the top lane for the side of Wawa and Rock, we're starting to see more of these rotations here as Kyung9 is forced to flash out. He does path away, but back to the top we were discussing, you get that kill towards the top lane. Rock is unable to do that defense on his Azure, rotates to that mid lane for the tower, and right now, RedForce is under danger as well. So it's a series of attacks coming in from Nongshim towards Gen.G's jungle.
Timer after timer after timer is exactly how much we're playing this game. Number 2 getting kill onto Suya there as well. Siri has been left alone, and that was the fear that we had in the draft. But it's going to be the takedown for Rock onto Siri as well as Faye. Here for Haku. Gets the death precipice, gets the execution onto the side of Gen.G. Monto. Wawa looking pretty low, slow comes through. The sword signal is not going to be enough. The double kill comes through, but Nongshim.
Nongshim knows how strong they are in this early game. So what Monto is a counter towards this early. If you have no items on this channel, Haku is invincible on this Ogre. Just check out how much damage he's tanking and he's dealing simultaneously. Wow.
I mean, at least Haku's not drafting this Ogren like we saw in the PKL earlier, right? He's not going for the Just G combo. He's not going for the attack damage Ogren. He knows he has to be the anchor, right?
Exactly, but judging from this early game, if we were to close our eyes and avoid that timer, we would think that it's 10 minutes, but no, this is already an early game that is so in favor of RedForce, but look at Rock.
Yeah, look at Rock. He is trying to get Alpha from around that board there, but it's going to be Haku that gets taken down. It's going to be a lot of being exhausting here from the side of Gen.G just to get that kill, but Wawa is trying to get the kill onto Illusion, and does rightly so, but Rock gets taken down. Monto as well. That's your jungle, that's your farm for the trade of the enemy jungle in mid lane.
So very decent damage here coming in for Son of Haku to be taken down by Inua's damage reduction here. And Wawa, you're in no man's land, you're in a 1v3 scenario, you get taken down as well. But it is not over as Kyung9 finds the assassination onto Inua.
Yep, that just wasn't quite done there in Nongshim. It was just like, hey, we've gone for the got Wawa. They went into the jungle. They were able to get the takedown onto Inua as well. So really, it was kind of just like a half rest pull for Nongshim RedForce to take that execution, take that trigger, and now they're pulling for more. They're going for the Crimson Gold that they have. Once again, they stole it. For those watching at home, if you steal your enemy's jungle, you steal their Crimson, you get the timer onto the minimap. So it's just another string in the bow for Nongshim.
And it's also calculated like this, right? Simple math. You gain 150, they lose 150. So does that mean you earn 300 in that exchange?
Yes. There's no real match when there's no damage going onto the board here. Now World Cup ball being in between Nongshim and Gen.G. Gen.G do get the kill and takedown on the Haku for now, but it is looking blue a little bit worse for wear. Siri as well gets caught out. Gen.G looking for a bit of a pounce back here. Thanks to Rock with a double kill. He's still alive. He's still into the team fight, but Monto has been focused by Kyung9. But it's Rock re-entering the Forge, re-entering the arena, and trying to get some more kills, but unfortunately wasn't able to.
I think this was like an overestimation here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Zeri was trying to outplay everybody on towards it early, but after having no paracel, he got stuck between walls and couldn't escape. Same goes for Haku. He was 1 point in terms of the front line, and sadly to say, he got taken down by Inua's resistance reduction and Rock and Marto on the double marksman.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them to kind of keep taking these team fights, right? But I mean, Gen.G are definitely bouncing back here. They've been able to kind of like curtail that goal lead to around about, what, 3k goal lead for around about now. But they've got to make sure, as we get to that 10-minute mark, right, the Shadow variants are now onto the gorge. They have to be careful, because if they do lose a team fight here to Nongshim once again, it could spell the end.
It could spell the end because Gen.G Esports, their late game composition is much more allowing them to scale towards their late game mark, especially with this channel pick, right? But we have to see how Nongshim RedForce plays this shadow tyrant that is going to be spawned in just a short moment as soon as I call it out.
Oh yeah, Wawa a little bit too close for that one. Maybe pulled the trigger a little bit too early before the whole team was on top of the tyrant, and obviously pressuring the top side of the map. Nongshim are playing this on multiple facets, right? They got the mini wave push through the top side. They got the kill on the Wawa. Means that the team fight engage is going to be a little bit less of impactful for the side of Gen.G.
Critical mistake from the hands of Wawa then. That 4v5 is not what is allowing you to go for that Shadow Tyrant contestant here. So, not being allowed to assassinate Siri on this Marine, that is a big and crucial mistake here coming in from Gen.G's classmate.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of like maybe a little bit too soon of an effort for the side of Gen.G, as I've already stated there. But we see that obviously Rock was trying to get a bit of a push, trying to create that pressure into that top side as they try and take that T2 there, but just a little bit of a means and lost effort for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, the game is getting more dire for some of Gen.G Esports here. They need to find a way to handle Siri on this early because he's been having a very good game, finding these outplays, finding these assassinations. So for Gen.G, I think the game plan comes where Wawa and Clue, they have to CC chain this early to make sure that he's irrelevant in these team fights.
Yeah, just lock it down, they get the kill, but the zone comes through here, the 1-1 ball, and you obviously do get the Universal Law being popped down for Inua as well, but Wawa gets taken down a little bit too early for my liking within that one. Yes, to keep the T3 alive, which is a little bit of a Hail Mary, a little bit of a holy grace here for the side of Gen.G, but there's going to be a minion wave that's going to come through soon, and that T3 in the mid lane may be the next point of call. But here, Kyung9, Rock, looking for a 2v1, it's going to be Inua, comes through with Clue, he has to sustain, he has to flash out at the side of the Universal Law, because that would have been paid for the side of Kyung9.
But it's so well played for the side of Kyung9, right? He single-handedly dragged 3 members of the Gen.G from their own base, and look at their base, it's in scrambles. 2 high ground already being taken away. If Inua was on that side of the map, he could have at least minimally defend one of the high grounds, but props Kyung9 for pulling all the cavalry away.
Yeah, Kyung9 was just threading the needle of Gen.G into his thread, right? And that's exactly what happened there. We do see obviously Blue trying to flash and use the triple smash there. Gets a lockdown onto Siri, which is great, but they do lose the Shadow Overlord. But now, Gen.G are looking for a little bit more. They get the kill on Kyung9, and this could be it for Gen.G. They could look to get some more here. Illusion taking a lot of damage from Rock, and Rock getting hit with the take and Liberties as well.
But still, this is what we talk about, right? If Clue and Wawa could find that backline engage on Siri, That is the key factor in allowing Gen.G to find that success, because 4,000 goldie after this point, it is not as crazy as it's compared to before in that early game here. It is still manageable because Monto on this channel scales better compared to the early.
Yeah, exactly. It's that late game insurance policy coming through here for the side of Gen.G, right? Like they're making sure that Monto gets online as Siri starts to kind of fall off, but they've still got to worry about, obviously, like Haku onto the Ogryn. Yes, obviously, Haku has taken quite a few overextended plays there, get taken out as well. But they've really got to extend a lot to try and get Siri right. I mean, we had the flash, we had the Tremor Smash from Clue, just to get that takedown.
For me, under this fight, you made an exceptional good point. So, coming into this next Shadow Vanguard push, hold on a moment though, as the ball does come through.
Yeah, the ball come through, catches Clue, but that's going to be enough here for them just to drive away, just to zone out Gen.G, just to push them away and give Nongshim a bit more collective force.
So, back to the thing that we're talking about, right? So, if Gen.G is able to defend this Shadow Vanguard push, then they will have a better approach moving towards the late game here, because it was already level 16. He's starting to be able to allow that sanctification passive on a key member. Potentially Monto, potentially Rock. We are not able to see who's level 16 here on those two carries.
Yeah, we have to wait and see who gets to level 16 first between Rock and Monto, but those are going to be your key kind of points, right? You don't want to give up to Wawa, you don't want to give up to Clue, because that would be a little bit of a miscall for the mid-tankification. Yes, Clue would get tankier, but wouldn't be able to actually get any kind of scaling in, but he's going to be Clue into the back line there, tries to get the lockdown on Siri, goes on Siri, flashes Wawa, gets a takedown as well. They're looking to come right into the back line, but Kyung9's putting the pressure on as he reclaims the fight, and Illusion gets the kill at the Wawa, currently a 2-1 trade here for Nongshim RedForce. They're still looking like they're in the thick of it. Soaring Signal gets hit onto Kyung9, but would have been better if it landed onto Illusion.
Beautiful engage coming in from Clue to really lock Siri in place. You see what we talk about. If Clue and Wawa can find Siri, this team fight automatically goes in favor of Gen.G. And right now, this late game scenario is exactly what Gen.G wants to be, because Monto has already scaled to that late game beast.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Sun Chaser. That's a really good sign that it's obviously late game now. He's just building that extra little bit of range that he needs, which would have been very sort of like a great key thing to have if he was actually in that last team fight, right? Like, he would have had that extra bit of range, would have been able to get that auto attack onto Siri, would have got taken down onto Illusion as well. It would have been very crucial here for Gen.G.
Now, we talk about Gen.G's win condition, Monto. When we flip it over for Nongshim, first things first, Siri has the position better and avoid these key engages coming in from Clue and Wawa. That's number one. Number two, Kyung9 needs to be the hero to find that key engage on towards the backline, such as Monto. That will allow Nongshim to come back to his game.
Yeah, I feel like Kyung9 needs to kind of pull the trigger a little bit earlier, right? They are able to get the Azure Golem away from Gen.G at this point, but Siri's already taken so much damage, right? Like, he's heal off. He's having to just go and kind of hide behind those minion waves, and maybe that's not the best call here for Nongshim.
You'll have to see, right, because Siri has already been forced back to base, like you mentioned here, but Kyung9, his position looks pretty darn good.
Ooh, steal. Oh, they get the steal, going over to Nongshim RedForce. Exactly what they needed as that minion wave's crushing through into the top side of the map. This is a good play and a little bit of a second wind here for Nongshim. They're looking a little bit worse for wear in those past few team fights.
Beautiful smite control coming in from Haku to seal that Shadow Vanguard for their heads. And right now, Nongshim RedForce, a repeat of what they need to do. Take down that bottom tier tree.
Yeah, they're going to go for it again. I mean, this is the second attempt, but they always say third time's a charm. But Nongshim, I don't feel like they have a third attempt in them. They need to do with this one.
Yes, we have to see whether Siri can play towards a rather safe playstyle here. He cannot get assassinated again by Wawa and Clue combination. His positioning will be key, same like Monto.
Yeah, because he's kind of like tripped behind in a position of a triangle behind Haku and Faye here. The borders been committed so they can get this TP down to the bottom. Can they get any more though here? Haku is actually trying to drain away that Tremor Smash. He gets it. It lands onto 3 on the side of Nongshim. That means that Siri may have the green light go, right? Like, he's not going to have to fall to that one. He's just going to watch it for Wawa.
But it is already worth it for Nongshim RedForce. They care what they are looking for. They take that tier 3, that final tier 3, and right now, they can look for themselves for that Tyrant and potentially play that late game, but Haku can take it down!
Haku does get taken down at this crucial point in the game, right? That could be a neutral objective going to the side of Gen.G, which would obviously favor Monto as well. He's already scaling for that sanctification.
And look at this engage that's coming through to the side of Gen.G. Gen.G does not get caught in the door. Who is forced out of that Tribal Smash?
Yeah, I mean, they got to force back to base as well, right? You see that minion wave down to the bot side, that's crashing in as well. That's all pressure that Gen.G don't really need as they're trying to just take an easy, uncontested Shadow Tyrant at this point. But Kung9 takes the backline, tries to get the damage onto Monto, but they're able to secure it for the side of Gen.G for now.
For now, Nongshim, all they need to do is stall towards that 20-minute mark and they can play that macro game. Allow that backdoor by the minions. That will put so much pressure on Gen.G. So for Gen.G, however, this next 90 seconds, they need to find a deciding win in that team fight and allowing them to secure that Tempest Dragon control.
Yeah, this is getting to shaky territory, man. I mean, like, Mont climbing, but also at the same time, the prospect of a Tempest Dragon is climbing further as well for both of these teams. But we know Nongshim, they hold the shortest game duration, they hold the longest game duration as well. So really, they're playing for the long game here potentially.
Yes, sir. It is going to Nongshim's tempo here. They love the long game. They love the macro game here. We have to see what Wawa is able to accomplish, what Kung9 is able to accomplish, because we talk about farm lane, we talk about jungle, but when it comes to late game, these key crash daters will be the anchor in these clutch moments.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Wawa taking the Siege Breaker as well, right? Like, he wants to do a little bit more damage into these team fights, man. He's got the Pure Sky, he's got the damage reduction on that active item there, so they've got to be careful. And obviously, another thing to point out here for those watching at home, 20-minute mark comes up, those passive items become upgradable.
Yep, upgradable to Sunpool, to the Moon Goddess, to the Phantom. So all these items are up and available for both teams to grab here. And Sage Sanctuary item swap plan speed will be a key deciding factor in all these team fights here as we approach even closer to that final Tempest moment.
Yeah, Wawa have to be a bit present away from this team fight right now just to kind of mitigate that push down to the bot side before that Tempest Dragon comes up. So he's using the good macro sets here onto the side of Gen.G.
Yep, Gen.G here, Wawa is really shown towards the bottom side here. So can Nongshim RedForce play that minion wave game? Because if they dance too long towards this bottom side, that bot wave will immediately go for Gen.G's base here. It is a very base here, so Wawa already shown onto the map here. What is the call here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce?
Yeah, he's looking to sort of maybe trying to get some pressure down to that bot side. Maybe try, like, as you can see here, Kung9's trying to be forced away from that whole team fight, that whole pit around that Tempest Dragon.
Has destroyed a tower.
Exactly. So Kung9 is forced back to the lane. He has to pick up that lane here. So this gives Gen.G the avenue to start off this Tyrant as this Tempest Dragon is going down extremely fast.
Very, very fast there. Got into the back line. He does use the flash. He uses good target ball. The unending tower does come through. Rock's in the pit, but it's going to be the takedown there. Vector blue onto the Q1 as well, but the Sacred Sentries are going to come through now. Phantom as well. We see Haku gets taken down, and Gen.G claims the Tempest Dragon.
Gen.G takes the Tempest Dragon, and they do not make any single mistake here, only dropping Monto. Siri is the only member alive coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Gen.G, they have a beeline to push for that win.
Has destroyed a
They have the
tower.
minions into the mid lane. They have the minions being pushed out, obviously, to the top side of the map as well, right? So, yes, the minion waves and the vanguards will come through, but will Nongshim have enough time to mitigate this? But it looks like they are going to go for it. Clue, look at the bat of that crystal, looking to go on top of Siri, just usher through that minion because they have the damage. It looks like it's going to be Gen.G coming back with a 1-1 victory.
Beautiful late game rotations and pressure management coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports, playing that power spike so darn well. That early game was disastrous coming in from Gen.G, but they make it work.
They made it work. They put in the moments. They made sure they staved off Nongshim's greatest red wave until that point, right? Like, that's all they needed to do. Get into the late game, get Monto, sanctification, get him even further, get him even more fed. And that's exactly what came through there. I mean, even Rock was still doing so much damage towards that late game.
Exactly the case here. Rock went for that full damage build, and he went for that Pure Sky upgrade into the Sky Dome as well. And that final smite fight was so darn crucial in allowing Gen.G to forcefully win that team fight. Winning that team fight in the 4-1 fashion, allowing that final push to be unboarded and uncontested.
Yeah, very well played there by Gen.G. They're not going out swinging. I mean, to be honest, there's so much at stake here for that top spot. Yes, it means they're not going to get into the upper bracket, but it does mean that they were able to take a round off Gen.G's, off Nongshim, sorry, which now sits at 2 rounds being taken away from them in the fall season compared to the spring season. So they're not having that happy-go-lucky approach in the ranking week, which they did have in the spring season.
But so far, Gen.G's early game compared to Nongshim has been having a bit of a good rotation, a bit of a good trading in terms of the early game department, solidifying their lead to a 3,000 to 4,000 comfortable zone. But when it comes down to the late game execution, however, I gotta say, Clue and Wawa, even though Wawa's KDA isn't the best compared to the other members, he was finding those key assassinations every time on towards the likes of Siri.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Clue is definitely the defining factor that made them get that comeback potential, right? Like, Siri was unchecked all up until that point in time, but then Clue was just like, all right, I've got to step up. I need to help my boy Wawa out. I need to get the pick up onto Siri. And ever since that moment, ever since that decision was made, Gen.G was back on the cards.
Yeah, Gen.G was back onto the cards here, and I think both Clash Lane did accomplish what they were tasked to do so. As we can see towards the last fight of the game, Wawa single-handedly destroyed Series 6 Sanctuary. Kyung9 also destroyed Monto 6 Sanctuary, allowing Monto to be the only faltering member coming from the side of Gen.G. And look at this goal chart. It was all in painted for the greatest red, just for Gen.G to find that crucial last game comeback.
That's why they say you should never give up when you're playing Honor of Kings, right?
Yes,
You've just got to make sure you're changing your pace. And speaking of pace, you can't say pace without the word pay. And that is going to be the MVP here. Gen.G Rock going for the 8-3-3. I mean, this could have gone over to Monto as well. Could have gone over to Clue. To be honest, any of the side of Gen.G, they played that one to a T, because any other team would have faltered. They were like, you know what, Series 2 fed, we can't do anything. GG, go next. But Gen.G was like, no, it's Gen.G, and we're going next.
Yeah, Gen.G and we are going next. That is GG for you. So this is the early game we talk about, right? So it was all in favor of Nongshim RedForce. Every little exchange was pretty good. But as of this point, you can start seeing the reason Inua picked up that Zuya. The damage, the physical and magical reduction, allowing the members on the side of Gen.G to really take down Haku on towards his tank. And look at his play here. So Haku goes in alone, goes for that ultimate spell here, but gets tagged by Inua, gets blown up immediately. And Siri, okay, he's going in for that 1v3. Doesn't go back for his umbrella here because he's surrounded by 4 members. And as of this point, you can start seeing the light up hope coming in from Gen.G to make that potential comeback.
Yeah, I mean, even here as well, right? This was one of the big pickups here. He was obviously flash into the back line. It was all set up by Clue, and then Wawa was just like, I've got my point of call. I've got my access into the back line. Flashes in, gets the whatevers, gets the knockdown onto Siri. And then at this point in the game, as soon as Haku fell before the Tempest Dragon was even taken, that was pretty much green light go here for Gen.G.
Exactly. You see what Wawa did in this fight. Yes, he's 3, 6, and 8, but he took down that Sage Sanctuary coming from Siri. And at this point, Monto, even if were to fall, Haku is already down. Tempest has already gone over to Gen.G. Gen.G has already secured prime control in ending this game in a comeback fashion here. Props to Gen.G. They played that mid to late game exceptionally well under pressure.
They showed that Nongshim RedForce is not safe in that late game, right? Like, all the way to the Tempest Dragon, that kind of game-ending mechanic that we have in Honor of Kings to stop them going any further than around about the 20-minute mark. But we're going to go for a short break, guys. After that 20-minute game, we're going to get the conclusion in this best of 3 very soon. So don't go anywhere, guys. Tune in after the break.
Cut through the side.
from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we just seen the turning tides for Gen.G as they take that Game 2 away from Nongshim after a very convincing Game 1 from Nongshim RedForce. But this is exactly how and why Gen.G did it. They were able to adapt just exactly the same way the greatest Red do in their bestest of games.
And that is a beautiful thing to see, right? In the past seasons, we have yet to see anyone challenge Nongshim's reign in the regular season, which is the ranking week. Only towards that best of 5 starts, only towards at that moment of the knockouts week, that's when Nongshim started to get challenged. But coming into this early season already, Nongshim is being challenged by none other than the Game Changers themselves.
Exactly that, right? They're definitely being victims to these teams that are kind of stepping up to the plate and basically meeting the call of the greatest Red, right? So now we're getting into the BP of the final game between these two titans to see who comes out on top of the ranking week. But now Nongshim RedForce have decided to take the greatest Red, the red side, once again.
Yo, red side goes towards the Nongshim RedForce in this game number 3 here. So Gen.G banning out that Pei and Liang here. So potentially going for that Luna here is what they are targeting here. So Nongshim RedForce, they probably will be spelling that out, because one thing's for sure, they already expended the mine, they already expended the RD here. So those are heavy taxes to pay as well.
They are, but I mean, onto the side of Gen.G, they could go for the Dharma if they really wanted to as well, right? Like, they haven't yet picked that up, and given Wawa, one of his biggest picks, could also be good. But the Q1 also is available here as well, so there's a lot to go for.
There's a lot to go for, especially Game 1. Nongshim has already picked up Luna, so there is no immediate rush coming in from Gen.G to probably pick that up. So Nongshim RedForce picking up Kyung-Nai, one of his signatures as well, being the Dharma towards the Clash lane.
Dharma in the Clash lane, but who's going to be their second pick, right? Are they going to go for maybe their support pick, maybe their jungle? Ooh, okay, maybe the potential of the Fuz. Maybe they're looking for a bit of a flex here to throw them off. No, they're not. They're going to no, we need to play this serious, guys. We need to make sure we got the lockdown. We need to make sure we got Siri his pick as well, because Siri within this series has been playing very well.
Yeah, I gotta say, aside from those last few mishaps around the bottom side of the river, aside from that, Siri has had a phenomenal early to mid game. Just that Arlie was just played a bit short-handed at the end stage of the game.
A bit short-handed, but speaking of the short-hands, we're going to have the medium range come from the D-Ranger. We're also going to have the close quarter combat champion himself, the hero Byron come through here for Wawa. So Wawa also always getting one of his prize picks, man. Like, he's had a really good kind of series. He's had Guan Yu, he's had Mai Yin, and now he gets the Byron.
So moving on towards this draft, already starting to see Gen.G formulate this hyper-aggressive early side lanes here. So in the further stages of the draft here, Nongshim RedForce potentially might have to take the Dolia and also a jungle assassin ban like the Luna, because right now, what Gen.G lacks is that late game powerhouse.
Late game powerhouse they are, right? They need to make sure they're going to be looking at something in, maybe something into the mid lane, right? Maybe Inua will finally get that newer pick that he's been wanting since the game one, right? But it's been denied all this time and time again. But the Mode 2 being banned out here as well, it's going to be a good pick here. Also, the Musashi being banned out to stop, obviously, any kind of healing that could have come from Gen.G.
I feel like Nongshim is trying to pick up that Dolia here to patch with that Agudo and long operation here, and also to simultaneously deny Yuhuan from going to that mid lane role, to be that late game damage dealing powerhouse that we've seen so far. So what is this decision here in Nongshim? Is it to follow suit, to play to your comfort here, or to deny that Gen.G potential double ultimate combination?
They gotta wait and see, right? Let's see what Nongshim picking first here for the red side. They got the Ogudos, so obviously got the sustain, got the early game kind of like aggression, fast rotation that they can really go for here. And we've seen time and time again that Nongshim like to go for this, but they want some more late game assurance, some more kind of pressure for Illusion as well.
Ooh, Sunbin from Clue. I gotta say, I think this is the second Sunbin that we had so far. The first Sunbin we had, I think it was also from Clue against Crazy Raccoons. So, okay, he's still hovering, he's still thinking, so we will have to wait for a bit. So, the Nua that we're talking about back in the draft has been denied from Gen.G as well. Inua had a fantastic Nua showing, so it's logical to do so, to remove it from his hands.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. They can't ban it out anymore. They didn't want to give over the likes of the Luna or the Musashi, so they banned out those, go for the Nua. It makes a lot of sense, right? But now they're going to go for the potential Sunbin and Dune combo here. So obviously using that ultimate to get the silence off, and then you can kind of see everyone just climbing on top, right? You've got double engage here from the Dune as well as the Byron. There's potential, a lot of sets here for the side of Gen.G, but it's going to mean that the Huo1 is going to go into that mid lane.
Yeah, Yuan's gonna go towards the mid lane here, so it formulates this strong healing combination for the side of Gen.G. You have Sunbin to allow that mobility for Dune, for Byron, or even for Yuan to look for those spell 2 catches coming in for that Gen.G engage.
Oh, fake here could be coming onto the gorge. Oh, we're gonna get Nongshim's fake here. Oh, we got it. We get Faker.
Fake here we got in for the side of Nongshim. So it's very similar coming in for both drafts, whereby Sakir and Agudo is the healing factor for the side of Nongshim. For Gen.G, it's Dune, Yuhuan, and Sunbin. This trio that will formulate that healing power for their front line here. So coming into this draft, Nongshim RedForce, do they have enough damage? Because you need to bypass Sunbin's crazy healing, and that healing is not stopped by Imperial effects.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy healing, but obviously you're going to have the likes of the Agudo more than likely picking up the Blazing Cape. You're probably going to have the Nua picking up the Venomous Staff as well, right? So there's going to be those avenues, but it's going to be itemization. So yes, Gen.G might have a little bit of a field day before those items get online within Nongshim RedForce's itemization. But to be honest, the Sakir is going to be a good means of closing that gap of that mid-range, right? Between both the D-Ranger and the Lung, is to be able to kind of use that Mulberry Power Slam to lock them up, and then that's when obviously you can see Siri trying to come in, get the damage, and get the kill onto D-Ranger.
And this goes to show, right, how well that Gen.G wants to play that draft. It will be a very strong and firepower heavy early to mid game. The only worry that we will have to think about might be potentially that late game factor that they are not so good at with this draft.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see, right? Obviously, only time will tell, but there is so much going on here for the side of either Gen.G and Nongshim. They are looking to make sure they claim their place as the top dog of the ranking week within the KME Fall season. We are going to be going head-to-head here into the mid lane. Here, obviously, being placed into that mid lane just to give a little prio over here to the side of Nongshim.
And Rock here, knowing for the fact that he passed that early game pass, he wants to look for this engage on towards this Crimson buff here, but the counter is here. Stun lands on Haku.
Oh yes, Sunbin uses the time bomb there to actually get the damage onto Haku, damaging him out alive, but Blue's actually looking a little bit worse for wear. It's going to be the first blood onto Illusion there, so trade not quite happening and not going the way of Wawa, and Gen.G right now tries to sustain, but it's not level 4. He gets taken down.
Over-punished for the over-aggression here coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports here. They paid with dividends here as that was a painful start towards their early game.
Galaxies flow.
I mean, people at home are probably thinking, like, why did that go into the favor of Nongshim, and why wasn't the damage quite coming through for the side of Gen.G? It's all because of that Garden Sprite, right? That had damage reduction for the first 4 minutes into the enemy jungle, but still, once you're in the enemy jungle, your enemies are doing the full 100% of damage, whilst you are doing a reduced amount, which really showed there in that team fight.
Exactly, 10% is not a lot, but when you talk about 10% health, that's a darn big number here coming in for the side of Gen.G's invade here. So, failing an invade that heavy, that may cause some of their laning tempo, some of their level 4 power spike to be much delayed compared to the enemy team.
Yeah, you've always got to pick it carefully, right? If you go in like maybe like a 3v1, awesome, you'll get the kill. But when it's a team fight happening in the enemy jungle and you're at a disadvantage, it's not going to go in your favor no matter how good you are.
Exactly the case here. You have to be pixel perfect finding those key engages. But Haku, his reaction speed was pretty darn fast in dodging Wawa's flash bombs. So props to him for neutralizing that aggressiveness coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports. But the fight is not over as we see Raccoon in for the knockout.
Ooh, tries to get the wind slash onto Faye, but he uses the flash to get out of there. But there's Kyung9 with the true Fortress, trying to get a lockdown onto the enemy heroes. He gets the kill. Faye picking up the dude, but there it is. Trade for the side of Gen.G's Inua. He gets Kyung9. Can they get a little bit more here? They still are splintered by that damage reduction if Gen.G decide to take this one.
And that is all 10 members of both teams appearing into the top side of the map. Even the frog laners are rotating for this jungle control here. This is absolute madness here. Both teams are relentless in this early game.
I suppose it got to be, right? Like, this is one way that they could obviously take Nongshim by surprise. And, like, Agudo, as we were saying in the draft, has that fast rotation into the jungle. How do you kind of splinter that? Well, if you're always team fighting, how can you farm?
Yeah, how can you farm when you're always team fighting here? But that is a worry as well for Gen.G. Because we were talking about, okay, Gen.G, you have the Byron, you have the Viren. All these are very strong early to mid game here, but late game goes in favor of Illusion and Siri on this Nua, on this low instead.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are like trying to like obviously bait off that late game potential, or even basically trying to delay it, I mean, it's good at this moment in time. But if you're getting that early game advantage and you're not getting any kills and not translating that into any objectives, it's kind of like you delaying the inevitable, right?
They're delaying the inevitable, so we have to see how they recover themselves in this 4-minute market because it will be a so crucial at the moment how finds the win.
Which finds the Sunbin, but also finds the Hue1 as well. Very low into the Inua, but there's going to be the blood onto Kyung9 once again, overstepping and getting locked into that team fight.
Well, that is a good catch-up here coming in for some Gen.G here as they secure the kill on the key member, which is the Kyung9 here, and Infinite Access forced out from Siri's hand here. I think Gen.G is in the correct tempo.
They're in the driver's seat, right? They're forcing, obviously, the right ultimates. They're taking the right kills. I mean, Haku being down there would have been a lot more nicer, so obviously it would have been a little bit more uncontested into the Tyrant. When you're down, when you're handicapped, that's going to be careful. Forcing the flash out is exactly what Gen.G wanted to do there, because now they drive away Nongshim from that T1 and are able to get it down to the bot side of the map, so Gen.G having a great early game so far.
I'm loving Gen.G's recovery here. They get Tyrant, they get the fight-winning 3v3 in the mid lane skirmishes, and right now, they are controlling the map thanks to the Sunbin and the Byron and also the Dune combination here. So well played.
Yeah, very good team fight potential, right? Very good disengage as well if they really need to. So right now you are seeing, even though Gen.G are taking the blunders to the side of Nongshim, the gold lead is not that glamorous, right? Like, you're looking at about 300 gold at most.
We're 300 gold at most here, so that is what Gen.G expects coming into this game. But we have to see how Nongshim, right now, they're in the reverse role of Gen.G back in game number 2.
Ooh, the annihilation from downtown claims there. He took too much damage. Illusion was like, right, okay, let's click go. Let's get that second kill onto the board. And as you can see there, first itemization is that venomous staff. So healing is now going to be a bit blundered onto the side of Gen.G. But speaking of that, Young Knight maybe getting caught out again. He does get hit with that time bomb, and that ultimate means they slow down, but there's no follow-up at this time.
It will be interesting moving on to the latest stage of the game, because we were talking about how the roles are reversed. Gen.G is playing on a timer. Nongshim has a better late game here, so this Sun Bin will be a key factor in finding those crucial engages, and that time flux, if they time it well on the annihilation or that flaming palm, it will be very key in these team fights.
Yeah, it's all about kind of landing at the prime moment. But I mean, we saw a clue from last game, right? When he needed to step up, he did. So I can imagine on this Sun Bin, he will do exactly the same thing. But Young Knight having a bit of a hard time on top side of the map here. After the pressure has been put into the mid lane. Annihilation is trying to clear out this mini wave. There's a lot of damage on Inuit, but he's able to heal up.
Yeah, forcing away that infinite vastness. Forcing away that unending sorrow here coming in from Inuit here. So that is a bit of a spell here being committed, but still, game state is at a very 50-50 state. Goal lead is dead even, although the kill does fall in favor of Nongshim thanks to that early game mishap.
Yeah, exactly right. They are, Gen.G just basically just confessing for their sins. They're just basically making sure they're condemning themselves for any other kind of overstep here onto Nongshim, because Nongshim know how to manhandle a team that comes into their own territory. So that's exactly what they're doing here. They're allowing Gen.G to overstep at this moment in time. They're allowing Siri to be uncontested, get his farm up, because they know their late game policy is they're going to be Illusion is going to be Siri.
Yep, Illusion and Siri, once they get to that late game tempo, it will be much more comfortable coming in from Nongshim RedForce. That's where the packs start scaling off, like Rock, like Wawa. Hence, who is also a late game factor that may be important coming in for side Gen.G's late game rotation and fun.
Ooh, gotta be careful there. The wind as well. The Ruby Blades are being used as the backline there just to kind of drive away the side of Nongshim, but they are able to wipe out that minion wave there, so they keep the T1 for now. The bot side of the map goes and disappears onto the side of Nongshim as well, so open both sides of both of the teams are now a open floor.
And we look at an engager coming in from Faye, forcing out Monto Splash on the Gen.G again. That is a 2-minute cooldown that is being expanded for the farm lane coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, Monto's got to know his position a little bit better now, because all he has is that cleanse to get out of there, right? Cleanse and hope that his passive is propped up so his movement speed just a little bit quicker, but really, it's not too much of a detriment here because he does have Clue that can give him that movement speed out of there, but this is all going to be down to the side of Gen.G playing to those micro playstyles.
But still, Gen.G getting that Crimson buff is what they are looking for right now. Kyo9 finds Wawa on towards the wall, but will Kyo9 be able to escape? He does get a bit of a back off position here as he backs off the safety.
It's really Nongshim looking to keep that T1 alive into the mid lane. They're able to get the takedown of the Inuit as well. So down goes Shu1, and down goes a little bit of healing potential here to the side of Gen.G Esports. Now paying back that takedown of the Crimson Golem. They take away Dune's Azure Golem, which is very scary here. Dune is known to be a mana-eating hero once he's in those team fights.
Exactly, you need those Gale's Benediction, you need those healing and mobility here, so not having the Azure Golem here will affect you just so slightly here, but we need to see how well do they do this defense as Siri goes in for the assassination.
Oh, Monto gets taking a lot of damage from the Annihilation as well as the Flaming Bomb. They're looking to get this T1 into the mid lane, so everything, all those efforts for the last like 3 minutes that Gen.G was doing have come to a falter because Nongshim operated and projected that one a little better.
Indeed the case here, and coming in from spells like the Annihilation, we didn't really cover a point, right? Because Nuwa actually counters Gen.G quite well because Gen.G's reach is not as long compared to this artillery range.
Oh, absolutely. There, she can stand from a very far distance. She can push him back as well. Obviously, force out the cleanse if you really wanted to. But you're going to be really kind of like hoping to keep the cleanse for such crucial CC moves like the Mulberry Power and the likes of the Rise of Wind as well, right? But speaking of which, Nongshim looking to go for this Shadow Tyrant now at a 20-minute mark. But down goes Faye for the side of Nongshim. It's not going to be traded for anybody but right now. But Siri goes down as well. Monto is on a rampage and the Tyrant is reset. But Wawa is looking to keep away Nongshim from this neutral objective, which means that this is going to not be a hotly contested objective after all.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Looks like Gen.G was able to get that Shadow Tyrant as well, and looking to get that T1 into the mid lane also. So now back onto the board is Gen.G after that frightful 10-minute mark. We have late game assurances like Sunbin on the clue, but other than that, they really need to start to close this game out unless they want to build a wrap off Nongshim late game.
I gotta say, that Sunbin effect is coming into play. Forcing Faye to avoid these engages is what Sunbin does well. Once that silent lands, you can't be riding the wind to a safety because that will be catching you everywhere you go here. So props to this Clue pick here. So well done.
Yeah, Clue has been playing fantastic this entire series, right? It's Liampo, game number 2. The Daymaker, the difference maker within this series, brings obviously Gen.G to that 1-1 score, and he's playing this Sunbeam very well.
Yeah, this Sunbin so far, last time he showed us, he's done an exceptionally good job, and right now, he's the actual team, and Siri gets caught out in no man's land!
Oh no! When we talk about late game policy, we don't want it taken off the board. We don't want it ripped right in front of Nongshim RedForce, especially when Gen.G's at their T2 into the mid lane. This is all spelling a rather unfortunate picture here for Nongshim as they're slowly approaching that crystal.
Gotta say, things are looking exceptionally good, like you mentioned here. The CC chain to counter this long is spot on. Stun comes in from Rock, immediate follow-up coming in from the silence on the time bomb, making sure that Sui had no chance at all for the infinite fastest bailout.
Blue team
yeah, you got no chance in heck for the side of Nongshim RedForce seed here. And now, obviously, Gen.G have opened up these T2 territories. That means that it's kind of just a freebie now for the side of Nongshim's jungle. But you can see Kyung9 just trying to keep guard, trying to keep intel from the side of Nongshim so that Haku can just finally just have a little bit of a breathing room, get that Azure Golem, just have some uncontested space because Nongshim have not taken the finger off the pulse. They forced the infinite fastness here from the side of Nongshim once again.
That was so close. Siri almost getting taken down once again, but that gives room for the side of Gen.G to lay their hands on the Shadow Vanguard because if you have no infinite fastness on this long, you will be an easy target coming in for the likes of Wawa, for the likes of Clue, or even Monto's Gold Card.
For the likes of all of Gen.G at this point, right? Like, we may as well just name them. Wawa can just flash in, use the Storm Chase, and bash down. Absolutely everybody could be on top of Siri there, especially if they don't have the infinite fastness. But Monto, I think he's playing very lucky in this one. Very lucky and positioning-wise as well. He's actually playing this Gen.G very well.
Oh yeah, this Gen.G has been spot on so far. Positioning-wise, it's been pretty good. Follow-up on that golden token has been really spot on as well here. So, Shadow Vanguard has been casted towards the top side of the map here. I want to see how Gen.G escalates this push. If they can commit to the 3 high ground turrets, that will be insanely important going to that late game marker.
Yeah, we're seeing come back, but I mean, obviously, Gen.G came back from a no turret territory in the last game, and now we can see the Wawa giving that kind of split push of pressure down to the bot side of the map as well. Looking to try and get that Vanguard and T3 into the mid lane, but Series looking for the defense there, but most of it's all happening topside, which, where they placed this Vanguard, is going to be in the favor of Gen.G if they play this team fight to protection.
HP1 is still up and healthy coming in from inside Gen.G Esports here. So, right now, Vanguards are marching towards this topside turret here. I do believe this seems to be an easy takedown coming in for the side of Gen.G's push here. Indeed it is. Q3, first one goes over to Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, the introduction of that turret, obviously, thanks to the Vanguard being placed into the top side of the map, makes it just so much easier, right? The Vanguards are in the crystal, but it's now just kind of like tending the farm for the side of Nongshim. I mean, they are behind by around about 5k gold, and we get to that 14-minute mark. But honestly, I think all that kind of slow farming that Gen.G really kind of like made an effort on to make Nongshim pay in the early game is really paying off in this late game.
Exactly, and I do love the fact that Gen.G, they're not greedy. They know, okay, tower's done. We're going for the Shadow Tyrant respawn, and right now we formally push once again. That shows so much discipline here. And right now, look at how they're pressuring it. Okay, Millie goes for engage, and look at that engage on series.
Yep, they forced into the bastards, but they also forced the opening of that mid T3. No, Gen.G, they don't have the minions just yet into the mid lane, but bot side is still looking a little weak as well. But this is definitely a better Gen.G than what we saw from spring season, from what we saw from KWC.
It's far from just good, it is playing dividends. They are doing so well in this team, but as look at that team as they're taking down each members of the RedForce.
Yeah, they try to get the hit onto Wawa there. Obviously, we see the Truth Mantra being used and expelled a little bit too early there. But right now, it's just the key momentum, the key image here for the side of Nongshim is to keep those minion waves out of that crystal. But right now, it looks like Gen.G, they have one minion left, but they're not going to attack onto the crystal right now. Kyung9 with the Holy Grail gets the takedown of the only crystal, but now it is down to Illusion to deck this, get rid of these 3 minion waves coming through to the crystal. And it is going to be Gen.G taking top spot of the ranking week.
Gen.G has done it. They did the unbeatable compared to KME Spring. They take down the greatest red. Truly a game changer here for Gen.G Esports.
So, ranking week started off with Nongshim having not the best day one. They first lose a round, which from the spring season never happened once. What also didn't happen once is a whole series being taken away from Nongshim, which the fall is now the potential fall of the greatest red.
Well, to say the fall of the greatest red is still too early because it's still a BO3 format. If Nongshim still wins out the series against RA Esports later on, they still can secure that Group S top dog spot. So, coming into this conclusion, it's still a bit early, but props to Gen.G. They did what nobody could do back in KME Spring.
They did exactly that, right? They were able to take a series off of them, and obviously A-Star was the first people to take a series off of Nongshim as well, so that's already kind of like spreading disaster for the side of Nongshim, already kind of like sort of like faltering. The wheels are a little bit more wobbly this time around, rather compared to the spring season after their high of the Season 3 Invitational. You can kind of see that they need to go for a little bit of a redemption arc here, and maybe the survival week will be that redemption arc that comes through very soon for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Oh, now this comes into the question here. Who will join Nongshim and Gen.G in that survival week Group S? Because so far, Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce are almost 99% confirmed for Group S, unless there's some crazy tiebreaker that's gonna come up where Gen.G or also Nongshim RedForce dropping a random series to a lower tier team. But that will be between potentially SCARZ and also Crazy Raccoon to be figured out.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon obviously have the matchup against RA Esports next, but let's dive into the post games here, right? Like, we always keep saying, like, it seems like a bit of a face like value comment that we always say that Inua is one of the most improved players on Gen.G, but when you look at the fact of his just utility on these heroes, the lack of dying as well, you can really see the progress this one player has made to fit in to the actual standards of Rock, Clue, and Wawa. And Monto is looking to go on that same kind of path.
Yeah, Monto does seem to be progressively getting better and better on his role. That he doesn't need to be doing all the fancy DPS, he just needs to be following orders, doing what he needs to do on this marksman. But even though 33% team firing wasn't really amazing, but if we were to look at the damage onto his turrets, I believe Monto is one of the highest up there.
He's one of the highest up there, exactly. He has to be kind of like trying to do the damage, but Inua as well, the 75.3k damage overall, which is kind of just like giving over the healing, giving over the damage as he needed to do in that mid lane. But look at that, kind of like it was very flittering, very flirtatious early to mid game between both of these teams with that gold lead.
But still, we have to remember, this Gen.G win started off at a very difficult early game. They lost, what, 2 to 3 members in their early invasion, but our boy Inua deserving this MVP, 4-1 and 5 on the Yuhuan with a 31% damage dealt, 22% damage taken, and total goal only 22%, 20%.
Yep, that's it. I mean, I think this is like what, maybe one of his first MVPs, maybe like his second, maybe on one of his most release, but definitely a well-deserved MVP. He was the backbone of Gen.G as well as Clue, right? Like Clue, definitely kind of being overshadowed in the MVP selection, but we're gonna look at these highlights, and maybe the highlights will give us the reason why, right?
Yeah, so far we're looking back to the highlights. These early games fall mostly in favor of the side of Nongshim RedForce, but this was the crucial one, right? Okay, so we found Siri in this fight. Siri was stun lock, silence lock, and rock CC chain him before he was able to use the infinite fastness here. And moving towards this one as well, look at the CC chain. Stuns after stuns after stuns. Annihilating this long from being able to have that bailout on that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that Gen.G did very well, right, was the fact that Siri was not like being able to just live in his lane, and luxurious life with his gold lead, and even to the fact of obviously keeping his infinite fastness off cooldown as well. Like, they were always able to make sure that infinite fastness was taken off of those team fights, and that was probably one of the crucial things here that really kind of let them gain this momentum into this best of 3, because game number 1 wasn't it. Game number 2, they locked down Siri, they get the win. Game number 3, they locked down Siri, they get the win. But that's it for this series. We're going to be taking a short break before we get our 8 on the board. See you soon.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into the match number 3 of the day, and that's going to be none other than R8 Esports going up against Crazy Raccoons, who already have 1 victory from today. They're going to be riding the high, but is R8 Esports going to be able to bounce back from the lows of yesterday? That's only what time can tell. I'm Blam, and with me once again is Sagi as we cover here on the KME Fall Season 2025.
And talking about R8 Esports, although the win or the losses coming into the series doesn't really matter for them, but if they are managed in be able to take down Crazy Raccoon per se, that actually messes up the equilibrium of the 3rd place spot. That is so important for Crazy Raccoon or SCARZ potentially going into that Group S or Group A.
Yeah, I mean, that's really crazy to think of, right? Like, R8 Esports is a chaos agent. They've got all the means in their hands that they could literally, like, you know what? Forget your easy time. We're going to throw a spanner in the works. We're going to get a tiebreaker on the go. We don't care. We're rebels. We're R8 Esports. We are infinity and beyond, and we're going to control what goes on beyond this KM Fall season. But honestly, I feel like, though, R8 Esports did lose 2-0 very convincingly to SCARZ yesterday. SCARZ lost against Crazy Raccoons very convincingly today. So it depends on what kind of Crazy Raccoon comes out the trash bin today.
Yeah, the trash bin, are they going to dive deep? Are they going to be fumbling and getting covered by the dustbin cap? So it will be pretty interesting to say whether Crazy Raccoon will be able to take down the likes of R8 Esports in the Tudor fashion. But the focus will be the junglers for today. R8's Gushing and also Crazy Raccoon's Kong per se. I think this 2 matchup will be very important going to the series.
Yeah, it was very important yesterday as well, especially Mfang going up against Gushing as well. I feel like it's that same kind of same kind of dynamic, really. But we saw yesterday Gushing was forced to play a tank jungle, which he didn't really thrive on, and that was kind of the downfall that we saw there of R8 Esports, which alludes to the fact that at the introduction of today's day is like sometimes you are a carry jungler, but you have to play the support for your team. But R8 Esports, hopefully, they popped that into Gushing's head overnight, and now he's coming back and he has a bit of a different advantage or outlook into the jungle.
And talking about this topic, right, carry jungle turn tank, I think a very good example that we've seen so far is the player from Gen.G, Rock. I think he had an amazing transition. He went from being the sole carry jungle player to transitioning into this fully trusting his team with these tank junglers, and his proven results, hence beating the likes of Nongshim RedForce. But that's last game. Let's hop into the rosters for this upcoming series just right now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's coming. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock, yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah.
And here is RA Esports for the final time of the ranking week to infinity and beyond. And that is Doma, Gushing, Xenon, Ryuchi, and Mijo. This has been a team that's kind of shown promise. A team from the spring season that was third place. And now they're looking to be a little bit more less than that one as they go into Group A, potentially here after the ranking week.
But still, I do think that with the addition of Gushing, they can potentially push themselves to a better position. So that will be answered shortly by their opponents, which is Crazy Raccoons on the opposite end.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
The CR Nation, the Crazy Raccoon, represent the KJL region with Kai in the Clash Lane, Kong, their MVP with a back-to-back MVP performance title, and Cliche in the mid lane, Nanohana and Nia comprising of that farm lane and roll.
Yeah, this has been a team that's been, like, it threw us off in the last series, right? We saw Nia actually play something that wasn't a tank. He played the idea, which rhymes, and I'm not a poet, but I just don't know it. But there we go. It's going to be interesting to see if he pulls it any more of those kind of enchanter, utility mages into that support role this time around against RA Esports, or they're just going to be like, right, let's play to our strengths, let's go for our comfort drafts, and then just round this one out with a 2-0 so we don't show too much of our hand as we go into Survival Week.
Yeah, going to Survival Week will be interesting, especially if you open up too much of your hero drafts. You might be exposed to your opponents in broad daylight, but that is for Survival Week. We are still in the final moments of our ranking week. It will be RA Esports on the blue side and Crazy Raccoons on the red side.
Yeah, batting out the U1, both of these teams love this pickup as well. Maybe not so down to this side of Nia, but maybe up for Cliche here as well. Or even Kong, right? Kong played it into the jungle and played it very well. Because this is like, you can be very utility or you can even carry. We've seen it on other regions, like in the MKL, Wendy, he was able to pick up that pick and just destroy with it.
Man, coming into this laning phase, like you mentioned, right? This banning phase, like you mentioned, okay, Yuhuan, Wendy, Maishiranui, Wendy, he's like starting to be the staple of a mid lane player towards the global scene. Given the Maishiranui, given the Yuhuan, he does pretty well with it, but RA Esports are locking in early for one of the star players in the roster, which is Yoichi in the farm lane.
Yeah, Ryuchi getting that. Ali is pretty fantastic. Obviously, it's one of his big picks, but there it is. Kong gets his way, and I gets the Dharma. Ooh,
Kong?
Maybe pulling out the Wukong here. Okay. Oh, wait, no. We got a bit too excited. He goes for the tiger. It's still a zoo. We went from a monkey to a tiger.
Yeah, monkey to a tiger, still animals, but still, Pei is locked in for the side of RA Esports. That is a pretty interesting pick here. And once again, we see the Liampo from Nia. And I gotta say, when you have Arlie and you're against Fate and Dharma, I keep saying this. A lot of pressure because so much eyes are looking onto you. Once you use that spell 1 dash up with Belief Step, you will be seeing a helicopter, which is the Fate, landing onto you, or the Dharma with the Truth Mantra into your face.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways and a lot of access already onto the backline of the side of RA Esports, right? I mean, we've already seen a very solid performance from Clue onto the Liampo. I feel like Nia can play this very well as well. He likes to play these tank support heroes to a T. And now we're getting to that second ban phase. I mean, RA Esports, they do have the early game aggression, right? They have the potential sort of like mid to late game here with the Arlie, depending on how well Ryuchi does and is left alone, if left alone at all. But we've already seen the means and the ends to an Arlie is going to be that Liampo potentially.
That would potentially be the case, right? Liampo setting up the Dharma for success. Maybe that is what that can be happening on towards the Gorgia, but it seems to me that the final pick of the marksman might just go towards to Nanohana in the farm lane here, and maybe we might just see the Consort U again in that final pick.
Maybe so. Maybe the Consort U comes through here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, and he played very well for Nanohana, but they're going to take the potential of the Lady Gen off the board here. They don't need it onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. They have the Yixing. Yixing is going to just kind of like maximize that crowd control, that zoning potential that Crazy Raccoons already have right now within these team fights. So they definitely need something that's going to be able to kind of counter the Arlie in terms of the long range, and it looks like that Nanohana is going to go onto that Consort U.
I think it's a very good Consort U pick because coming in for our esports, Lady Zin is not really a hero whereby she's taking a lot of resources, so Consort U can potentially go for the Succubus Claw in the 5th or 6th item slot. So you have like what, 3 physical damage heavy heroes like the Arlie, like the Pain, and wow, the Mei. So this Consort U makes a lot of sense for this last pick.
Yeah, a lot of sense indeed. With her second skill, Protective Winds, being able to kind of mitigate any of that physical damage it's like put in that duration. But also, obviously, her ultimate, obviously, bolting shot, able to kind of like lock somebody in place. So if you lock somebody in place, Faye dives in on top of them. It's that kind of like little minor setup that you can really do here. It's not something that maybe RA Esports might necessarily even think about.
And talking about the Worldsman board, which is the ultimate coming in from Yixing, it sets up 4 sides of walls for the Dharma on the hands of Kai to set you up for a big punch with that Truth Mantra.
Yeah, huge setup with the Truth Mantra, huge punch, a lot of damage as well can be done with the Dharma as well over to the top side of the map, but this is going to be the draft of game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going into this one. It's R8 Esports and Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon are looking just to take this victory to maintain that 3rd spot, or even if anything happens to Nongshim after this next series, they could actually be elevated to an even higher position in Group S.
But still, we have to put our focus here, Blam. It's still set number 3 between R8 Esports and Crazy Raccoon from the KJL region here. So this will be your eventual lineup for 10 of these players in Hero Scourge for this game number 1.
Interestingly enough, Mijo likes to lock in the heal here rather than going over the smite of Zhang Fei or even going for the prison sprite, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of like interactions with players of Zhang Fei. You have to heal, you have to stun, you have to smite as well. So that's about it. But coming into the series, the Realme official gaming phone, the Realme 15 Pro is the official gaming phone of the King Major series. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we say get yours now, but Realme, mine, and Sagi's email boxes are open. You can drop us a free one if you really like to. But we're going to get into the game number 1 here between R8 Esports and Crazy Raccoons. Just having a little bit of a tit for tat into that mid lane, just trying to get the setup of the rotations here, because we're going to be seeing a lot of rotations for Ryuchi as well as obviously Mijo, just to try and kind of like help Doma into that top side of the map.
Oh, Yoshi does steal away that Fire Beat Camp coming in from the top side here. So that 3v3 goes in favor for our esports as more resources are being funneled to this early.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see, obviously, the lane swap makes sense, right? Like, if you're going early up against the Consort U, not only does Consort U have a little bit more range in terms of the overfall, but she also has the elimination of the physical damage. So what do? You put a mage down there, and you just chip away at health for the time being. People lock down in place.
50-50, but look at Kaido gets pulled in by Noma's Mei here. Kong comes in for the assistance here, but does not get the hardest COJ here. Yeah, might be potential target here for the side of our esports, but more members are jumping onto Gucci here as we get a first play goal in favor of the Ultimate, but 2 members are falling for the side of Doma and Mijo here. It is in favor of Crazy Raccoons as they are not done yet. Another kill on towards Yoichi's Arlie. 3-1 for the Raccoons.
Beautiful burst around into the flash there, and the backline was just like, you're going nowhere, buddy. Arlie, you're getting taken down, and that was obviously first blood going over to the side of Crazy Raccoons. Yes, we saw that R8 was able to get 1 kill, but turning that into 3, that's trouble already being spelled here for the side of R8 Esports as it elevates Crazy Raccoons on the boundary of around about 1k gold lead at this point in time.
And at 2 minutes, having a 1k goalie, that is very dominant performance coming in for the Raccoons. That 4v4 at the top side, super well done by Kong, Kai, and also Nia.
Yeah, everyone was committed, right? Like, Kai was just basically there to kind of bait them along. You saw his health go down really low. I was literally on the edge of my seat, but then you saw Kong just kind of fly over the walls, parkouring up into the top side of the map. He was just there to be like, right, just feed them into me. I can get these kills, and that's exactly what he did here in Kong right now. He's level 6, the Gushing's level 6 as well, but that all could be potential here. They do commit the ultimate board to try and lock in Gushing here, but doesn't actually get anybody.
Yeah, it's still a very short cooldown here. After we know, if you put a smaller board, cooldown is faster for your presence here. But coming into this game, right, I gotta say, teams have to start targeting Kong's fate. It's getting out of control as of this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's probably better for him to play in game number 1 rather than be a point down and then Crazy Raccoon bring it back out in game number 2 like they did in the previous series today. So I feel like RA Esports is like, right, okay, let's just roll with the blows at this point.
Yeah, roll with the blows, and let's test our waters here as a Destructive Deluge already being prematurely used by Xenon. Okay, but the engage goes through here as Nia finds the engage on Xenon here. Xenon in no man's land. No assistant, no angle for that flash. Gets punished heavily.
Yeah, very well played there by the side of Crazy Raccoon. I mean, to be honest, should he have thrown that Destructive Deluge? It was probably just like a Russian roulette at that point, right?
Yeah.
Like, if he gets somebody, amazing. If not, unfortunate for me, and that was unfortunate for him. He did take the hell.
Yeah, did he take the L as CR Kong looks for the engage here? The Unbridled Opus cancels out the hardened Jade Seal here. So, it's okay, but that's Unbridled Outburst just before the spawn of a Tyrant here. And towards the mid lane again, we see Kai and Cliche already controlling this bottom part of the river here. So this Tyrant falls towards the Raccoons with ease.
Yeah, it's like you were saying there. Obviously, yes, the Unbridled Burst does cancel out the Fade's ultimate, but you've just taken off a Unbridled Outburst as the 4-minute mark comes around. It's like, alright, Esports are just throwing ultimates left, right, center, which is not what you want to do right now.
Gushing gets hardened J-Seal towards the middle lane here as Kong's damage was just so darn high here. This goes to the lead of the early game again.
Yeah, early game lead going up to the side of Crazy Raccoon right now, but Dharma is just kind of just like having his own little field day up there. He's able to kind of replicate that pressure that Crazy Raccoon was able to get down to the bot side, but now Ollie's going to have a little bit more of a harder time. Ryuichi is going to have to be very proactive on where he gets his farm from.
And that is the key part coming in from Kong's fate, right? He's making sure everything works as we see a board, forcing Doma's flash.
Yeah, forcing Doma's flash, forcing out the Main in that one. It means that the T1 here could easily be taken down. They have both Nanahana as well as Cliche here to do the damage with the minion. It might actually just stay alive. It could use the predictive winds to keep it alive. Yep, there we go. Just keep going. Boom, boom. Played, said like an actual console main myself.
Exactly, I'm telling you, Nanahana's like, oh, well, Blam's still on broadcast? Okay, get in that console, get in the console here. We gotta show this boy that we are respecting the casters here. So, it's been played super well, and we're seeing more of these turns go in favor here, as I think mid lane is having an engage where Xenon just casually dodges away from Kai's engage.
Oh, they get the mid T1 as well as potentially getting the T2 into the top side of the map. This is pressure that RA Esports definitely do not want to kind of falter to here, right? Like, they don't want to allow the Crazy Raccoon to get too far ahead at this point of the game, because now we're looking around about that 2k goal difference at that 6-minute mark, which is still a big progress here for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, the Raccoons are digging hard and they are diving deep. Right now, all these towers here, 2 top towers, 1 tower towards the middle, and also 1 tower towards the bottom lane here. 4 total turrets are already, as we might see a potential gank onto Doma here. He needs to back off from the spot.
Yeah, I mean, they can see them, right? Like, they have the vision sprite. They can see them that they're in that brush, unless they're kind of teetering on the edge, but we can see the kind of like eye icon on the side. They're able to actually, face check it as well there, but Kong's coming through as they know that Yurgo is up with the ball to beat
Tremor smash! The rest comes through for the side of Dolnia here. Does catch the side of Gushing, and Gushing gets hardened, Steel Jade, and taken away from the map here. Nanohana caught in no man's land here, gets hit by the final combo, gets taken down as well. 1-for-1 exchange. Doma has no flash, gets taken down as well, in favor of the Raccoons once again.
Yeah, I mean, Clash Jungle for your farm at this point in the game. I mean, it's not kind of the best trade you really want to be taking, right? Like, Gushing is getting picked up thanks to Kong on this fade. And honestly, I don't know what to expect on the side of RA Esports. I mean, yes, they found out, obviously, some of the prio picks for some of the other lanes, but surely Kong was needed to be contested here in this ban draft.
I have to agree with you. Even Gushing, one of the KPL ex-veterans here, getting so much pressure from Kong's fate here. 3-0 and 4. Full 100% kill participation and winning 2,000 gold against a Pei that needs to be winning in the early game here. And right now, this Pei is putting behind, so darn behind.
Oh, very far behind. He's paying the Kong right now for a toll. He's like, hey, can you let me go into, can you let me go into my own jungle, please? I will pay you a toll so I can actually just get a little bit of farm. Because look here, Kong is level 13, Gushing is level 11. So it's not just gold that he needs, it's XP to get him back onto the board, get him back up to that same level as Kong.
So you have to pay the pays for Kong, right? That's what you mean?
Yeah, but the Pei has to pay Kong so he can get his pay from the jungle.
all right. That makes so much sense here. As we see a Radiance here spotting out Gushing and also Midro here from the Azure Golem here. But even this is up, we see another Tyrant being attempted by the side of the Raccoons here as there is no contention and they take it with 0 contentions.
0 contentions, but it's all the facts. It's the PTSD, the crazy Raccoon that's already costed, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Raccoons are just dominating the map as of this point. Look at them just running through this bottom tier 2 once again. The last outer will be that mid outer tier 2.
Red team has destroyed
exactly
a
right
tower.
there. But there he's getting a T2 takedown into the bot side of the map here. Got to be careful for the side of RA Esports, but you can kind of see efforts here from Gushing. Is kind of helping himself to Kong's jungle because he's so far in deep into Gushing's jungle. He's like, he's not going to be in my jungle, right? He's not going to be in his own jungle, so that's where I'm going to get my resources from.
At least get something back, at least make sure you get a bit of a consolation prize as we see Nia's Tremor Smash does not hit anyone, forcing Doma away from that bush.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a little bit early of the commitment of the Tremor Smash now, but I mean, the neutral objectives aren't up for like another like 30, actually about 40 seconds from now, which will be the Shadow variant. So I think at a moment in time, if you're going to be sort of using a massive ultimate like the Tremor Smash, now is probably the time to do that.
Exactly the case here, and especially 30 seconds into the game here, we will be having our Shadow Tyrant off, the first one in the series here. So with the Raccoon's lead, I think this might just go uncontested here unless our Esports find that backline assassination with Doma or with Gushing.
They're trying to set up a bit of pressure here into the bot side of the map, so it means that maybe if they do decide to take it, as you can see the rotation from Zhangfei as well as the Lady Gen here as well, could be potential point of concession here for both of these teams, but it's actually Gushing that's going to be recalling at this point of the game.
They can't really contest this, not with the item discrepancy that they have between Kong and also Gushing. Kong is really level 15 on this phase, while Gushing, this early tempo of a jungle is only 13.
Yeah, crazy, right? So crazy. The board being committed here, and obviously Parkour from there with the Tremor Smash coming through the back line.
Yeah, Kai does get taken down. Mid-Josh is the one that gets taken down as Kai sends him towards the grave here. Not even able to commit that Unbridled Outburst.
Kai sends him to the sky. I mean, we're going to be starting to be poets on the broadcast right now. I'm making that decision for both of us, Sagi. We've now got to rhyme these broadcasts.
Well, to be a caster, you gotta be a poet as well. We rhyme with words, we use words defensively and also as entertainment here. So, pretty sure we are in the same industry here if we were to say entertain with words.
Exactly, we have to yap quite a bit and use our words quite a lot. And speaking of using quite a lot of that gorge, retail is going to be Cruiser, the crazy Raccoon, getting that second Shadow Overlord here as well. So they were able to get the Tyrant, they were able to get the Overlord as well, which is already going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of RA Esports that are behind around about 4k gold right now. But in terms of a team fight coming back in their favor, there is still a means to do so. They need to get the pickup onto the right heroes, right? Like, do you focus Kong? Do you focus Nanohana? Like, where's the focus going to be going?
I think if you can find the perfect Unbridled Outburst and onto Kong, and Ryoichi and Doma finds the sufficient damage, it could be very pivotal in finding these perfect team fights. But the first thing they have to settle will be these Vanguards.
Yeah, they got to make sure they keep these Vanguard waves at the bay from their higher ground turrets here for the side of R8 Esports. But they are doing it. They have the work. They have the wave clear, thanks to obviously the likes of the Lady Gen, as well as obviously Ryuchi here onto the Ali. But the ball being committed here is going to keep pushing into that T3 territory as they take it, thanks to the Shadow Vanguard here as well, with ease, thanks to that debuff in that top side of the map.
Now they just need to wait for every single board, and then one board leads to one tower, another board leads to another tower, and just rinse and repeat until the demise of RA Esports.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going, right? They keep putting the pressure on. They're going to make sure that RA Esports cannot come back, because as soon as they find any kind of means of a comeback, that spells a bit of a disaster here for Crazy Raccoons, who played a fantastic early game.
Exactly. I gotta say that 4v3 towards the top side was so pivotal in Crazy Raccoon's success, allowing Kong to really fast-pace this jungle, avoid that early game weak spot, and right now we can see Guxing on this pick is struggling to repeat the success that he has had on this pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think it's been like his biggest pick. Like, I feel like Guxing's been more kind of like very dominant onto the likes of the Masashi, hence why Crazy Raccoon banned it out in the second ban phase. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one here that they're struggling with the Pei for now, but it all happens with that early game, right? Like, if Pei doesn't get that great early game, doesn't have the tempo-making potential himself, then the enemy team's just going to abuse him. They're going to create the tempo, and he's going to have to dance to their beat, which is not what you want to do when you are Pei.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens for a reason here. 0-2 in terms of scoreline here for the play against the 3-0-4 Fade here. That is already full items here. Almost 1,000 gold per minute for this Fade.
Yeah, crazy, man.
Crazy.
12.2k to 9.3. It is definitely a deficit you want to be trying to control for yourself, but do RA Esports have the means to the control? I mean, only time will tell, right? They're starting to trying to just keep this defense to their base at a minimum so that the assault doesn't come through, but they have no means of going out. Like, they are pretty much on house arrest at this point in the game.
Tyrant
yeah,
has
house
been
arrest,
defeated.
and the Raccoons are playing such a methodical game, making sure that they get all these resources uncontested, and then they go for that inedible final push here. So this Shadow Tyrant will lead to a Shadow Vanguard push just 30 seconds later on.
Yeah, wild. Absolutely wild, the potential here that it could just go for another kind of like nail in the coffin, which we've already seen with the double neutral objectives they've just taken for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But they got to do something here for RA. They can't just keep allowing them just to keep just taking away from their bomb, getting itemization. It's just going to get harder and harder. The World Cup will be committed here just to try and zone out this T3.
But look at Kai finding that backline as that's being dodged by Xenon Splendor here. Kai will be the first one to fall down here as the damage here for Man's Premise Master, as we see an execution coming in from the side of Kong. Deleting Doma, deleting Minions, and down follows Doma as well here. Minion waves are available as the crystal is exposed. Game number 1 falls toward the hands of Raccoons as they take this with a 1-0 scoreline.
Crazy Raccoons coming out on top there with that game number 1 victory. I mean, it was dominant from the word go. It was dominant until they had to stop. But I mean, they were like playing with their food at certain points there against RA Esports, unfortunately. But it's something they have to kind of navigate and talk about in this next break, right? RA Esports didn't have a great early game. Yes, they were obviously able to get kind of like a 1 trade for 3 up to the top side of the map. But when you were like going up against Crazy Raccoon, that's not a good trade, especially when one of those kills is a first blood as well.
Yeah, that's the case, right? Especially after that 4v4 of a fight towards the Clash game that the Crazy Raccoons has won, it really made sure that our 8 had lesser room to play. And moving on towards Guxing's jungle, he got caught repeatedly, resulting in the not so usefulness of a Pei to being portrayed as such a strong early pick. The earliness has already been negated per se.
Yeah, it has been negated because there was such pressure being put into the top side of the map, as we've already had that team fight to begin with, and then it was just kind of like crumbling at the wayside, right? Like with Pei, you've got to make sure that your laners are strong enough to kind of like keep themselves alive, keep their lane maintained, and then you can come through with Pei to try and get a gank here, there, and everywhere. But none of that ever happened for RA Esports. It was all being brought to the door by the Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, the Crazy Raccoons are indeed crazy here. Look at Cliche and Kong, 406 on both of those members, and Kai also 227. And Nia, he had a fantastic game on the Lianpo. The last fight, man, Naka, goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, we normally see that Kong has that MO of dying once, but in this time, he wasn't limit tested. He just was uncatchable, even with the likes of like Mayin, which we normally see that teams have tried to play against Crazy Raccoon to get that counter, to get him off the wall. But when you're playing behind and not actually be able to kind of like play to your own tempo, it's hard to kind of just go out, flash in, punish the fade, and then your team comes out on top. But looking at this damage Del, man, is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. 76.1k damage from a fade, and also he had no devs, very vocal in all these team fights, finding these backline assassinations. He's just doing it all on this pick here. And so far, I wonder, is he getting another MVP after this?
I think it's got to be right. Like, they can't give this to anybody else unless it's just like, guys, we've got to stop giving Kong MVPs because it looks like favoritism. Like, that's the only thing I can see here that production will do. But look at that gold graph, man. That's one of the biggest kind of like waves that you've been seeing within Honor of Kings, is that when a team gets ahead, they just keep going and going and going, just building that smizable mountain. There it is. The Fade 4 trade, the guns already blazing for Kong here with a 4-0-6 trade. I believe this is his 7th or 8th MVP at this point, which is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts, and they also managed to take a game out of Nongshim. RedForce, this guy, I gotta say, Kong, he's the sole engine of the side of the Raccoons, and if this guy gets shut down, you will see Raccoons get nerfed, but so far, not a lot of teams can shut down this exceptional jungle player in our KME region.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams have played and have been very successful at shutting him down, but he still always came out swinging, right? Always tried to do his best going into those team fights, going into these games, and making sure that he's not only the carry, but his team's kind of like propping him up at the same time. Because even if you had a carry like this on your team within ranked, if your team's not performing, like how we see here, Nia, with that fantastic the burst ramp with the flash, like these were really key things to set up Kong on the Fade.
And back-to-back devs coming in for the side of RH Gushing really just spelled doom for this early game of pick on the Fade.
Yeah, exactly. Just like this, right? Like, he was just dropping his ultimate, making sure he's trying to get as much executes up as possible, making RH Esports just run for the hills, right? Like, when you've got that marker on your head, you're like, I'm gonna die. So you try and run it alive, and then you just get caught by the Fade of the execution, and you know it's too late when you turn, I mean, in this case of this skin, the Byakuya Kuchi one, you turn purple, you die.
You turn purple, you die. That's the Byakuya Kuchiki skin that you mentioned here. And as of this point, it's just smooth sailing going in for the side of CR as they take game number 1 with just no contention coming in for the side of RE Esports.
Yeah, like the neutral objectives were uncontended, the waves were uncontended. The only really contention we had was in the early game, but that was soon stomped out when obviously Crazy Raccoon managed to get that early game lead. But we're going to go for a short break between these game 1 and game 2. See you soon.
In this world, only ones in this world, call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. We're underway with match number 3, game number 2 between R8 Esports and Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, that game number 1 was looking frightful, but now Kongs fades off the board. Can R8 Esports excel and go to infinity and beyond?
Well, so far we gotta see, right? He still has the potential of playing the pay off the things like the Jing, and even he brought out the Nakoruru as well back in one of the games that he lost, but had an amazing early game with.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely kind of like the jungler that knows the most, right? Like, he loves these carry junglers. I don't think we've seen him on a tank jungle yet, right?
So far, I think no, but putting Kong on the tank jungle might be not so great, right? But was he the one who played the, what do you call that, the floorborne tank? Was it him? No, that was Rock.
Yeah, no, he has played a tank jungle, but he lost with it. He lost with Dune to Nongshim RedForce. So maybe let's try and stay away from the tanks, but maybe it was just maybe a bad matchup, right? I mean, Nongshim is a team that you can't take lightly. But we're getting to the ban phase of game number 2 here. We have the ban of the pay at the Arlie because R8 Esports took them in game number 1, but Crazy Raccoon have the first pick here. So do they go to lock in something like the Huan, or do they go and go for another jungle carry pick here for CR?
Ooh, like you mentioned, jungle carry. You can probably say that with an Ogre here and Gushing. He's like, man, he had such a beautiful fade game. I want to play it too. Lock me in. Let's go.
Yeah, Gushing was just like, Coach, I don't care. I want to play Fade. He did really well with it. I want to do really well with it. Whatever he can do, I can do better.
But of course, there are still priority picks here up for grabs coming in from our esports. They still need to deny the Long and Yuhuan, one of the 2 most picked heroes here coming into our KME region. And having those 2 in the same team comp, you have double bailout on these heroes.
I mean, they obviously take the Lady Chen for themselves because obviously R8 Esports can't take it in game number 2. They had it in number 1. But the Mai Yin here is going to be enough to kind of keep those slippery heroes like the Lung, like the Huan into place. But, ooh, okay, R8 Esports potentially goes for that kind of like double support carry pick onto the Lung.
Well, here's the thing. Usually our misconception will be, oh, Dolia will just refresh the low infinite fastest. But once that, if let's say Xenon is very good on this Yuan, the double ending sorrow that we've seen so far is proven to be very, very deadly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can bait obviously the ultimate. You can obviously come back down with a big smash as well. It's very good for a double refresh, right? Like, you don't want to give over a double refresh to, I don't know, just any Joe Bloggs. You want to give over to a hero that has the ultimate that can actually dictate and change the pace of a game here, which Q1 can do. But back at, we get into the ban phase here, second part, we see the Diadea being banned out because obviously support so far for Nia has not been locked in, which could be a bit of an issue, right? But they do have the Zhongfei if they really want to go for a little bit of frontline. Is it a bit too much frontline if they go for a Zhongfei here? It depends on what Nanohana goes for as their marksman.
Well, Nanohana definitely needs to be filling up this damage department, maybe potentially picking up the Gen.G per se to lock in that early game laning phase against the Long or even likes the channel here, but we're seeing a Daji being hovered here. I have seen this pick before in the other regions here, but of course you have the Dolly and the Yuan already here, so the Daji doesn't really fit into any of these team compositions, so Fatih gets locked in here. R8 already off to a pretty good start.
Very good start here. They get Fatih for Doma here. He's played, I mean, most of the Clash laners within this competition have played very well here. But like you were saying, Crazy Raccoons, they look to maybe potentially go for either the Chano or the Flowborn Marksman here, flickering between those two, because obviously the range and the late game potential of both of these heroes is exactly what they want going into this game number 2, right? And it looks like Nia is actually going to go for the Zhongfei here to give them a little bit more of an extra front line, get those pickoffs with the Unbridled Outburst.
Well, it's his favorite pick here, and I don't know why our Esports is not targeting it, so He gets his Zhangfei, he gets his Chano here, so it's a very well-rounded team composition, and I'm... Okay, this is definitely not a Zia here. They still lack a jungle pick here, so Esports, what are you planning here coming into this final pick here? Or is this Yuan going into the jungle? Oh,
it's got to be, right? It's got to be Huan jungle, Suya into the mid lane, Dolia into support. But no, there we go. That makes even more sense now where that's going. Again, Mo potentially here going over to RA Esports for a little bit more of an artillery range, a little bit more burst damage. And obviously with Dolia, it makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense here, but my concern here is this. You have the Yuan, you have the KME, you have the Dolia here. So that's triple magic setup here coming in for the side of our Esports here, and you're against two large tanks being Ogren and Zhangfei here. Itemization wise, once these heroes hit the Succubus Cloak or the Eye of the Phoenix here, or Esports, do you have enough damage to realistically take down this Ogren?
Again, I think only time will tell, right? Like, if obviously Xenon is able to get ahead with the KME, obviously stack up his passive as well to do more damage also. But then at the same time, he's still going to watch out for positioning, right? Like, you've got Mayin that can dive in on top of you. You've got Orgren that can get the path of passing into the back line of you as well. And if you're not careful, you've got Nia that could be sitting in a bush at Unbridled Outburst. I mean, it's not quite the Cannon Blast that's quite oppressive, which we saw the RA Esports banned out the Motsu, but you're kind of using an Unbridled Outburst as the same essence as a Cannon Blast to catch out the enemy team to set up that team fight, but it's going to be obviously on a lot longer of a cooldown, so they have to use it a lot more conservatively here. But this is game number 2 between Crazy Raccoon and RA Esports. Will it be a 2-0, or can RA Esports do the dream like Gen.G just did and get this back into their favor?
Only time would tell, like we mentioned here. Gotta say, RA Esports, they need to figure out their early game better here, but Gushing here already being fake checked by Nia here, and Nia laying down that Prison Sprite will lock Gushing in place. Potential work one might go into favor as he is executed along with the Wild Boars.
What an oppressive Prison Sprite. And I mean, honestly, we should have caught this one out because Nia was probably the first support player to actually lock the Prison Sprite onto the Zhangfei within the KME, right?
Exactly, and he's using it to a very smart approach, right? Jumping in front of Gushing, landing that Prison Sprite, locking him in place, and they get punished heavily. And Nanohana, oh my goodness, stealing away the Fire Beak.
Oh, absolutely beautiful there. I mean, this is the kind of congestion that they need for the side of Crazy Raccoon here, just to make sure that it doesn't kind of develop and go into that kind of like slow but surely late game essential here for obviously the likes of Ryushi on this Lung. But man, Crazy Raccoons are not looking to like... Normally between games, some teams that are winning like to take the foot off the gas, but Crazy Raccoons, man, that's like, you know what? We can't take the foot off the brakes. We need to make sure we go in full steam ahead.
Yeah, full steam ahead is what Crazy Raccoon is towards this early game here. Just about 1 minute 30 seconds in, and yes, sitting comfortably with a 800 goal lead already. What a beautiful early game so far for the Raccoons.
Great early game so far. I mean, it could all get time coin flipped over here for the side of RA Esports if they really wanted. But Gushing was able to actually get that Crimson Golden here. We are into the image jungle. There is going to be a bit of reduction in terms of damage onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. They have to play this one carefully.
But hey, they come here, they steal the Wild Boars, and they back off. By stacking these leads, you will see a goal lead being formulated, which is this 1,000 goal lead already in favor of the Raccoons just 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good kind of like call, a good excursion into the enemy jungle, right? They got what they needed, they got back out. It's kind of like, there's nothing really going over to the favor of RA Esports from just doing that, collecting those boards, but they are going to lose gold for the fact that that came through. Dodging a couple blades nicely there is Nanohana on this Chano.
That's very well done here, and I believe if they can manage a freeze here, it will be even better for the side of Crazy Raccoon, as it will escalate into a safe farming tempo for the side of Nanohana.
Yeah, just keeping him kind of like very comfortable into the bot side of the map. We've seen that obviously Nia is just going for those rotations between mid and bot side just to make sure that Nanohana is not going to get taken advantage of here and has that support system as well. But we're going to be seeing obviously the teleport down to the mid lane here by Cliche as they're kind of already trying to alleviate that pressure for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
And Kong is having yet another field day into the jungle here, giving out most of the resource here from the likes of that. But hey, look at the top side though, as Kai goes for the 1v1 and slays Doma under his legs.
Slay Queen! It's Kai with the kill after the armor there, but Gushing is just to have that fast rotation, unfortunately. Maybe if he had the intel a little bit quicker, he maybe could have saved him, or at least maybe get a shutdown on time. But no, once again, CR are in the behest of the enemy jungle. They're looking to get some more. Look to potentially go and get this Crimson Golem. No, Gushing's actually outsmiting that one this time around. Unfortunately for Kong, he's not Fade, but he is Ogren, and Ogren is taking a lot of damage here.
Oh, he gets taken down here, but the Infinite Masters is still available coming in for the side of Ryoichi as he finds the execution and he bails out safely. 4 minutes is on the clock right here as RA Esports, they have a beeline here to walk straight towards that Shadow Tyrant.
If there's any time to take down your enemy jungler, it's literally prior moments to those neutral objectives, which is exactly what RA Esports did there to AT, but maybe they're gonna imagine if that Soaring shot there got the takedown and got the steal. That would have been absolutely beautiful for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but RA Esports were able to claim it.
RA Esports were indeed able to claim it. It does stop the bleeding that they had back into the early game here, so props to them for finding a perfect kill onto Kong's over-aggressiveness towards the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. They're able to sort of like alter him for now, right? Like Kong is playing less of a carry, but you can still obviously have carry potential on the Ogren. But you gotta make sure you're unchecked. There is gonna be the Sorrow into the back line, just put pressure onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. Oh, they forced it the Unbridled Outburst. That is a very good use of the Unending Sorrow.
Exactly the case here, and that shows the power of the Dolia and Yuhan combination, right? It makes it so that this combination gives you the power of playing both aggressively and passively when needed.
Exactly that, right? Like, you can obviously choose which one you want to go to. It's just like choosing Huan's ultimate. Do I heal? Do I do damage? Do I go up? Do I become untouchable? Which one do I do? So you can obviously choose the pace and match whichever you fancy or whatever mood you're in, right? Like, if you're in a... You're like, you know what? Someone stole my lunch. I'm going to go in and go damage. And then someone's like, you know what? I shared my lunch today. You know what? I'm going to go for some healing on the Huan here. But off on a tangent, but still not quite being able to get that gold back into their favor is RA Esports.
Exactly, and we see Doma really popping the ultimate here to force Kai away from this tower here. I don't think Kai is able to defend this tower as we might see a one-to-one trade in terms of power from the top side and the bot side of the Raccoons and RA Esports.
Ooh, they were looking for Kai.
Hold on though, Kai looking for the knockup here. Does find even the back away from Ryoichi though. Ryoichi lands down. Doesn't find the fire palm here as Kong looking for the potential re-engage on towards Yuhan here. First ultimate is out here as Brighter Opus finds the backline here, but they look to disengage as there is no damage coming in from PC or Nanohana as they are pushing the mid lane.
Yeah, they can hit all those ultimates, but now they're going to crush the Renew Wave into the T2 potentially here. Prison Sprite also being used. I mean, I feel like this is a bad move by Crazy Raccoon.
But no, actually getting that mid turret here, I think is still a decent trade-off here coming in from the Raccoons here. At most, a 50-50 trade-off here, especially having the mid tower going down. You might just see the Raccoons just beelining towards that Azure Golem off the side of R8 Wuxing.
Very true, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's also a plausible deniability for Kai. Like, they're like, hey, why aren't you in your lane? You're like, hey, just check your minimap. I've got no turrets, bro. There's no safe space for me. So Kai can really just kind of like tend the chickens, get the minion wave out of the table, and just make sure it crashes in naturally. And then he can just be elsewhere onto the gorge, looking for those important pickoffs onto the likes of Xenon, onto the likes of Ryuchi as well.
Exactly the case, and we see so far a very good early game here for the side of Nanohana here. Unbothered, unharmed, playing the lane very safely here compared to his past performances. Back to the mid lane here, Kong is still going for these jungle camp invasions here, pressuring Gushing, wanting to make sure that this Yuhan gets to bail out with the ultimate here, wants to bail out the ultimate as much as possible.
Use that area of effect, right? Just make sure you kind of like check in using the CC, whatever you need to do on this U1 pick is Gushing's main objective here. But they're doing very well. RA Esports are definitely maintaining the tempo a lot better in this game number 2 compared to game number 1, right? Like, Kong doesn't have his fade. They don't have the executioner.
Okay, Ryochi here finding Fireball onto his Kai here. Kai is forced to back away. So he is taken down to half an HP here. So he slacks off, gets some of the HP back, but River Control falls in favor of our Esports as of this moment.
River Control does fall into the favor of RA Esports right now, and that's...
Yeah, finding the unwind offers, finding onto Xenon here. Flash is forced out of Xenon here. Mijo might be the next to fall here as we see Ryoichi stuck in no man's land. Infinite Bash is being forced away. The second ultimate is Doma, finding the backline onto Cliche. Cliche and Nia gets taken down. Nanohana fighting the back right here. Xenon pushing him away. As we go back to the front line here, Kai and Kong focused by Doma here, but Doma, can you win the 1v2? He does not here. 3v3 in exchange. Both teams pay the price, but Kong is still up and available to take this Tyrant.
Both teams paid the toll, man. That was a big toll to pay, right? I mean, overall, we saw that Nanohana was into the back line. He was trying to get the lockdown on the Gushing as well as Xenon, but was really that his point of call? Was that his point of reference? Because, I mean, we saw that Kong had a completely uncontested Tyrant that time around, right? So really, the Crazy Raccoons as RA Esports here, in terms of what that trade went in favor of, I can honestly feel like it goes over to Crazy Raccoons, right? Because not only do they maintain the goal difference, they get the Tyrant, they get the equal kills on foot as well.
But it's a much better mid-game here coming in from the side of the RA Esports compared to game number 1 so far. As we see Nia potentially being caught out here, gets jacked a bit by the javelins.
Yeah, it's very hard to shut down the Xenon, right? Like, Xenon is cruising around, buddying system with Dolia, with the Q1. And if you're at that point, you're hard to catch out. You've got wave breakers, you've got huge AoE CCs coming through, you got healing, you're untouchable.
And look at Kai here, looking for potential engage onto Mijo here. Does get the engage onto Gushing here. Gushing does not get the unending sorrow out at all as he chains CC to death.
Yeah, that's one way to counter the Huon, right? It's like, hey, you want to take to the skies? I mean, we grounded you right now. You cannot move. You are an 8-year-old. You didn't do your own work, and now you are stuck in your room.
Yeah, you're grounded. You can't go out, and dying just before Shadow Tyrant is a crucial mistake here coming in for the side of our ace Gushing here. So this Shadow Tyrant goes uncontested towards the hands of Crazy Raccoons once again.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
They do have control. The dumpsters are all in a line, and they are looking to get some more here. Obviously, just getting and just alleviating the pressure of these minions into these side lanes as well. The T1 still standing onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, but that's not really their main objective, right? They're looking to just create that pressure down to this farm lane, so the fact that the Ryuji does not have that safe space anymore. There you go. T2 does fall here.
T2 falls towards the bottom side here as we see Nia providing a lot of pressure, man-marking Xenon and Mijo's positions here.
Yeah, they're looking to go for another T2 as well. They can get the takedown of that mid one. I mean, Xenon actually misses out those freshly forged couple blades, which is a little bit of a detriment there. Looking to just drive them away rather than do the damage. But, oh, okay, they're able to get the golem away, though. That was a nice couple blade.
That was a nice couple blade here coming in from Xenon. Does secure the Crimson, though, but top lane is up for push coming in from the side of CR as they take all the outer turrets from mid and bottom side already. They want to repeat success here towards the Clash lane.
Exactly, they just want to kind of have success on all fronts at this point, right? Like, they are just committed into making sure that their dominance onto the Gorge is going to be on all lanes, not rather than just one. Like, you can kind of see here, RA Esports, they set up the top side of the map, which could potentially be a backdoor, but they've given no love to it since, and they've not had the right kind of team fight, which means they can kind of give over those resources to that top side to make a bit more of a push. But right now, you can kind of see that Kai, after so fantastic team fights from Crazy Raccoons and getting the neutral objectives, he's able to just be away from these big parts and these big sort of like other objective fights right now.
Exactly, and we see Crazy Raccoons get another shadow variant of the objective here as Nia has spot out Gushing's position here. He takes a flaming palm towards his face and he's going critically low ahead of this big final push here. But look at Doma fighting the potential engager, baits out the unbridled alphas here as he walks away stylishly, but Gushing here, especially caught out here. First, and then he saw goes through, but the jabs away Kai's life as the members of CR are forcefully backing away here. Ryoichi falling from the sky here, wants to go for the assassination here, finds here. 3 members on the side of CR goes down in favor of RA Esports.
Yeah, those flaming palms definitely did a trick there to run down near towards the end of that one. Kong and Nanohana still alive, just to try to put a bit of a bandage onto their own jungle camps. But just before he died, able to put down that Vanguard as well, which is going to just keep that pressure going for Crazy Raccoons, and means that R8 need to get a little bit more of a push going through here as well. Obviously, they're defending the Vanguards, but let's look at that replay, man. Like, honestly, we go into the back line there. First going on top of Kushing, gets the lead in by those couple plays, right? And then Xenon is just doing so much damage, able to position himself and get himself out of there thanks to his flash as well. But Doma into the back line was just a huge play potential there for the side of RF Esports.
I mean, in the end, what mattered was Doma baiting out the initial unbridled outburst coming in from Nia. That set a precedence coming in for RE Esports to really win out that fight. Massive upset for the side of Crazy Raccoons. I mean, they had it all, right? They had the unbridled outburst that they needed to place down at the correct moment. But then Doma was just like, I'm the thief of joy. I'm going to take that away from you. And that's how they were able to get that team fight. But let's look at the gold chart right now. As you can see to the left side of the corner, Kong is ahead by 11k gold to the enemies. Where are you? Where is the Kushing? He's all the way down there. Look at the roundabout. That 7th place on the gold chart. So Kong doing it. Moment though, as we see the game push through, as Doma does not find target towards back like the SE getting kited by Nanohana on towards the channel here. For them to go, that will be the Doma on towards this team. We are seeing Ryoichi being forced to flash away. The Infinite Vast has been expanded here. Kushing next to fall. The javelins are hitting extra hard coming in from this Mercy Fortune, but it is a win for the Raccoons as they find the top jungle duo from R8 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful there from Kai, just coming from the left side of that team fire, right? You're able to come in on top, exhaust so much, keep pushing into place, and it was all really just left down to Xenon, Ryuchi, and Mijoj. And at that point, you've not got that kind of like solid kind of anchor that would be Kushing normally within those team fights.
And Kushing making a pivotal mistake here after destructing the news. Captures onto Xenon here. A critical mistake. The mid lane mage of our Esports gets taken down right at the high ground turret of their own base.
I feel like that's his first death of the game as well, right? Like to die this late into the game as a
hold on, no, finds the assassination onto Ryoji. Ryoji gets taken down. The umpire almost finds 2 members as Kong goes for the backline here, forces the mid and forces the roll away from assisting the front end of the team here. 4v3 in terms of the team fight here as we see BJ going extremely low. Nexus turret is open for grabs here and is going really low. Nanohana going for the last hit. Crazy Raccoons take the 2-0.
2-0 for the KJL team here as they play against RA Esports, played them to their own strengths as well. RA Esports, they were looking really strong in that early to mid game, right? But you can see here, Nia's just making some like hand gestures of S or anything like that. Something along those lines. I'm not too sure what the S means. I don't think I spell loser with S, so maybe that's me being dyslexic. But at the end of the day, we see Crazy Raccoons coming out on top there with another 2-0 in the final day of the ranking week. That's going to boost them higher. So if anything of an upset happens here for Nongshim, that could really sort of like unsettle this balance here that's happening right now.
Only time to tell, right? If, let's say, it actually happens, maybe they'll force a potential tiebreaker. We will have to check back on the scores of the overall rankings, but if we're based on the overall win-lose ratio, Nongshim does have a very clean slate at about 4-1 in match score and about, I think, 3 losses only here. So it's very hard for the Raccoons to actually force out a tiebreaker per se.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we had the Agents of Chaos here, which was meant to be RA Esports, but unfortunately, after that game 1, their victory, which was very solid by Crazy Raccoon, it was hard for them to bounce back in that game number 2, but they did their best, right? Obviously, the draft with the Huan, the draft with Xenon onto the Ganamo, as well as obviously Mijoj onto the Dolia, we were seeing those 3 were just kind of circumventing around the gorge, keeping Xenon safe, doing the damage into the team fights, and what those basically allowing Crazy Raccoon to take those team fights, and it was coming out on top for Xenon, and they can even see here that one death that he had at the Crystal was his only death.
It's not about having how many deaths, it's about dying at the most crucial timing there. That engage coming in from Cliché's Destructive Deluge just caught off this Ganemo so darn well. So props to Cliché for finding the key moment.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, look, I mean, we're talking about deaths, but who's the guy that only dies once? I mean, we're not talking about SpongeBob SquarePants, but we're talking about Pong here. He only dies once, and then he gets back on the horse. I feel like it's like, I don't know. It's a second win. He's his own Sage's Sanctuary, you know? Like, he dies once, it's like, boom, I'm back, baby, let's go. And then you can see here with the damage dealt, 111k damage dealt from an Orgren. That is huge amounts of outputs that when considering the draft, you're looking at Cliche on the Lady Chen to do a lot of damage. You're looking at the Chano, Nanohana to do a lot of damage, but that's more towards the late game. But they didn't have to get to that boundary. They just made sure they maintained the goal lead, maintained those team fights, and just kind of dismantled RA Esports in their own way.
But MVP though goes over to Cliche instead of Kong this time. Cliche comes up to the board. That final destructive deluge on that high ground was so pivotal in making sure that they find the game-ending push. So it's sometimes not about the KDA, sometimes it's not about stats, it's about that key play you did in-game.
He's holding the MVP hostage. Look at him. He's like, I've taken it for myself. You normally put the guns up at the casters, but I am now the hostage of the MVP, and I'm going to keep it for ransom. But Cliche, with a very good performance here, dropping that destructive deluge down very kind of oppressively onto the side of RA Esports, meant that, like, when it came to a team fight, when it meant to try and fight in a circle, it was just death doors for R8.
Yeah, it was just death doors for R8 here, even though this was one of those R8 fights that came out in a 50-50 fashion, but Kong is just this indestructible tank that you cannot really take down. Like, even for this fight, look at Xenon. Ooh, finding that key blaze on towards Kai here. And Kong, if he gets taken down so hard, he can't be this frontline that you expect him to be.
Oh, absolutely not. No, exactly. Like, if he gets taken down, then it's kind of just like a bit of an issue here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But there, Ryuichi and Xenon were just kind of like trying to always position themselves, trying to make sure they didn't have to use the Infinite Bastards anytime soon, but it's just always baited out by Kai. This is the beauty of the Mayin, right? Like, yes, wasn't quite the kind of like most stellar performance from Mayin, but he did the job. He was able to get that ultimate refreshed off of the Lung and was able to keep those team fights going into the favor of Crazy Raccoon. And now Crazy Raccoon are 2-0 against R8 Esports. We're going to go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back, we'll have the last match of the day. Nongshim going up against their opponent. We'll see you soon.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to KME Spring Day number 4 of the ranking week. My name is Songy, alongside me is Blam Moba. So Blam, talk to me right now. We have had almost 3 of our sets being played out already. Currently sitting at the top will be Gen.G Esports, but their rivals, Nongshim RedForce, will be going up against SCARZ just shortly in this upcoming series.
Exactly that. We have Nongshim, who obviously the greatest red, was the obviously top spot of the ranking week within spring season 2025, and no longer are they maintaining their undefeated ranking week as well, which is already kind of showing a bit of a blunder here to the greatest red, and maybe it's just at the detriment of the improvement of the other regions, right? Because they have definitely stepped up.
Yeah, they have definitely stepped up. It is always about growth and learning in honor of King. You can't be the losers of today, but tomorrow, who knows, you might be this new talent, new team, fighting for that throne, fighting for that new spot. But enough about Gen.G. Let's focus about our upcoming series. SCARZ versus Nongshim RedForce.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here it is, SCARZ, the real ones, and they are pronounced by Aruru, Mbang, Hao in the mid lane, ASD, and Ojik2. This will be the second time we get to see these guys play today. And obviously, earlier, it was against Crazy Raccoon, and now it's against the greatest red, which, let's see who's going to be the stronger opponent, right?
Who's going to be the stronger red in this moment here, and especially both of their uniforms or their jerseys do look very similar in terms of their color tone and also the pigment that they picked.
But yeah, we're going to go look at their opponents now, who is none other than the greatest red, Nongshim RedForce.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red in the plastic, Kyung9, Jungle Haku, mid lane Mage Illusion, Seri and Faye will be your bottom side map, farm lane and roamer. So far, this team has shown signs of being destructible by the likes of Gen.G. And they have shown they can bleed. Do you think SCARZ has what it takes to actually make them bleed even further?
I don't know, man. I mean, Nongshim RedForce is one of those teams that when they have a little bit of an upset, they are probably the scariest version of themselves when you are the next team to play against them, right? So I don't envy SCARZ in this one, but at the same time, SCARZ has already lost 2-0 as well today, so I can imagine they are out for blood for both of these two teams.
Yeah, they're out for blood. They will be trying to find whatever it takes to relinquish that fury revenge that they want to have against Gen.G. But person standing before them will be the head-to-head player between Ochik 2 and also Faye. In terms of the damage department and kills, only the kills differ a lot. But when we talk about roamers, definitely average team participation, Faye has it in his pockets.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big kind of like margin, right? 9%, it's almost 10%, which is pretty much a decent number to be showing that Ochik is more than likely kind of being across the gorge, kind of like trying to spot out where potentially, I don't know, the enemy jungler is or the enemy clash lane is, where they're coming from. Whereas Faye, he likes to rotate around. He likes the buddying system onto the side of Nongshim RedForce.
I do think that is a very distinct difference between two of these roamers here. So coming into this draft, maybe the Yuhuan will be a top tier picture like our previous series, because so far, like we mentioned, right, it's flexible. You can put it into the mid, you can put it into the roamer role, you can also put it into the jungle role. So it really relies on what you want in your draft yet. But Nongshim RedForce will be on the blue side, while SCARZ take the red side, with the first bans being the Zhang Fei and the Mai Shiranui.
The greatest red on the blue side. That seems a little bit of like oxymoron at this point. I mean, it's not exactly the definition of an oxymoron, but you're the greatest red, but you're playing on blue. So there's clearly something in mind for Nongshim to do in this draft number 2. Oh, look at that. I think I rhymed like 4 times there. But anyway, Lung coming through here from Nongshim RedForce is going to be their prior pick, and then over to SCARZ. They're looking to maybe try and get the answer to the Lung first, and then build around this late game insurance.
Yeah, late game insurance being prepared for the side of SCARZ will be that Channel and Pei here. So Pei will bring up that early game tempo here, and Channel will be that lane counter towards the mid game for this Lung here. However, they do a last minute swap here, as the Channel won't be such a big priority here, since Marksman has been shown for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Maybe they go for the Chano, maybe they're doing that 4D chest that we saw obviously SCARZ do yesterday as well. But the Q1 makes a lot more sense, right? Like if they don't take the Q1 here, it's gonna be pick 3, pick 4 here for the side of Nongshim. But Faye gets the Motsu here potentially, so this could already kind of be spelling if Orgrin does not get banned, and Orgrin pick here for Aku once more.
And Fatih is also one of those picks that does exceptionally well against Pei, right? If Pei wants to go for the 1v1, the Fatih does punish Faye or Lady Sun pretty well here. But Lady Sun, one of the marksmen as well that does exceptionally well against Low in the laning phase here. So we have to see, does Nongshim RedForce go for the 2v2 or go for that lane swap to really allow Siri on this Low to find more success in the early game?
They ban out the Orgrin here as well, so maybe potentially they could go for something like the Agudo here for Nongshim RedForce to keep and maintain the pace of the Pei for the early game. Because obviously they need a little bit of like healing. Obviously Wild Growth is going to give that over to them. If they need a bit of a pseudo tank, they can launch Furball into the back line and try and get the takedown onto the Lady Sun here. But we've also got the Baki as well onto Kyung 9, who we know is going to be that backline menace, that assassin that's going to be just like, yo, you know what, flash in, boom, 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 my ultimate, sustain so much damage, just deal so much damage at a quick pace of time. It's going to be an issue here for SCARZ. So you really are reliant on Q1 to give over the sustainability to SCARZ.
Yeah, sustainability is the name of the game here, coming in for the side of SCARZ. So they can still double down this Yuhuan with a Diadea to really amp that healing here. But SCARZ does take a B-route and go for that Yixing, providing even more resources for Enfeng and set up for this Pei.
Yep, a big setup here for Pei here, but we are looking at obviously the clash lane for the side of SCARZ. Who will that be? Obviously, Dharma being taken off the board. We have the Byron being taken off the board as well. So it could be a potential of maybe like Mayin maybe, or maybe go for something like, I don't feel like a Guan Yu makes much sense into this draft anyway within Nongshim. So I feel like maybe a Sunset could be also a good call here for obviously team setups for the side of SCARZ.
I think maybe Sunset or Mayin does make a lot of sense here, especially Mayin does do pretty darn well against the likes of Lua, Fatih, or even the Long here. So, but the thing is, still, SCARZ don't have a solid front line here, only in the form of a Yu Huan. So, picking up the Guan Yu does make a bit of a sense as they need this top tier flanker coming into this type of draft.
It's not the massive amounts of front line, right? I mean, they have the Huan. Huan we know sometimes can take the brunt of the front line when she really wants to, especially down into the support role, because we know they're not going to be in the mid lane. They're not really going to be building great amounts of magic damage. They are looking there to kind of soak the damage and just heal out and give back to the team, which is basically the only role that you're going to be really seeing here for the side of Ochik onto Huan. But I feel like it's the first time we may actually have seen Ochik on this pick. He's been on the likes of the Motsu quite frequently. He's been on the Zhangfei, pretty much very similar to the likes of Nia on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
There's more of a similarity between them, right? Like Lian Po, Zhangfei, and sometimes more of these ideas. But people can change, especially while we are marching ourselves towards the next week, which is the survival week, where games will get harder and harder. You need to start working around different drafts to really allow yourself to survive in that survival week.
Survive is the name of the game, right? Especially for Group A. And honestly, if SCARZ don't win this one, I mean, there's no way I don't think they climb up to the Group S anyway. So it's going to be hard for them if they, even to win this one. If they lose this one, they are probably more than likely going to be into that Group A where the true fight really is on their hands. Because, I mean, they have the likes of R8. They have A-Star that started to shine towards the latter part of this day. And then CMF, we can see if they can do anything against Gen.G in the offline match. But we are now in the present, in the moment, with SCARZ going up against Nongshim for game number 1.
And already Ochik taking 2 skill shots right towards his face here, but they do get that early game push here. So this Yixing will be able to traverse the gorge to allow this Lady Sun to pick up this Fire Beak with no contention.
Yep, exactly. She's not going to have any contention. She's going to be able to get it with ease, get the extra little bit of resources here. But there it is. He actually dodged out the CC there from the Cannon Blast, thanks to Guan Yu's abilities.
Yeah, the Soaring Green Jade here does well-timed right on the side of Aruru, allowing him to dodge that CC, similar to how Adira is able to cast that spell 2 here. But Ochik, though, forced out the flash already, thanks to the roll coming in from Kyung 9.
Yeah, a good little exhaustion there from the side of Nongshim RedForce. I just went onto a Sagi reboot for all of a sudden there, but there we go. It's been a long day, but we're back onto the board here right now. Obviously, the Gorge Mobilization being used here onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. The Cannon Blast actually does come through, and it is going to be the first blood to Nongshim RedForce.
Bullseye coming in for Faye, catching Aruru right at the marker here. Aruru not burning that spirit as one of the biggest mistakes he's done in this first minute of the game.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be punishing the Guan Yu too frequently if you are, well, you don't want to be punished as a Guan Yu too frequently if you are SCARZ, right? Like in Nongshim, they know what they need to do at that top side of the map. They need to put the pony on a lockdown.
Yeah, pony on a leash. Make sure that it is tame and not harmful here. But so far coming into this early game, aside from their first blood, we're seeing Nongshim RedForce get more of this jungle and lane control compared to the likes of SCARZ.
Yeah, they seem a little bit more composed. I think like the only lane that's actually having a little bit of an advantage right now is obviously Lady Sun going up against the Lung, and obviously in the laning phase 1v1, Lady Sun always takes that.
Yeah, Lady Sun always takes that, but mid lane here though, Hao is extremely low.
Hao is low, but he has obviously the passive still stacked up as well, right? So even if they do dive in, commit like a flash or anything like that, the likes of, then they're kind of just getting those resources off the table from Nongshim RedForce, which could have been the bait there for Hao, but he decided to go back to base, and so he's able to be there for his rest of his team in the mid lane.
Yeah, Enfeng also does pick up this Crimson Golem here, and he's trying to take more of these farms compared to the likes of the Agudo. So far in towards the early game, Enfeng has been awfully quiet here. Annihilation goes wide here, does not find its marker here.
I mean, he's got to be quiet, right? Like, he doesn't want to make too much of an explosion because then he's going to be the prime target, where really, he's hoping that Nongshim just make Aruru here their main target for now. But how having to bolt the flash out, doesn't get hit by the cannon blast. That was actually timed very nicely here by the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, SCARZ here pulling away danger as fast as possible here, but we see towards the bottom side here, Mfeng does take away another wild boar camp from the hands of Haku here. Small leads lead to big wins, so this is something that we will learn in Honor of Kings here, but it's still at the early game of the game here. We will be seeing more of these fights coming into this Tyrant that will be spawning in about 20 seconds.
Like we say in the UK, where we try to teach children to be good with money, you look after the pennies, the pounds will look after themselves. And that's exactly what they're doing here onto the side of SCARZ. They're looking after those small objectives, get those big gains, but now it's going to be the ultimate board, keeping... it was keeping How alive, but Annihilation is probably a good name for that ultimate for the newer.
But look at Kyung9 finding that assassination onto Aruru!
Aruru goes down as well, and it looks like they're able to get the Tyrant over to the side of SCARZ, so a little bit of a Brucey bonus, maybe a little bit to lick their wounds as they go out of this team fight. The Unending Sorrow does come through, but now I think Inside My Box has been committed from the side of Nongshim, looking to try and catch a little bit of an aggressive ASD, but he didn't take the bait.
But Kyung9 here pops the ultimate, finds Mfeng for a 1v1 scenario, but doesn't seem to have enough damage here.
No, not when you go up against a Yixing as well as the Pei, right? Like, you're looking just to survive in that one, but at the same time, Aruru is actually getting caught out quite frequently against this newer, right? Like, this is the thing, what I was saying about the Guan Yu into this draft. Yes, obviously, if you're playing from the front foot and on the winning streak here, you are going to be able to maintain and dictate that tempo, but Nua, she's able to drop those boxes from a distance. He doesn't know where the other box is. He drops down another one, and then it just kind of just slows him down. It becomes a little bit more harder to navigate this Guan Yu into these like single kind of target pickups.
Yeah, it's like how we see Ata being picked up against the Guan Yu, because the fact that you can form a terrain and Guan Yu is not the best at crossing terrains, which limits this horse path thing to find these successful flanks here. But coming to this early game here, Nongshim so far, they have a lot of snipers in their team. First blood we saw FaZe sniping with that cannon blast. Second one we saw Illusion finding that annihilation on towards the backline of the members of SCARZ.
Yeah, beautiful play so far. I mean, we can see here that the bottom side of the map is actually going to be dominated after that 4-minute mark. We're on the 5 minutes of right about now for the side of Nongshim as they take that T1 down to the bottom side of the map. So once again, I feel like, yes, SCARZ was putting the pressure on Siri in the early game with the 1v1 from ASD, but now they've kind of left him to his own devices, which is a bit of a problem, especially if you've got a Gudo sieging with the Lung.
Yeah, Gudo sieging with the Long here does successfully take down that bottom turret here. Usually we'll see a trade here, but Ochik here forces to use the Unending Sorrow.
Ooh, the box comes through, tries to keep Haku in place, but the Radial Cavalry is going to be what he... Now, SCARZ strike while the iron is hot. They're not looking to get burned by the iron, they're looking to see at their opponents.
Aruru finding that flank on towards the Guan Yu on Haku was so key, so important here. And look at Kyung9, might be caught in back lanes.
Yeah, a little bit of aggressive here by Kyung9, maybe get taken out, and he is. That's a 5v1. I mean, in what kind of territory do you really want to be taking that when your Haku is just coming back out of Death Timer? And obviously, Faye was in your own jungle. I think it was a little bit of a misplay here from Nongshim.
Yeah, misplay, miscalculated, but Mfeng here does face check into a Siri here, but Siri not having enough items to really burst down this Pei that's scaling so darn well in the 7 minutes of the game.
The only thing I can imagine here for Nongshim RedForce is what was kind of like making the case for when it's playing against Gen.G, right? Nongshim, they can always falter in the early game, but have a much better late game. They do have the late game assurance with the Nua, with the Lung. So really, that's all they need to do is keep SCARZ at a happy pace, and when they get into the late game, that's when Pain's going to come through, right?
Yeah, Pain is going to come through, but Kyung9 does spill out the potential gang or dive against SCARZ, so they do back off here, but more though on Faye.
Hey, careful, dude. You don't want to get caught in the box and then slowed by the circle and then hit by Ochik, but maybe you do, because you got hit by all three of those things right there.
Yup, that seems to be the case here as Aruru here is still aggressively finding a potential flank here against the likes of the backline of Nongshim RedForce here. Right now, SCARZ having an amazing rotation here, getting that mid turret chunked up insanely low.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, that T1 takedown earlier is really going to be the key to the open door here for the side of SCARZ as they're looking to approach and take the T2 down into the mid lane. Did very well there. The counter blast from Ochik onto Ochik was actually nullified by the unending sorrow. So they're playing very well right now. They're playing to kind of like that pixel perfect frame. Like they're not getting hit by these single target CCs, and Wang is able to escape right now or use the zone outside of Nongshim RedForce.
Oh, Siri, they're finding that flash knockup, but doesn't find the correct marker of these damage outputs. So that's a 2-minute timer being expended onto this low. And I gotta say, ever since losing to Gen.G, Nongshim doesn't seem to be in the correct state so far towards this early game.
I mean, they've solidified the placing group S, right? Like, is there anything really much more to play for here? They've already lost their undefeated streak within the ranking week. They've made it into the playoffs. It's kind of like, right, okay, let's just have a bit of tip for that right now. But maybe Pride is just as much as what they need to get and win this series against SCARZ. But there it is, a lot of damage, and obviously the ult there being used by the party. Kyung9 is going to be ultless for a few moments right now.
Outlets for a few moments there, but the next moment will be on towards this Azure Golem for these both two teams at ASD.
That's nice annihilation. Oh, ASD has to be saved there by Ochik, but at the same time, Siri is taking that T2. He is going to get deleted, however. That was a huge takedown for a trade. He doesn't even get the T2 as well. That was just needs a bit of a blow. It's gone.
Major overextension here coming in from Siri, landing in right on the enemy's base and not being able to have the infinite bastards to bail out here. So key mistake here being open for the side of Siri on this marksman. Wall control is relinquished over SCARZ on towards his bot here too.
Yeah, SCARZ going for a really good pressure into the bot side of the map as well, right? Like to the props of Nongshim, they're able to wipe out that mini wave thanks to the likes of the newer here, Illusion playing very well, but they have ASD on the Lady Soon. Rolling raids can keep just touching away at that T2. They don't need the minions. The minions come through, crashing naturally, get the takedown. Now, the Shadow Tyrant is up on the board. We do see that Kyung9 is in the back line of the side of SCARZ at this moment, but it's going to be a takedown quickly of that Shadow Tyrant.
That was a beautiful board being placed out by the side of House Machine, zoning everyone that's trying to come over for the potential 5v5 or steal on this Shadow Tyrant here. And right now, thanks to that beautiful mid-game that SCARZ has shown us, they have secured a beautiful and comfortable 5,000 gold against none other than Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, they're doing very well to the greatest threat, right? I mean, this was a team that we were very much fearful of in the early days of KME, but now SCARZ is giving it to them. Nongshim, Gen.G, sorry, have already given it to them as well. So really, we're starting to see that they can be tested and they can be beaten.
Can be tested, can be beaten. Just have to draft the correct composition, find the correct targets here. So usually, when we talk about Nongshim RedForce, it is the insane late game on how to control their macro and team fights here. So, can they show us the magic that shows them as the greatest red so far?
We'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, we still have obviously their late game insurance, which we keep on talking about here with Siri and Illusion, but we have to give props over to SCARZ, right? Like, they're ahead by around about 5k gold at the 11-minute mark. They're starting to get their itemization. They have their own late game policy, which is going to be the Lady Soon. So, in terms of team fights, I feel like SCARZ has definitely been taking them and orientating these team fights in their own favor.
I will have to say, when it comes down to these late game scenarios, the Lady Soon will be exceptionally important, like you mentioned. So, when it comes down to two marksmen being so critically important for compositions, that's where the Clashland and Assassins come into play. For the late game of Nongshim, it has to be countered by Aruru finding the perfect flanks. For the side of SCARZ, it comes at the Kyung9 and Illusion, whether he can snipe ASD down from the sky.
Yeah, speaking of Kyung9, he's able to get a lot of damage onto Hao at this moment, but the Splendor does come through, saves him alive, but there is the pay onto the backline, takes down Illusion, no annihilation coming through to save you. ASD gets the kill on Kyung9, onto Haku. We're looking for some more here. They have the minions into the mid-wave, as well as Aruru trying to get this push into the bot side. This could be SCARZ getting 2 turrets.
Not just 2 turrets here, but it might potentially just be the game-winning push here, because that is a critical misplay here coming in from Illusion, but SCARZ make it work, and right now they're knocking on the crystal.
Red team,
they are knocking on the crystal, they have the mini waves, and they have too much damage. It was there a moment, gone the next. SCARZ takes another round from Nongshim RedForce, and this is looking a little bit hairy for the boys over in the JPKR region.
Ooh, Nongshim RedForce, what is going on here? But yes, like what you mentioned, Black, they have already secured their slot in Group S here, but coming into this game, this set, it seems to me, they are making a lot of misplays and misposition or overextensions here, especially like Siri, like Illusion. I don't know whether it's like overconfident or overextension, but something's wrong and not the usual Nongshim RedForce that we see that's well composed and like chill.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest red they've taken blue side. They're their own worst enemy, you know? They've just cancelled out the greatest red. They've just become, okay, we've got to take that away from you. You've taken the privileges of going on red side. We have to take the greatest title away from you. You're just the red at this point. But no, to be honest, I have to give over just dues to the SCARZ as well, right? Yes. SCARZ were just playing those team fights very well. They were getting the pickoffs. After those little few blunders in the early game, the pickoffs from Aruru came through very well on the Guan Yu, and then obviously it just kind of all fell at their lap at that point, right? Like they were just playing very, very well. The Yixing zoning out the side of Nongshim, stopped them pushing turrets, created a battlefield onto the favor of SCARZ.
Such a clean game coming in for the side of SCARZ, man. Aside from those early game blunders coming in from Hao and Aruru, aside from those early kills, so far their mid game has been immaculate, locking in Nongshim's attempts in trying to do all these crazy team fights, and then neutralizing all these threats coming in from Nongshim. And I gotta say, M4 on this pay, masterclass performance.
Very well played, to be honest. I mean, it's not like Nongshim played like a B tier or a C tier roster, right? Like, team comp, sorry. Because, I mean, Bei had Ismotsu, Siri had the Lung, Illusion had Nua, Haku, Agudo, not always his best play, but then Kyung Knight on the party. That's quite a few big picks for these players as an individual. So it's not like they went easy on SCARZ. SCARZ just turned up the heat.
SCARZ just turned up the heat, and I gotta say, maybe it's Caster's curse because what color are you wearing today here, Brad?
Blue, baby!
Blue, baby! Oh, we indirectly counted Nongshim RedForce, but jokes aside, MVP belongs to M4 on this pay. 30% damage dealt, 20% damage taken, and look at that KD of 404. What a beast in this game.
I told you, I was talking to Hawley yesterday. He's charging up that fist for a reason, man. He's been holding that fist all night. He's slept that way, and then he brings it onto the gorge to get the victory onto Nongshim in game number 1. But back to the point why I'm not wearing red, because somebody lovingly from my community says I look like a lobster, so I will never wear red again. Thank you very much, that person in my community. But that annihilation, that was so beautiful in the early game.
Yeah, so beautiful in the early game, but aside from all these key kills, we come into these plays. It was all moments coming in from Aruru, looking for these backline flanks, pushing Haku into the turret here, and this board just caught Illusion off guard, sending him to the grave. And coming to this moment as well, you look Illusion, okay, he found a passive onto his Yixing, but M4 was just lying there, waiting to capture this Illusion off guard, and Kyung Knight goes in, Kyung Knight gets sacrificed as well. As to this point, it's just a barrel-based, only 2 members coming in for the side of Nongshim. It was too little too late, and victory went on ahead and showed upon SCARZ.
It's only problem, right? When you have a front line, if that front line gets deleted, your back line is all open, and Nua can only really use the emergence to get out of there if they don't have the flash, which in that case of Illusion was just a little too late. But speaking of late, we're going to go for a break just on time before we get into game number 2 between SCARZ and Nongshim RedForce. Come back soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down.
that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down? Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything must have happened. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down? Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine high and
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Nongshim RedForce falling one game against SCARZ in this last series of our Kings Major East ranking week. I gotta say, not something we'll see so often compared to the King Major East Spring, but things are starting to change a bit coming into fall.
I mean, it should, right? Naturally, these things should change, because if we just had the same thing as spring season, it becomes stagnant, it becomes stale, and nobody likes stale things. Nobody likes stale bread. Even the British people don't like stale bread. But we like to see new reform, we like to see progress, we like to see new players getting their moments to shine onto the gorge, and that's exactly what SCARZ are doing here, right? Like, this was not the same SCARZ that we had in the spring season. Obviously, M1 was one of the new pickups, as well as obviously ASD was meant to be up into the mid lane, but then went down to their farm, and still we start to see the pickups of lights. Kai is the only person that's kind of like the same there, right? Like, he is the only solid same person, the familiar face that we love to see. But speaking of familiar faces, we're going to see some more in the ban and picks here.
Yeah, ban and picks has been commenced, and once again, the greatest red in the blue side, like you mentioned here, Blam.
That's it. They're shooting themselves in the foot here, but maybe they've got a bit of a better prio blue pick this time around, right? Maybe they give the Hue 1 over to themselves, because last game, SCARZ took it, but if they do ban it out in the second ban phase, it does mean maybe the likes of the Arlie gets to go over to Siri.
Yeah, Siri on towards Arlie does seem to be a scary case here for the likes of Nongshim RedForce, but bans are similarly targeted towards this Arlie pick here that may be wide open for Nongshim's taken here. It will be the case as both Maestro Nui Dharma has been banned away here. Arlie will be locked in for Siri.
Arlie does get locked in, as I just did say there, but Ochik does get the potential of the Junk Fei as well, which we've already seen once already. Today, the Junk Fei come through once more, but Ochik is going to be a big pickup here, as well as the Mayin. Aruru likes this pickup.
And once to talk about like Aruru so far, if he can perform with this Mayin to lock down this Arlie, it won't be a pretty interesting setup coming in from SCARZ. Like we always see, okay, if you're against an Arlie, you will draft double assassin or heavy engage, so that this Arlie doesn't have much of a comfortable spot coming into the series here. And that is your assassin. Jing is covered and locked in for none other than M-Phone.
Yeah, nice big AoE there to take down the likes of maybe the Arlie and trying to just run down the Charlotte as well. I mean, Charlotte, yes, going into the late game is going to be a little bit harder to run down, right? But if as long as you kind of just use the Marine to your ability, you're going to be starting to see the likes of Jing rotate up to the Clash lane, especially in the early phase, just to try and get those pickups onto Nongshim once again, because we saw it in game number 1, right? Like, they were always fighting up in the Clash lane in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, early game fighting pass towards the game here, but that is on Guan Yu. Not the strongest laner compared to the likes of Byron, Mayin, Charlotte, or even the likes of Adharma here. So coming to this game number 2, reversing back to the Clash Day might be something that we might see from both of these two teams as we head on to the second banning phase. More of these farm lanes coming in for the side of SCARZ is getting reduced heavily.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for SCARZ, though, I mean, in terms of like sustainability, they're looking at they can't go for their support. They've already got it, so they've only really got the shield coming over to the likes of the Zhang mid lane, they can't use it. They used the Huan last match as well. So, really, are they going to have any options for sustainability here, or is it just going to be one of these team comps where they have to just kind of like do or die?
Do or die is the name of the game for Nongshim RedForce as of current, because they are backed against the wall right now. Series point over to the likes of SCARZ, and SCARZ going for that Floorborn marksman here. So not the best of the lane against the early, but when it comes to the late game, Floorborn does outscale early in the scaling department. We have seen Gen.G do wonders when we talk about the late game here. Can SCARZ repeat that success is the question they have to answer.
Ooh, and it looks like Nongshim might be picking up the Musashi for Haku here, especially paired with Lian Po. It's going to be a bit of a crazy setup. So obviously Tremor Smash we've already seen very effectively from quite a few support players today as well, right? We've seen obviously some great burst ram flashes from Nia in the last game. We saw that Clue was able to get the lockdown on the Lian Po onto the Ali, onto Siri, and the last time Siri came up onto the Ali. So there's been quite a lot of potential with this tank pickup into the support role.
Yeah, tank pickup for both teams as well, for both roamers here. So setup will be the name of the game here. So, ooh, Princess Frost with Jing is also another very interesting combo here. You allow the Jing to get that mini stun in and push the enemy towards that circle, and then the Frigid Prison locks them in place for that full CC duration.
Yeah, there's a lot of trick shots to be landed here for obviously Hao on the Princess Frost. We know he can do it. He played a fantastic game of game number 1, but the trick shots coming here through for the likes of the Princess Frost have a little bit more of a room for error as well, right? Like, they've really got to be doing very well, communicating super duper well to get those combos off between the Princess Frost and the Jing.
We'll have to see how well they do in terms of execution, because execution is the name of the game to really secure those plays.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be execution. It all comes down to that, right? Like, we all are just waiting to see how the SCARZ team is going to be matching up into this game number 1 and game number 2 on how they did in game number 1, because they were a very dominant force in game number 1. Now, it's all theirs to take, right? This is all theirs to take. They are a point up. They could literally finish the day today, or they could be like, know what? Let's do a little bit more research on Nongshim. Let's take them to the full distance.
Take them to the full distance, force that full BO3, give the viewers what they want. It's the clash between the Reds here. Nongshim RedForce brings SCARZ into game number 2 as currently Nongshim will want to find a 1-to-1 in this series.
Oh, exactly. Nongshim, for the sake of pride, for the sake of being reclaimed as the greatest Red, they definitely want to try and get a point onto the board, right? They don't want to get an even worse loss against SCARZ than they had against Gen.G. But game number 2 is now onto the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Gorge.
We're on the Gorge, and we see right now Siri takes on the approach of starting towards the mid lane and immediately clearing out the wave, so we can get a rotation to help up that top lane to secure more farm for this early.
Yeah, trying to get Ali online. Obviously, we have that trinity of 3 items, right? They either go for Spark Forge Dagger, Doomsday, then go for the Shadow Ripper, and then just kind of fill out any kind of like tanky or lifesteal items from that point. But they have to get that steal up onto the fire beat there, and then looking to obviously just give over the more resources up to the Ali with the likes of the Spike Tail.
But Hao here in ASD does seem to be able to secure a fire beak of their own here, so it's a neutralize in terms of an exchange, and I do think Aruru seems to be the one who took away their own fire beak here, so it's a win for SCARZ.
With the SCARZ indeed, right? They keep able to keep and maintain that goal lead for now on the side of SCARZ, which they need to do, right? Especially playing against Nongshim RedForce. Sometimes some of these teams are like, hey, we won 1 game, and then they got a little bit cocky, and then Nongshim came back with a little bit of a disappointing round, and then just basically punished the enemy team.
That's a very angry ultimate coming in from Haku here on towards the likes of Oching here. Potentially, if Oching uses the Prison Sprite, we might just see Haku get stuck in a very bad place.
Oh yeah, between a rock and a hard place, right? That could definitely be the issue when that Prison Sprite does get used. And if he does get immobilized, if they do lock him in place long enough, then he can't use extreme speed out of there. And obviously he doesn't have flash, he is the jungler.
Exactly, and well said here. But coming into this early game here, it's a very 50-50 exchange. No first blood so far coming in from both teams here, as they are still looking to contest any form of small lead that they want, if it's possible.
There we go, there's the dual contest being put it onto 2. The Imperiled State actually hits onto both the Princess Rock and the Zhongfei, but now the Murder Main does get used here as well. But it does mean that there are still no blood on the board, so a lot already been expanded there just for that little melee into the river.
I think that was a pretty beautiful Frigid Prison and also Prison Sprite being laid down. That just shows if Haku does go in alone, he will be CC quite a while just by going in for that ultimate.
Yeah, again, like we were saying in the draft, like there is room for error with the Frigid Prison, but if you lock somebody down in the Prison Sprite, it's going to make it a lot easier to land, right?
A lot easier to land here, and ASD here baiting out this almost perfectly, but does get stolen away by Series Maple Dance.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of SCARZ, they're losing these little bits of objectives, little bits of gold in the favor of SCARZ. But they need to do this right. Nongshim need to do this so they can try and get back onto the board in terms of a win right now. But not seeing any congestion into the SCARZ side of the jungle just yet. We are pre-4 minutes, so I feel like Nongshim knows that if they do try and take a fight into SCARZ jungle, they could get punished heavily.
They could indeed get punished heavily here, but so far, I do want to say SCARZ team composition does scale better compared to Nongshim towards the late game here, but Hakudo looking for a poke here, does not go for the full commit, but Siri going first blood down.
Damn, Siri could be, Hao came through there, got the Frigid Prison on top of Siri and just got the takedown. He laid the smackdown there onto their bot side of the map. Obviously, we know that once the Parasol has been used most times out of 10, we don't get the flash onto the Ali, we get the Frenzy, right?
Yes, sir, there is no Flash Frenzy per se, and if you take the Frenzy, there will not be Flash here. And right now, 4 minutes in, Tyrant has been spawned here as we see more of these rotations coming in from a Clash lane that heavily want to look on this Tyrant.
Yeah, neutral objective on the board right now. You can already see that both teams are just generally rotating and orientating themselves around to this bot side of the map because they know they can't give over the Tyrant to either their opposition, right? Because they're is very much in between each other. Whoever gets this Tyrant is going to get a much better game lead there. It is going to be SCARZ that gets it. They do claim the kill, and there is a lot of boards, a lot of ultimates being placed here. We have obviously the Unbridled must being used, but now he gets run down thanks to the Imperiled State of the Musashi as well. So Haku playing very well there with the timers of his ultimate.
Still a 1-for-1 exchange, Tyrant for a roamer here, so very equal stuff coming in for both of these two teams here. No turret exchange so far as we speak, but look at the bottom side as we see Syrian Faye wanting to put pressure on this tier 1.
They need to, right? They definitely need to get something back after losing that Tyrant because obviously, yes, like you said there, Sagi, they did get the roamer, but what else can they get for more? But now we are seeing a rotation here from Illusion. This is going to be a 3v1 invade here, but Mfang falls it. He gets the teleportation down to the bot side of the map to make sure that Aruru gets out safe.
Aruru actually plays so well. He's going for the assassination on Siri, and then he negates any form of follow-up coming in from Illusion or Faye, backs off safely while simultaneously removing the threat of them pushing down the turret. So that's one wave slow already coming in for the side of SCARZ. And look at mid lane.
Yeah, Haku's got to be careful there, but I mean, Illusion is there as well with an ended sorrow, but he's found himself at behind the enemies, but flashed to their side. So really kept himself alive, but a lot of damage that cannot be undone. That T1 is being done now.
But still, a lot of these waves are sacrificed towards the top side turret here. So in terms of minion, it goes in favor of the side of Nongshim. But that mid turret, if it does go down, it will pay dividends coming in from SCARZ lineup.
Oh, absolutely. If they can take this T1 down, I mean, you can already see by the efforts of Nongshim rotating and sort of like being around that mid lane, they don't want it to fall because it can be so easy. I mean, even the like of ASD, if he got like the second skill up onto that turret, he'd probably go down.
Has destroyed
we'll have to see whether he gets that rotation or so to actually get that turret in, because if he does walk in, I do want to say Faye or Haku will not be really happy and will jump on him almost immediately.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to kind of like expand the life of your marksman just for that T1 into the mid lane when you can really just be like, right, let's play a bit of a waiting game. Let's just put the captain off guard, maybe go in for a little bit of a focus on their side lane here. But there it is. Kyung9 just get taken down with the Mirror Domain thanks to the help of Hao on the Princess Frost. Haku not looking too hot here. He has used his ultimate, but can he get out alive? And the answer to that is no.
What a masterclass of a Jin coming in from the likes of Enfeng here, and how his spell rotations are just so clean in zoning out Haku and zoning out Kyung9 in this 2v2. Right now, SCARZ once again up and strong in this league.
Yeah, I mean, something to say. So how deadly Princess Frost can be if you can land those frigid prisons. And yeah, exactly how can be deadly on that Princess Frost, especially with the ultimate frigid prison. Just so good if you land it to a T. But there it is. They took the time. They got the kills up the top side of the map. And then they took the T1 into the mid. So it's just a game of time.
In the game of time, as we see, Engage might be going through.
Oh, yes, his Royal Empress actually knocks Haku off the wall here. Is he going to actually mitigate any kind of impact that he has? But extreme speed's over. Gets Hao. But that is mid lane for jungle, for their mid lane. Potentially Siri here as well. Are they going to stop? Faye looks pretty low. We see him have to use the flash to stay alive as well. SCARZ looking for a very dominant team fight into the enemy jungle with this mid lane coming through now.
Wow, this insane train of moments here coming in from SCARZ, just deciding this mid-game into the hands of their own targets here, because right now, SCARZ dictating this with such a convincing 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, very convincing as well. But I mean, it's not them to like a fluke or anything like that, right? I mean, we're going to look at this playback. We do see obviously Haku gets fitted pretty early into that one, uses door to the depth, then gets pushed over the wall there. So the Imperiled State is not going to be as kind of like impactful because it's already up onto the Princess Frost, but there is not really that much healing on the side of SCARZ to be had. It just means that the pressure of their mid lane just get taken off, and then Faye has to force the flash, or he would have died there.
And this Enfeng Jing pick is proven to be a lethal counter against Siri's early, because so far, Enfeng has been on point, finding the assassination, finding the jungle counter. Look at the EXP discrepancy here. Level 14 on the Enfeng Jing, level 12 on the Haku. Not a good day for the Nongshim jungler.
Not every day, not every Sunday can be a good day, right? But there it is. There was a takedown of Kyung9 that we did miss up onto the board there, but he was kind of like a sitting duck, unfortunately, for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But that now puts SCARZ up by 7 kills, and Nongshim is still sitting on the lonely ducks of 2 kills. And now, we're still looking at more neutral objective going over to the side of SCARZ right now. They're looking to just maintain their dominance in this game number 2.
And talking about like leads and also like scaling, we gotta give scaling towards the side of SCARZ, because SCARZ is skilled exceptionally well with the likes of the Flowball Marksman and also the Jing. And let's not forget about the Yi. He is still able to look for these backline engages, especially onto his likes of Illusion and also Siri.
Exactly, top 4 spots onto the gold chart is all going over to SCARZ right now. I mean, Enfeng is like 9.5 and Haku is still sitting around at 6.2, so that's already a half the amount of gold just between those 2 individuals. And now, Shadow Tyrant's up, it's at 12, 10-minute mark onto the gorge. Haku already been committed there with Faye onto the Liampo. It's enough to shut down Enfeng onto the Jing and into the backline with the Kyung9. Looking for Hao. He gets the takedown. That's a 2-0 trade right now for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The greatest red is back on the gorge.
They're back on the gorge and they find a crucial kill onto the most fed members here. But Kyung9 gets executed by ASD onto his Flowball Marksman. Flowball Marksman going in for that shooting on the arrow kill, forcing any potential combat onto this Tyrant.
Yes, ASD with the Flowball Marksman ultimate there, but now we see Faye going into the backline once again. He doesn't quite have that Trevor smash, but it's going to be Siri getting a takedown onto Yi, which then leads to a positive acclamation of that Tyrant.
That's a good stuff coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce as they find a good recovery there. Faye finding that crucial engage onto Enfeng Jing is so darn crucial. If not, if SCARZ was able to secure that Tyrant, things could have just escalated into a much bigger problem here. But good news so far for the boys in the greatest red.
Yeah, the greatest red is now back onto the gorge, right? I mean, they are only behind about 2k now, which is, again, a good means of coming back and staying into the race of this game number 2. Potentially seeing them through for a game number 3 right now. But like you were saying there, Sagi, if they don't take off Mpong, it's a bit of an issue. And now you can obviously using the clones, getting that intel he needs, knowing that they're at a Jura Golem, potentially a bit of a setup here, but Faye, he's going to check the brush. He gets into it. He uses the Radiance as well. They are into the back line. And Trevor Smash has come through as well as the Mirror Maid. But the Unbridled Embers does catch onto the Siri there. He gets taken down. Kyung9 into the back line as well. Now goes down. And that's a trade for ASD. So in terms of damage, we do see that Nongshim was able to get the damage off the board there, but Mpong is still alive, and Haku is on the run. He's able to get the kill onto Aruru, but now How is here. How can he do this? He gets it. Oh, Haku, get careful, and there is the takedown. Mpong leads the minions into the bot side of the map. This could be the end.
This could be the end, but Siri is up and available in just about 4 seconds time right here. So SCARZ has to back away from this push. But one thing, again, that Unbridled Outburst found Siri in this track and deleted him from any form of follow-up or DPS in that game. But let's check out that replay here. Mpong almost melts out Illusion here, and look at this. That Frigid Prison caught out Siri's position. Oh my goodness.
Killing spree.
Yeah, very well played, Frigid Prison there. But obviously, there was a lot of AoE going on, right? Like we saw the Mirror Domain being put down, and then Trevor smashing to the back line. But between those two circles, we saw the Winters here being placed down as well, right? Which meant that they had to go through it if Nongshim wanted to commit the fight. But to be honest, Haku, he tried to maintain and sustain that fight alone. But unfortunately, 2 is better than 1.
2 is better than 1, and he has to hit the Princess Front, and the shield detonated and sent him towards his demise. And right now, 2,000 gold is only the difference between both of these two teams. It's still a very short goal lead for SCARZ, but right now we have to see how well both teams plays this team fight. Can Siri survive, or will the side of SCARZ find their marker in this team fight?
They're going to do something right. SCARZ is definitely going to approach the most country mile, but I mean, right now, this could be potentially it. We do see, obviously, the Imperial State being put onto Mpong, but he's using the Mirror Domain to be like, hey, try and catch me. I am the bank robber within this one. Haku does go down, but now we're slowly starting to see SCARZ ushering in that minion wave into the top side and mid lane here as they're looking to try and go for another high ground turret.
How is so nasty with those Frigid Prisons? Mpong was jumped on by the backline and immediately doubled with his video, and Kyung9 is another one going down!
And another one! That is going to be Kyung9 going. Who is back up in around about 9 seconds. Can the side of Nongshim keep those minions from that crystal? Sun Chase being built here on Siri. He has that Nongshim. Keep it off the board for now. They are looking to fight back.
They're looking to fight back, and they do fight back with Siri getting a triple kill, stopping the potential demise of the boys in the greatest red here as they find an angle towards the Shadow Tyrant. And Feng gets the Azure Golem here, spots their approach towards this Tyrant.
Yeah, the viewers at home in production would have just been told an important lesson there. Do not count out Nongshim at the crystal, right? They still have one high ground turret. They still have their boys in red on the gorge. And right now, they're looking to play some Monopoly back onto the board as how ASD and Ochik are still down.
How ASD Ochik still down. Let's see the final moments here. So they went for the final push, but that soul minion outside of the base didn't enter the range of the crystal here. If not, that would have spelled doom. A 0-2 scoreline for
0-2 scoreline for Nongshim. That's for SCARZ there for what was Sagi was made to say there. But right now, they're looking for a little bit more. Nongshim, RedForce, Kyung9 on the top side of the map here, looking to get that 2-2 into the clash lane as they're pushing further. They're looking to just gain a little bit more ground from SCARZ.
And I am back to see this 50-50 of the challenger between these two teams as Goldie is dead even so far. Next contention will be around this Shadow Vanguard here, but so far, Nongshim has fought their way and clawed their way back from such a big deficit.
They really have, right? And I mean, obviously, you can see down there, the bot side of the map, Haku was able to just guide those minions through to get that T2 down to the bot side. So already the pressure is now starting to amount onto the side of SCARZ. But this has always been a shaky point for SCARZ to come back from. They always like taking the lead, but as soon as the lead gets taken away from them, they start to worry, they start to be fright.
Start to worry, start to fight here as the side lanes will be a contention here for the side of SCARZ. Mid lane and top lane, tier 3s has already been collapsed for the side of Nongshim and RedForce. So if this game does go to 20 minutes, it might spell doom, but look at the camp here coming in from Enfeng towards the backline.
Yeah, Enfeng is trying to find some access into the backline here. As you can see, Faye does actually get the check out here. He manages to get back to his team. And right now, maybe trying to start the bait up here. The Radiance being built. Obviously, Tremor Smash being used. He does flash with that last slash. Come through. But is it going to be enough to catch out Enfeng? And the answer is no, just for now. He is pretty low. But so is Kyung9. So is Haku. Having to use and run out alive. So nobody drops here for either of these teams. Whoever drops first could be the important domino for the rest of Fall.
Enfeng almost screwed up his own swap there. If he were to even slow 1 second, he could have costed SCARZ the game losing play. But his reaction was fast and he dished out on time here. Right now, back to the Shadow Vanguard once again will be all 5 more members here as Mirror Domain already committed on this Vanguard.
Yeah, but we have to Tremor Smash back up. This fight, it's going to be the steal for Nongshim. RedForce Faye went in with that Tremor Smash. It's going to be so impactful, but can they stay alive? No, they cannot. Enfeng is down. How? ASD. Now Ochik go down. The minion wave into the mid lane. Kyung9, Siri, Faye are all here. Double kill coming through for Siri as well. They're looking to get a push. They're looking to get the claim back to Fame. They're looking to take this to a game 3. The greatest red are back, ladies and gentlemen.
What a comeback coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Just as we were about to count it up, they claw themselves back from the depths of hell and they hold the series back to a 1-1 equal.
Reclaiming their nickname, the greatest red, as they bring this from a what looked like a 2-0 victory. And obviously, we even called out, we zoomed out from the gorge. We thought that that was going to be the end there for Nongshim. But Nongshim always know how to play, never count out the greatest red when they are with the backs against the wall.
But still, very close game so far coming in from SCARZ performance. They had such an amazing lead towards the early game, but that final push was what costed them heavily, allowing Nongshim to regain so much control towards the map.
Oh, so much control. I mean, that one kind of like team wipe there, and the fact that they only really had one member to try and like maintain the actual maintenance of SCARZ is Gorge. It just meant that Nongshim was able to come back. They just kept putting that pressure on, kept making sure that the minion waves could come through, usher them through, get into that mid lane, and that was a real opening up there for them. As soon as they got there, kind of like, right, we are now at the late game, and that's when Nongshim start to thrive, right? Is their late game is always better than their early game.
Their late game is always better than their early game. Aside from SCARZ throwing the game and not being able to secure back-to-back Shadow Tyrants, I think Siri was really that game-changing moment where he found that triple kill in front of the crystal, securing that lead that they desperately need to fall back into the game. And that final moment where Enfeng really committed that Mirror Domain onto the Vanguard, it was not necessary, because if you commit the Mirror Domain, no one could find the backline as better as Jing without an ultimate.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them to kind of commit a team fight after that's been used, right? The Mirror Domain, yeah, I kind of understand why they were going for it, what the function was, obviously to try and bait the side of Nongshim onto the team fight. But once that was up, Nongshim had the green light, right? Like you saw that Faye just executed that Tremor Smash perfectly to the first time, and then even used it to steal the Overlord away from SCARZ. But let's look at the damage dealt, man.
Damage dealt does fall in favor of, man, look at Siri's damage dealt and Haku's damage dealt. Okay, they won, but that's because of the comeback potential that they did, and the final flank coming in from Kyung9 and Haku really made dividends off the backline of ASD, Hao, and also Enfeng. But the main thing is, ASD actually had a fantastic game. Just the small moments going to the last moments of the game was what really cost them, especially their Vanguard take.
Oh, absolutely. They were a little bit overzealous into the crystal. And speaking of overzealous, the one that got them back to victory is none other than Faye. He's got his 2 gun fingers up at me. I feel like I've been held hostage once again, but no. Well played. First support, actually no, second support of the day, getting MVP and well deserved.
Well deserved. He was the one who found multiple engages on the most fed member, which was none other than Enfeng's Jing. So being able to find these angles, I gotta say, What's with the Liam Pose today? They are finding such good angles here. First from Clue, now from Faye.
Oh, huge amounts. Like, honestly, the Liam Pose seems to be something that, like, these teams within the KME, even the KMW, seem to be liking the pickup of this hero. It's just kind of great team fight setup. It's that AoE that's kind of brutal as well, right? Like, it's perfect to check brushes, especially as you get, obviously, into the mid to late game. You're a tanky boy. Even if you're going to get sort of, like, locked in with CC, you can use the Magma Slam to just use that CC immunity property. But just look at the highlights, man. Like, Faye was always there, checking the right brushes, using the Radiance to slow down the enemy team.
Yeah, slowing the enemy team, checking on the Radiance here, even though this fight was in favor of the side of SCARZ. But check out the following one, which it will come out just shortly, because it was actually played so well by the members of Faye and Nongshim. It just set up them for success in those final few moments.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely set up everything they needed within those final few moments. But I mean, even here, look, right, like Mfang was just trying to put the pressure on. Like, he was able to just keep Faye out of the bay of Haku, right? So if Haku had the help of Faye, I feel like that they might have not even got that assault onto the crystal, right?
Yeah, and this triple kill coming in from Siri, man. This one, the last one, right? Okay, so Faye was the one who secured the Shadow Vanguard, and here, Enfo just brings in the duel to the death right towards his marksman's base, and Kyung9 found the perfect flank angle and destroyed the entire roster coming in from SCARZ backline here. So, well done to SCARZ for having a good early to mid game, but when it comes to late game, the Shadow Tyrant control, it felt more in control of Nongshim RedForce instead.
Oh, absolutely. Like, as soon as you pop that down, the damage reduction, obviously, into that lane becomes very frightful. And the fact is, obviously, Siri got to build that Sun Chase towards the end, so he was having a little bit of a funzy at that point in time. He didn't have to commit too far. He could just pop that, get the attack speed, get the attack range, and then just kind of lay waste to the squishier heroes onto the side of SCARZ. But that is now going to be a 4 best of 3 between these two teams. Nongshim not actually falling just to a single 2-0, which would have been a little bit scary going into the survival week. But don't go anywhere, guys. Before game number 3, we have a free break. See you soon.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, it'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely fight as one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season Spree. We mixed the season there. 2025. I got a little bit carried away and too excited after the winter was here being dropped too much. It almost knocked me back into spring, but I'm Blam. Welcome back with me is Sagi as we get into the final game of the ranking week. And what a way to finish off the ranking week, right? A 4 best of 3. Nongshim going up against SCARZ. So much to prove, so much on the line.
So much to prove, so much on the line. Both boys in black and red, and we will be seeing who will walk away with the eventual victory over one another here. And so far, Nongshim and SCARZ seem to be much more on form in Game 1 and Game 2 in towards the early game here, but Nongshim, just that Game 2 late game, they managed to claw back the depths of despair and make sure that pull this game to a full best of 3 in this grand last game of our KME Fall.
Oh, yes. I mean, we hate to bring them up, but the KM West, they aren't going to finish off their ranking week anywhere near as good as this, right? This is the true entertainment. This is true cinema. Because, I mean, if we go and look at that final match whilst we go for this BP, we can just kind of like wave a smelly hand in front of us right now. But we're going to get into the BP between these two whilst I'm just trying to find that match there for the KMW. But we're going to get the likes of the Pei and the Liang being banned out here for SCARZ. So maybe a potential setup here to try and get the more of a high frame hero. Maybe something like the Luna comes through for the last game for SCARZ.
Ooh, SCARZ here does seem to have an angle to go for the Luna here, but does go instead for the Algrim pickup here for Enfeng. So that leaves Luna and also the likes of Guan Yu for Nongshim to really pick them up.
Oh, yeah, really. I mean, look at that last match between KMW, right? OG versus BTK. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to say a single thing. We know how that's going to go down. But make sure you tune in anyway. Nongshim are going to ban out the Dharma and the Mai Shiranui. Guan Yu and the G being picked up here for the side of Nongshim, which is always one of the cases, right? Whenever the Organ comes through, lock in the D Ranger, use that ultimate to get that damage reduction and just keep peeling him, man.
Wow, I am pretty surprised that SCARZ didn't pick up the early here. So ASD went for the Lone and Fatigue combination here. So lots of DPS in the mid game will be coming in from this double side lane that SCARZ have drafted for the likes of ASD and also Aruru.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I'd rather much have a marksman that I know that ASD is more than likely going to perform on. I mean, yes, we talk about, obviously, Ali being kind of the S-tier hero that a lot of these farm laners have to play, but if the draft doesn't call for it, don't go for it, right?
Yeah, if it doesn't call for it, don't go for it, as it will put you in a nasty situation here. And Nongshim RedForce does pick up the Zhang Fei that so far in today, most of the Romans have been finding quite a lot of success with on this pick.
Oh, they love the beast. They love the beast. It gives them a bit of a second wind. It gives them the shielding that they need. And obviously the Unbridled Outburst has been such a phenomenal kind of means of setting up these team fights. I mean, who better to give it to as well, right? Fei. Fei gets the Zhang Fei. It's poetry. It rhymes. It's amazing.
Zhang Fei. Can't spell Fei without Zhang Fei. So can't spell Zhang Fei without Fei. Yeah, that's more like it. So coming into the second phase of the draft here, we see more of these focus being targeted towards the roam and the mid lane here. As of now, there's about 3 roams and also 3 mid laners banned simultaneously on both sides ends of these draft here. So for Nongshim, what's the pick here coming in from Illusion? Because there's not a lot of picks so far that is still up and available for both of these 2 mid laners.
I mean, Illusion hasn't gone for something like Siri, hasn't gone for the likes of the Ganamo yet, which obviously we know him as of, but I mean, is a Ganamo going to fit into this draft? Probably not. It does complement the range of the D-Ranger, maybe even the Xiao Chao, right? Like, so when we have a farm lane that is obviously suffering from the mid-range, but instead, I will stop my point there, it's going to be the Princess Frost. They saw how effective it was against SCARZ in game number 2, and it makes sense going up against the Organ, right? If the Conductor of Souls is going down, drop the Winters here, baby.
Drop the Winters here, and you are locking him in place and locking him from moving forward at all costs here. And also, Nongshim is still saving that last pick potentially for Haku on towards this potential Luna here. If we were to look at the first 4 picks, it doesn't look so late game centric here coming from Nongshim RedForce, so it really relies on them to play that early to make game super duper well here. So Nongshim for the late game, do you draft the Jing or do you draft the Luna? But the idea coming from SCARZ does really counteract that jungle assassin high frame hero as a counter.
I mean, I feel a bit sorry here though, right? Like the fact that we've only seen Zhongfei, Lianpo, Diadea. We were saying, like, can this guy Chick play anything but a tank? He busted out the Diadea in the first series of the day. It was like, amazing, awesome, he can. But no, it's a best of 3, and that's all we know the extent of is the Lianpo, the Zhongfei, the Diadea as we get into survival week. I mean, I'm giddy at the idea that he knows a lot more than we're like holding on to. But speaking of this, it may be the Nakaruru that comes through, and the only other team to play this was the likes of Enfang, right?
I think it was Crazy Raccoons, right? With Kong.
Crazy Raccoon, yep.
I think so, yeah. But it's just between these two junglers, either Enfang or Crazy Raccoons Kong. But okay, coming in for this final pick, I do love Nakaruru over the Luna, because Luna, you're gonna have a bad time running into the Diadea, the Long, or the Fatih, because it does counter you pretty hard, and you need someone to really damage this Ogre. What better way of doing it is with the Nakaruru, with the percentage health damage.
Oh, yeah, huge. But at the same time, I feel like it can get caught out here as well, obviously. If they could try and go for the gank onto the likes of the Siri, right? Obviously, use Ride the Wind to keep yourself alive rather than using the Infinite Vastness straight away here. But there's a lot of aggression onto the side of Nongshim's draft. But in terms of, obviously, sustainability, there's not really much here, right? Like, you have to kind of, like, shoot before you go, right? You have to make sure you shoot into the hip onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, whereas onto the side of SCARZ, they're going to have the Diadea to use that Destiny counter to try and push away any kind of engage that Nongshim are going to try and execute.
And we talk about scaling, we talk about both team compositions here. I think SCARZ has a much better scaling towards the late game, but in terms of laning phase, however, I think a lot of the focus will fall into Siri, whether he can get that value on this Gen.G on towards... Wait, that's Enfang alone?
Yep. They did the change with the switcheroo like they did in the last series, where Enfang was like, you know what, I'll play the Lung this time, you play the Ogryn. So it shows to us that ASD can play into the jungle. I mean, his Monkey wasn't the greatest, but it was what his team needed at that moment in time. Ogryn operates that same kind of way, but you have to make sure you're getting those resources go over to the side of ASD, right? Like, he needs to make sure he's getting the itemization, getting the Blazing Cape, getting the Eye of the Phoenix as well, so that he can actually fight in these team fights.
It's giving me a bit of the Gen.G Rock and Ray kind of vibe. It's like, okay, Bradley, you take. Tank, jungle, you take. And then they just stop around.
That's it. It's like, hey, there's no more carries for me. It's fine. We need a tank jungle. ASD can go and do that. But hey, if it works, let's go for it. I mean, it didn't work for them the last time. Obviously, they did lose when ASD went to the jungle with Monkey, but it wasn't just primarily his fault. But this time around, maybe it's the flavor they need. Maybe it's going to upset the flavor balance of the Nongshim.
And talk about flavor balance here. The Fire Peak does go over to the side of SCARZ here as they put priority in allowing that mid lane push to be handed over to SCARZ, hence allowing this priority to be elevated for SCARZ.
Yeah, elevation is going to be needed here for the early game, right? Obviously, just trying to get as much pressure onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. We obviously see the Battlefield well being used there as well, getting the cleanse off of Siri at this moment in time. So really, if they really wanted to, they could commit a little bit more of a team fight down to the bot side, but it's a little bit too early, right? This is still that laning phase. They still need to make sure the resources are getting up. We need to start to see some of the heroes get to level 4 before we start to see some of these invades come through. As you can see, Haku is level 4, has more of a chance of getting that successful invade with the Nakaruru.
Yep, successful invade coming from Nakaruru will spell a bit of a good point here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They do need a lot of resource on this Nakaruru. Coming to mid lane, Illusion getting poked a bit by ASD on this Ogryn.
Yeah, I mean, with Nakaruru, you kind of need to get to level 4, right? I mean, her whole shtick is getting those stacks up with her passive, so that obviously the bird can come through and get some more damage for you, and also you get the ease of traveling over a wall, so it makes the gank a little bit more successful for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But the emergence being placed down here to the bot side of the map, once again, emulating the fact that they want to put the pressure into the farm lane.
Pressure on towards the farm lane is just like our discussion back towards the pick and bans, right? You need Siri to be able to pressure Enfang away from that mid game. Right now, Siri, they all know this fact. So you see this privy tree being formulated around SCARZ and Nongshim's bottom side, fighting control for all these small resources.
Yeah, they got to get as much more resources as possible for this game, right? Obviously, yes, they are two late game heroes, the Fang, M-Fang, and obviously Hao onto the newer. But really, they just need to make sure they get in the great early game, basically making the foundations for that late game, right?
Foundation for the late game starts with the good early game laning phase. Landing your last hits, landing your combinations, landing those first bloods that's yet to be happening around the gorge. And we see Haku going for a tank jungle giant script sort of jungle item to increase that tankiness on that Nakaruru.
Yeah, it gives over obviously a lot more HP, but also gives over the damage as well. You're not really sacrificing too much damage for not taking like the Rapturous Bite, right? Like Giant's Axe is still always going to be a good item to go for on the Nakaruru when you don't necessarily have that much of a solid front line. You have obviously the Zhongfei, but you're going to want to be able to sort of get those ganks, get into the team fight, but also make it out alive.
Making it out alive, and also we see Kyung9 here finding a potential engage onto Aruru here, but gets forced out, and Aruru having to burn away the flash to escape towards safety.
Oh yeah, safety is what they need, right? You definitely don't want to be getting caught out now, especially around that 4-minute mark that has just been propped here onto this game number 3. So now they have to make sure that ASD is here to get that. Oh, Aruru! He tries.
Goes in for the burst. Does take down Aruru. A bit more first blood goes over to Kyung9 and Haku thanks to this gank.
I mean, first blood for Tyrant, you are going to get the extra little bit of gold there for that, but the Tyrant now coming through for the side of SCARZ means that is that going to be enough for them to propel Nongshim for this next phase of the game? But to serious due diligence, he's able to get that.
Right on, goes through, lands on towards Ochik. Ochik might be the next one to fall here as it does fall on Siri in that exchange here. Perfect Unbridled Alphas coming in from Faye.
Yeah, and the minions just get to do what they need to do, right? Like, M-Fang gets a little bit of a consolation prize by getting that healing ball, but your tier 1's gun, buddy.
Kyung9 missing out that push here does put a bit of damage onto us Hao here, but he just has to do what he needs to do, zone away from any potential follow-up towards that bottom side, and right now, Nongshim sitting comfortably with a 2,000 gold lead.
They are very happy with that 2,000 gold lead, right? Especially after that whole interaction down to the bottom side of the map. Obviously, we got the push onto Ojik. We got the push onto the T1 into the bot side. So now, it's pretty much anyone's game here. Nongshim looking to be at the favorable position, though.
It does seem to be that they are in the favorable position. This is a much better early compared to game 1, compared to game 2. So Nongshim probably got knocked on the head by the side of their coaching staff. It's like, hey, time to wake up. It's the last game of the series, so we need you guys to lock in so we can have some pretty good food after this game.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, where's our invite for some good food? I could do with that, right? I mean, I've skipped my lunch. I'm probably going to go straight to dinner. I'm going to speed run my nutrients, so I feel like they should treat us both, Sagi. We've been putting in the work. We've been covering the action for Nongshim. We've been rooting for them. I mean, somebody in chat was saying that every time I say greatest red, that somebody should take a shot. So that's not me condoning that. That's somebody in my community. But anyway, let's get back onto the gorge right now. Winter's here being used just to kind of just wipe out this minion wave, so there's no pushing onto Nongshim's T1 in the mid lane.
It's a much more comfortable sequence coming in for the side of Nongshim. RedForce, everything is much more in control for Greatest Red, right? So, coming to this game, healing is a key factor for M-Fang and also Hao, but does Haku allow that? Because Haku is above the curve right now, level 11 already on this Nakaruru.
I mean, you have to, right? You have to maintain and stay above the curve if you are going for a pick like Nakaruru, especially if you see this in like your rank games. If Nakaruru's dying 3 times already at like 3-4 minutes, it's done. Basically, just play a 4v5 game. But the way that Haku's playing it, the way that he's able to kind of just get all those farms come through and just keep sure that he's maintaining enough gold to build that itemization for when he does get into the team fights and into the nitty-gritty, he'll be absolutely fine. I mean, you can see already the Axe Torment being built here as well. He's also going to look like to go for another tank item as well.
And a bit of a poke here coming in from the side of both teams here as we see Faye and also Hao dropping to a dangerous low health here, but thanks to the healing due, Hao does heal to a full here and Faye is about to recall. Coming into the mid-game, nothing too crazy is going on. Yes, Nongshim still holds the lead, but the gap is not being torn wide open as so we were to speak.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are seeing here that obviously Mfang is going to go for that very expensive lung itemization, right? He's going to completely skip the Axe of Torment or even the Meteor. He's just gone straight for the Eternity Blade, straight into the Master Sword as well. So he's looking just to deal a lot of damage, but a very expensive kind of itemization. So maybe SCARZ can hold out for the late game.
If they do hold up to the late game, this expensive build, the next item will be a Daybreaker here, so the likes of Kyung9 and they will probably be a punching back here, but a Random Boss goes through. The lethal immunity does remove the CC here as they all pull back, but HP does seem to be in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce as they take control of this Azure Golem, putting further lead for the side of Nongshim Haku.
This is exactly how you want to play the Nakaruru, right? Especially if you got those lane advantages with the T1s into the side lanes. You want to make sure if you're pushing your enemy teams into those T2 territories, you need to be getting any kind of like buff that's out on top, right? Either the Crimson, either the Azure Golem. Taking away the Azure Golem from an Orgrin is pretty hot, right? Like if he goes into a team fight and starts using all his skills, that mana is going to get drained seriously, and he might not be able to use his Conductor Souls, but Kyung9 just getting that vision from his team.
Kyung9 doing such a good job this game, right? Just providing vision, providing farm towards Haku's Nakaruru, and still being such a menace in the map, making sure that, okay, you need vision, I'm there. You need zoning, I'm there as well. So Kyung9 doing a very good job.
Yeah, Kyung9 doing a good job at times again the vision score as well, which we saw many times, right? Is they need the vision score, they need to make sure that they are keeping eyes on the enemy. And you can already see that Faye is doing the exact same thing, but on the opposite side of the map. So they've got eyes on everywhere. They keep him, Siri, alive as well.
Siri has to be alive. He's this tower pusher that Nongshim RedForce is solely relying on. Look at the tokens, just hitting tokens after tokens, making sure that this tower goes down and further lead goes over to the side of Nongshim RedForce. This is complete Nongshim RedForce tempo. They like to play the macro. They like to starve you away from resources, and this is what they do so well as a team.
Blue team has
very well. I mean, even though they're trying to just like take these team fights, take these T2s and stuff like that onto the side of Nongshim, SCARZ are just trying to get these mine a little bit through, especially that T1 into the bot side, but now...
Hold on though, that's Kyung9, deletes everyone from the map here, doesn't even commit to the infinite bastion as how might be the next target to fall here, but taking that one kill, taking that Azure Golem, Nongshim RedForce comes out on top in this big exchange.
Yeah, huge exchange there. Taking down Mfang, obviously the carry of the team at this point in the game. Because Ruru hasn't really shined for me so far yet, and I feel like it's down to, obviously, even though ASD plays these tanky jungles, he doesn't have quite the confidence as what like Mfang would have, right? Like Mfang knows his team's going to formulate around him, but it seems like ASD is not quite too fond of that idea. He's always kind of like, do I go in? Where's the Nakaruru? Where's the vision? And that's the unfortunate situation that SCARZ is in. They have no vision score. They have no means of getting intel on these big picks like the Nakaruru, like the Guan Yu.
That's the difference, right, between being able to swap between roles and being able to master certain roles, right? It's like you're asking a 100% jungle main to go for a 75% marksman role. So the equilibrium just gets disrupted here, and I think that's the issue that SCARZ is facing right now. Yes, the goal is about 3,000, but Nongshim RedForce is just not allowing any form of mistakes here for their teammate as Mfang. Yes, force that infinite Vastus once again prior to this high ground push.
Faye's just chasing him. He's like, guys, I know where you're trying to know.
Hold on a moment, as Aruru finds the key engage on towards Haku, as Haku gets dangerous and gets executed by that seriously here, but onto the backline here. Kyung9 wants to find that backline here, but gets forced away by the damage coming in from SCARZ here. They kick the tower and they back off.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit more here. Look at this, push themselves back out. ASD obviously just using the path of passing now, trying to get into the backline. Maybe just try and drive away Nongshim as they've lost Haku. They've lost their shot caller.
They lost their shot caller, and Haku takes on most of the goals here, but Siri gets dangerously caught out here, gets slight headbutt by Aruru here. But right off the catch on the tree. Is there any form of engagement? Kyung9 comes in, gets the execution onto Ochik, onto Aruru here. ASD enormous that in a 4v1 situation here. 3-man down in the sides of SCARZ Esports as Nongshim wants to push out and take this as a bigger advantage.
Red team.
What a beautiful setup there. It was the Princess Frost obviously using the winter
shut down.
Well as the Unbridled Outburst. Okay, we get the Annihilation, a little bit of a Brucey bonus there from SCARZ. They have to take something, but that was a great means of all those ultimates being used there, but used to perfection for the side of Nongshim. Really created a really good team fight, meant that Kyung9 could come in at the back line and get the 2 kills onto ASD, onto Aruru, onto Ochik.
Perfectly said their plan. It was all a series of very well used skills, and once again, Faye with the Unbridled Outburst just shows up how good he is as a rover. With a 38 vision score, he's always around making these big plays, setting up Kill 9 and his team Illusion Series for success even without the presence of Haku.
I mean, you saw Faye, right? When we had that little interaction where he was trying to like catch and like give it eyesight onto Mfang using the infinite vastness. He was like a dog trying to chase a frisbee, right? Like he was just like, guys, I've got it, I found it.
It's here.
And then that was it. Yeah. It's here, guys. And that's basically what he's trying to do. He's just keeping that vision alive, making sure there's no means of a gank that he's seeing for SCARZ. Like he's checking each brush, he's making sure he set up the team for perfection.
Talking of perfection will be the 3 Vanguards that's sinking towards the push of these high grounds here. If the high grounds were to push and being pushed down, it may be a bit of a situation that SCARZ have to be respected here, but look at the damage that's being dealt with ASD right now. ASD falls into 30% reduced health here as Siri. The damage from Hao is starting to rack up on this duel.
I mean, I'm not too sure what ASD was thinking, right? Like, standing in a Winter is here is not my favorite place that I want to be, right? Like, I don't want to be sat in an AoE, getting slowed, getting frozen, and getting damaged. But he took the chin, he took it there. He just needed to make sure that he kept that T3 alive. But you can see Haku down to the bottom side while the rest of the team's top.
This team is top as we see a Splendor being committed as infinite vastness towards the sky as ASD is the first one to fall down. Aruru looking for the ultimate, slicing, dicing, Faye dropping low here. But the Razor Cavalry catches on the multiple members. And for Aruru is forced back to the base here as Hao is taken down as well. That is 3 members down here as Gold down the crystal as well. Nongshim RedForce takes a 2-1 in the series.
Beautiful means of the Guan Yu there. Kyung Nam is just like, guys, I'm going to push them away. You're going to go get the crystal. And that's exactly what he did. He was pushing 3 guys. This was a one-man army, making sure that the rest could deliver the victory that Nongshim needed to stay in this one. And that was a 2-1. They didn't want to lose another series of the day, right? Like, that's not the Nongshim we know. And that's not the Nongshim that they know they are as the greatest Red.
The greatest Red comes in with a reverse sweep, dropping that game 1 but finding momentum in game number 2 and finalizing the game in game number 3 in a very convincing fashion here. Maybe they were trying out drafts, maybe they were trying out different strategies, but in the end, they still secured themselves as the top dogs towards Group S in the ranking week here. So we congratulate today Nongshim RedForce and also Gen.G in qualifying for that top dog spot as the number 1 and number 2. But we still need to see the rankings of who realistically got number 3. Is it SCARZ? Is it Crazy Raccoons? We gotta find out.
Oh, we gotta find out indeed. I mean, I'm pretty sure in time we will find out who is going to be that top spot. With the 3rd place, I think it is actually going to be Raccoons, right? Because Raccoons won both matches today. And SCARZ, unfortunately, they lost 1-1, right?
I think it's
still got 1 split.
They lost to Raccoons and they lost to Nongshim, so they're 0-2 down in scoreboard.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be, it's Crazy Raccoons that's going to be 3rd place. SCARZ is now unfortunately relegated down to Group A. And obviously, the only good match to play offline is Gen.G, and it doesn't really matter what happens to Gen.G in that one, going to be against CMF, because CMF can't climb all the way from 7th, and Gen.G won't get knocked out from that top spot.
Perfectly said, even though if they lose the CMF, they will potentially just go in the tie with Gen.G, with also Nongshim RedForce, so it doesn't really disrupt the equilibrium that we have already set in our current rankings here. But checking out damage here, Mfang, although he's consistently being zoned out, he's doing a lot of damage in with this Long Owl pick. Coming in for Siri, this is the D-Ranger that we keep talking about, right? If you keep him going, he's just going to discharge so many of these tokens, shredding towers, shredding enemies, and that is how Nongshim RedForce pushed that lead from a small 3,000 to a game-ending 8,000 gold.
Yeah, when obviously D-Ranger gets the support that he needs, obviously playing with the buddy system there, we saw majority of the game, it was Faye, Illusion, and Siri just rotating as a 3, but we are going to give over the MVP to Mr. Kyung 9 himself. 5-2-2, but it was all about the impact he had onto the Gorge, right? Like, he was playing those ganks to perfection, and obviously the way that they finished up the game was because of Kyung 9 just keeping and pushing and bullying the side of SCARZ away from the crystal and away from those minions.
And this was one of these plays as well, right? He found the first blood angle coming in from Haku, allowing the follow-up to be non-existent coming in from Aruru towards the map here. And this beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming in from Faye, landing the golden token to really punish Ochik and allowing Siri to further his lead. And check this out, right? Okay. without even burning the ultimate from Enfong. Enfong just gets deleted thanks to the Frigid Charge combo, and this one, Bane with the Unbridled Outburst catches onto Tree, and Kyung9 comes in for the smackdown, executes 2, and the rest is just history.
Absolutely. I mean, the jog play there, it was kind of just, they were pushing the enemy team on exactly where Kyung9 needed to go, right? Like, they were being resistant, they weren't going to where Kyung9 needed them to be. So Faye was just like, all right, bet, I got you, bro. Let's push them with the Unbridled Outburst. And then Kyung9, just like this, the masterclass, forcing the flash out there, meaning that Ruru had to go back and just like, you know what, bro, you need help. You need help. You don't need to attack the minions. You need help. And he was just not going, he was not listening. He was like just a very sort of knowledgeable child in that one. But unfortunately for the side of SCARZ, they do lose that one after actually taking a round from Nongshim RedForce. So they still go away knowing that they can take a round from the Greatest Red.
That does give them a confidence boost going into the survival week, going to Group A, but that is SCARZ. They did have a good game number 1 and decent game number 2 in the early to mid phase, but they faltered short in that game-winning moment here. So for SCARZ, knowing that they can beat, like what you mentioned, will give them a confidence boost, right?
Absolutely, a massive confidence boost. Because, I mean, there was teams within the spring season that didn't take a single round from Nongshim, but now there's teams like A-Star, Gen.G, SCARZ that have all taken rounds from Nongshim. So Nongshim going into Survival Week, yes, they start to play on their advantages, which is obviously a longer format, meaning that we have seen time and time again, Nongshim definitely thrive more within a best-of-5 format. And now the teams are like, okay, can we now thrive in that best-of-5 format? Because this is where we're going to start to see the likes of maybe the limit testing of Nia, of players like Ochik into the support role, where we've only really been seeing them playing 3 heroes overall. And that's all they need to play, right? It's the best-of-3. But really, we'll need to see if they're up to the challenge of that best-of-5.
That is the beauty of Global Ban Pick and Best of 5, right? But let's check out a bit on today's matches on how it all went down. We have Crazy Raccoons of the KJL Nations Inter Battle, kicking a 2-0 over SCARZ, who just fought just now. And
here is enough to make a team basically transcend against their biggest opponents, which in this case was Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. But here's the group standing so far. Gen.G at the top, Nongshim second, and then Crazy Raccoon as their third place. Obviously, the only game left to play is CMF going up against Gen.G. If Gen.G win that one, they're at a 7-0 match win and not losing a single series and only 2 rounds.
Wow. And I do have to say CMF must find their footing going into the survival week along with A-Star, because so far R8 and also the likes of SCARZ has found success, but that's the story of the ranking week. My name is Saga. Alongside me is none other than your favorite Blam. This is it for the survival. This is it for the ranking week, and we will see you next week for more action in the survival week. Goodbye.
felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentless